leave so soon. Didn't wanna make you run around, 'cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring up into a cloud of questions. Why? Blurry visions through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say. Got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to clear my eyes. Why did I let you walk away? Why did I let you walk away? 'Cause I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walking around my way, soon easing into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow like you can't escape the rays. You're brave enough to save the day. Love, hoping we can make it there. Come on, I feel you all day. It's like I never went away. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walk around my way, soon easing into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow like you can't escape the rays. You're brave enough to save the day. Love, hoping we can make it there. Come on, I feel you all day.
We started the season in 2025 all the way back in Germany at Wackersdorf. We battled our way through the Czech Republic and last round at Karting Genk. We are here today for round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy and at the legendary circuit of Sarno, which has hosted the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final in the past and in 2024. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finale, of course, of the 2025 season. My name is Zach Sweeney to bring you all of the racing action here this weekend, and we kick things off with the DD2 and DD2 Masters Pre-final. We've got a lot of racing action to get through, and I, for one, absolutely cannot wait. We've been here all weekend long through Friday, Saturday, now here on Sunday, battling our way through heats to now decide and crown our champions. First of all, like I say, a big hello and welcome to everyone that's been joining us in 2025. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your company all season long. And Sarno, well, what a way to end it all off. Just over a mile in length and some beautiful picturesque views here from the commentary box and around the circuit, with Mount Vesuvius not too far away from us at all in the Italian countryside. Very warm weather as well, as you would expect here in Italy. It's just over 28 degrees, and I expect that to get a little bit warmer. We've been averaging sort of just in the low 30s over the course of the weekend, and that poses its own challenge with the drivers and teams that they have to battle their way through. Like I say, first up, it'll be the DD2 and DD2 Masters pre-final. We'll run you through the grid order and things in a few moments' time, but a couple of things to look out for, because now we're into that championship point scoring phase of the weekend. Jakub Bezel from the Czech Republic currently leads the DD2 championship on 467 points, 52 points clear of Len Nys, the Belgian, in P2. William Christensen is there in third, just 17 points back on the 417 of Len Nys. And look out for those, because the top two in DD2 will get that ticket, the all-important ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain in a few months' time. So look out for the battle between the 444 and the 417 as they battle their way around the circuit. Behind that, Will Ellswood is not a million miles away either on 401 points, with Petter Bezel just on 399. So still plenty of opportunity in this championship, and just waiting the carts to get themselves onto the circuit. And well, they're now making their way round for their formation lap. We're going to have what is a 12-lap pre-final for the DD2s. Of course, these carts with two gears, one it's kind of like a, well, they are shifter carts essentially. The drivers are going to have to battle their way through, make sure they're in the right gear at all the right points, and as you can see, the drivers are now making their way through. We'll run you through the grid order then as they make their way around on the formation lap. It will be Sem Notbiez that will take that pole position after a sensational run of form through qualifying and through the heats. Took 2 of the 3 heat victories and a P2. Not too bad going by any stretch of the imagination. He's alongside Mika van der Pavert on the front row. Behind that, Michael Rosina, who's been challenging Sem Notbiez all weekend long, will start alongside. There you can see Lawrence Hebo will join him on row number 2. Behind that, the Hungarian Abende Szabo, and then the first of our DD2 Masterclass of Nicholas Picot. So he takes pole position in that class. Behind that, we've got the 465 of Leonardo Baccalini, alongside him Nicholas Guillaume on row number 4. Then comes Will Christensen ahead alongside Petter Bezel on row number 5 to round off the top 10. Behind that, we're going to have the likes of Will Ellswood alongside Ragnar Virus, who took a podium last time out at Karting Genk. Alongside him, behind that, sorry, I should say, the 13th place driver of Lin Nys alongside Jakub Bezel, are 2 championship leaders, by the way, sharing the 7th row of the grid. Then comes Tenchet, the Austrian driver, alongside Branik. Behind that, Radijevich, Anderson, Jakobs, and Perina, the top 20 drivers, and that's the top 10 rows that will take to the start of this grid. Behind that, you'll have the likes of Marish Nopjes, and then comes Martin Pasadine in P20 and P21, as you can see. Behind that is Neuvenhuizen, Dotto Novochanchesko, and Videra, the 25th and final driver to take to the grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters, ahead of their pre-final, of course. The championship points are on offer, the same championship points actually that they'll be scoring in the final, so still vitally important for these guys to be making those points, and also, of course, it decides their final opportunity. The better they do in the pre-final, the better they start for that all-important final. It doesn't necessarily mean that if they do poorly in the pre-final that they have no chance in the final. We've seen a plethora of amount of comeback drives throughout the weekends, people making up 15, 16, 17 places on occasion, but definitely gives you a little bit of a helping hand as you negotiate your way around Sarno. Plenty of hairpins around the circuit. You'd have seen it on the track map. We've got one in towards turn number 2, one in towards turn 5, one to turn 8, turn 11 and turn 14 are all hairpin corners with pretty decent heavy braking zones just before them. So when it comes to the overtaking opportunities, they are definitely plentiful around the circuit Sarno. And we're about to get ourselves underway for the first pre-final. If you are now just joining us, it's the perfect opportunity the perfect time to have jumped into the live stream, because you're right on time for what is going to be a legendary pre-final then for the DD2 and DD2 Masters, taking ourselves one step closer to crowning our champions and giving away those tickets to the grand final. It's the 420 of Sem Notbiez on the left-hand side of your screen, alongside him the 486 of Mika van der Pavert. And we're about to get this race underway. The lights on the gantry, the lights go out, and we go racing, and a huge launch there for the race leader of Sem Notbiez as he leads his way in towards turn number 1. Not entirely sure if that's going to be counted as a proper start, but nonetheless they'll make their way around through turn number 2, and so far so good. A dominant lead for Sem Notbiez as Mika van der Pavert has to settle in for second place. Behind that, Michael Rosina, of course, the 419. Keep a lookout for them as they negotiate their way through the first sector for the first time. But Sem Notbiez starting as he sort of means to go on. It was a very slow roll to the starting lights as they now make their way in towards the hairpin at turn 8 after the backstretch, and I think they are slowing down. So we are going to have a false start for the first one. Did think that was a bit sketchy for the DD2s. They usually get off to quite a decent start with the rolling, and I think just Nopiez's pace rolling to the grid maybe caught a couple of people out. So we'll go again, it's fine. We got a quick sneak peek into what to expect into the start of the DD2s, but crucially, Sem Nopiez did get a good launch. What we have seen all weekend long, by the way, and look out for the left-hand side of your screen going into turn 1. It's a very fast right-hander, a bit of a bump on the inside, but because it's a fast right-hander, those on the outside, the even-numbered grid slots like Evander Pavert, Laurent Sabot, Nicolas Picot in 2nd, 4th and 6th, they're actually stuck on the outside. So those on the inside line do kind of really have an advantage. We have seen it come to blows, as we'll see later on in the Junior Max category, but typically, if you're sort of Michael Rosina in P3, if you can get a good launch, you're actually in a golden opportunity to take what is essentially a free position, as Sem Nopiez will block the inside. Nico Pavert then is stuck on the outside. That means that Michael Rosina can work his way through. We'll go again then for another opportunity to start a 12-lap pre-final for the DD2 and DD2 Masters. The 420, once again on the left-hand side of your screen. We go racing a bit properly this time. Still a good launch, though, for the 420 as the 465. That is Leonardo Baccalini. Has got an absolute rocket ship of a start. Already the Italian up into 2nd place. Nicely done, of course, for the Ingo Shepherd's machine, as they now make their way through the S's for the opening time, then towards obviously that turn 5, back through the S's in towards turn number 7. And as you can see, it's still the 420, the Dems Racing Team Lando Norris kart chassis that leads the way quite comfortably. A good couple of cut lengths clear as a point forwards from the 419 of Michael Rosina, who started this race from P3 as they work their way through the S's once more and into a very tight and technical turn 11. So still Sem Nopiez that will lead. Still just in behind him, of course, the 465 of Leonardo Baccalini. What a launch that was from 7th place on the grid. I said the odd numbers had an advantage. I didn't really think it was going to be that big of a one. He's already challenging for the lead, and that just goes to show how quickly the tide can change. Out of the final corner and onto the pit straight once more as they duck their heads down. Moves being made in the background, but not quite close enough. Here comes Baccalini. Trying to make a move, and well, wide goes Sem Nopiez. That's going to allow the 465 to find a way through. Very nicely done from Baccalini. Sem Nopiez making an uncharacteristic mistake, went a little bit wide through turn number 2, and that allowed the Ingo Shepherd's 465 of Baccalini to find a way through. Has had a pretty consistent weekend, always up there inside the top 10, inside the top 5. As a move being made maybe for P3. Nicely done there from the 486 of Mika van der Pavert, who of course took that victory in Heat 1 a couple of days ago, and he's looking very, very strong this weekend as well. Could be challenging for that final podium. A nice move to the inside, pretty textbook as we come to expect, as they have already completed lap 1. They're on to the 2nd lap of what is a 12-lap race, and they will come thick and fast. We're running for the DD2s. If you can get sub-minute, that's a pretty strong lap time, but they're on the same tyres as they were racing with for Friday, the heats, and all of on Friday, and also all of the heats on Saturday. So these tyres might well be feeling a little bit worse for wear by the time they get to the end of the final later on today. Still, though, after the first lap, it's Leonardo Baccalini from Sem Nopiez, Mika van der Pavert and Michael Rosina, the top 4 in DD2. Nicolas Picot has worked his way forward a position in the overall standings. He leads the way in the DD2 Masters and so far has not taken a loss. He's been undefeated in that particular class, and that's because the rest of his category are down in P20 overall. So Nicolas Picot, a very, very strong driver. Behind that, the likes of Bendo Chabo, then you've got Laurent Sabot, Nicolas Guillaume, then comes Petter Bezel and Lynn Nyes as well, the driver 2nd place in the championship. Now scoring some good championship points. Jakob Bezel down in P15. So as things stand, the advantage will swing 5 points in favour of the Belgian in terms of that championship battle. Of course, not quite enough to surmount the 52-point lead that Jakob Bezel has got, but every little helps as they work their way once again onto the start-finish straight. You can see Sem Nopiez very much tucked up in the blue, yellow and white liveried LN kart chassis. Chasing after that 465 once again through the long sweeping turn 2. Late apex as you then work your way through a slight kink of the S's, through the left, through the right, then back onto the brakes through turn number 5. Lap 4 of 12 already, 3 in the books, and already a quarter of the way through this race. Using the curb to set up turn number 7 as best as possible. We need a nice late apex to get your foot to the floor and run your way nicely down this pit straight. We've seen plenty of slipstream overtakes purely because of just how strong it is. Looking around the circuit, the wind's not really that strong. The flags aren't waving too much. So there's no tailwind or headwind. It's pretty neutral in its stance, but that still doesn't take away anything from the fact that that toe will be vitally important as the race develops. You can see the 486 of Mika van der Poel as well, closing in on the top two as they work their way into turn 14. Perfect overtaking opportunity for sort of those last lap lunges as you open up turn 14 into the final S's. The inside opens up quite nicely. The top four, though, tucked into situ as we complete lap number 4 and work our way towards the halfway mark as Sam Notbiez, quick look over the shoulder towards turn number 2, and the space opens up exactly how he was overtaken. He retakes the lead. Sam Notbiez back through on Lino Baccalini. Now through the S's and towards turn number 5 once more. You can see Marco Rosina trying to get himself involved, but a nice move there as Baccalini just went that little bit wide. The inside opened up and Notbiez was able to seal the corner. Back through into the race lead for the 420. Who, like I say, so far has taken 2 of 3 victories. Has to go defensive, though, through turn number 8, and so too does the 486 of Van der Poel as Michael Rosina tries to get involved. Nicolas Picot as well, the 517, won't change the outcome of the championship points scored in this race. He's in his own separate class in the DD2 Masters, but could be a bit of a headache for those behind, the likes of Laurent Sabot and Ben Deschambault in P6 and 7, respectively. And look to the inside, as you can see just how much Sam Notbiez wants to open up that penultimate couple of corners, because you need that straight line speed coming down this, you need that exit, and Baccalini could well be under a bit of pressure from Van der Poel. Sam Notbiez goes back through and is trying to stretch his legs just that little bit. Inside line opens up. What is going to be the 419 to Michael Rosina? Are we going to see a move be made? Don't think quite close enough on this occasion. Halfway through this race already, lap 6 of 12. And Sam Notbiez has been looking very, very strong. He's P6 in the championship, by the way. Only 4 points behind the Czech driver, Petr Bezel. There's a couple of moves get made into the turn 8 hairpin. Is that the 419? Indeed so. Michael Rosina going very wide off the exit of turn 8. And that's going to demote him a couple of places. We'll see what the true extent of the damage is by the time they cross the next timing line. He's dropped all the way to what is now P8, P9, P10 for the Italian driver on home soil for the 419 and Michael Rosina, who, by the way, like I was saying, has been one of the top drivers in terms of pace, was challenging Sam Notbiez on Saturday. They were hammering each other for fastest lap and fastest laps. Point behind, though, you can see Laurent Sabot and Nicolas Picot giving the tap of the helmet, signalling to each other to say, let's work together, let's try and get involved in that lead fight. As a look to the inside opens up for Van der Poel on the inside of Baccalini as they battle through the S's. This is going to allow Sam Notbiez to get away ever so slightly. Lap 7 of 12, already ticking our way through this race. Hope everyone is, of course, having a fantastic day if you're watching along at home, or, of course, if you're here at the circuit. A tap forward, though, from, well, that's Van der Poel trying to signal to Baccalini that he doesn't need to defend. They actually want to go and catch, but all it's done is allowed the 498 of Laurent Sabot to get involved. Of course, there are championship points, like I said, involved in this race, but equally the consequence and what the drivers probably are focused on as well is the starting position come the final. So a couple of headaches for these guys to worry about. They need to finish as best as possible as it all sort of kicks off in towards turn 14. Sam Notbiez now stretches that advantage. We'll see the next time they break the beam as they come across the line what the true gap is. Just over a second back to Van der Poel. Baccalini drops to third from Laurent Sabot and Nicolas Picot. Then comes Nicolas Guillaume and Ben Deschambault. Petr Bezel from William Christensen and Michael Rosina, the back end of the top 10. Nyes was demoted. He was in P10 for a good little while. He's now down to P11, but still outscoring Jakob Bezel. Crucially, Bezel doing enough just to stay in P14, albeit actually losing quite a lot of points. He's got a 52-point margin back to Nyes, and with 2 more point scoring opportunities still on offer. Don't count the championship out until it's over. He's got a steady margin, but his pace just hasn't really been there, Jakob Bezel, this weekend. He's not actually finished inside the top 10 all weekend long through the heats, through qualifying. Really has struggled around Sarno for whatever reason, whether it's a driver issue or something not quite right with the car. Baccalini, by the way, demoted all the way to P5 next time they break the beam by virtue of Van der Poel's attack. That allowed Laurent Sabot and Nicolas Picot to find a way through. We'll tick our way on to what will be now lap 9 of 12. 8 in the books as Sam Notbiez leads us around another lap. He's now 1.3 seconds clear and firmly clear of the toe. By the way, the lap time's coming in 59.2 for Sam Notbiez. His last lap of 59.3. Not only is that incredible consistency, that's also rapid pace. Not far off, I think, what we saw off in qualifying, and also some of the quickest race laps that we've seen, and he's largely unchallenged in this race. Van der Poel, he's there. A mistake from Notbiez, and that's going to definitely change the tide of this race. But Sam Notbiez, for the most part, he's not being pushed. Definitely not from the standard that we've seen this weekend. So to be running in sort of the low 59s is mightily impressive for the 420. Closing stages of this race. Sem Notbiez, of course, like I say, trying to continue as he means to go on. A couple of changes being made throughout the rest of the field. We've got the 409, that of course Rasmus Andersson, the Slovakian driver for LSR Racing. A bit further down, but fighting away with Ragnar Virus, by the way, and also a black and white warning flag for one of the drivers coming in. Not by any means ideal. Bende Shabe, that was the 496. Fast lap of the race, though, just come in from Laurent Sabot. 59.1 is absolutely rapid. Could we see some high 58s by the time we get to the end of the day in the final? Maybe then the track's a bit more warmed up. The obviously caveat to that one is that the fact that the tyres will be a little bit more worn, but I'm sure if the drivers are pushing each other to such a high level, we might well still be able to see some pretty decent lap times. Laurent Sabot on the back of Mika van der Pavert, by the way. So look out for the 498, just in behind. That is the Boven Power Belgian driver. Just trying to send the move to the inside. The space opens up. That was late on the brakes from the 498. Laurent Sabot sees the gap and seizes the opportunity. Ahead now with Mika van der Pavert, heading our way onto the penultimate lap of the race, lap 11 of 12. So a point forward there from van der Pavert. I don't really think Notbiez is catchable. I think Cabot definitely has got the pace, but a 1.5 second gap with just a lap and a half left to go is going to be not insurmountable. There's still the chance of a mistake or an issue for Notbiez, but on raw pace alone, it's going to be very tricky. As they make their way back onto the back straight for the final time, and just as quickly as they make their way onto it, we'll have a look at a replay here. This is the move that Herbeau found his way through in a second place, and you can see there the space opening up purely by virtue of just how long and tight the turn 14 hairpin can get. That means that, of course, that Van der Pavert wanted to be all the way over to the left. And that space just opened up, and he just said, thank you very much. Last lap board, as you can see, is shown. We're heading our way on to lap 12 of 12. Sem Notbiez will lead from 1.7 seconds. Now, what can Van der Pavert do? Surely he sees that the win is pretty unlikely, and he's trying his best maybe to set up a bit of a move. Opens up the mid part of turn number 2, just to try and cut back that little bit more. His best opportunity, I think, will be at turn number 8. That's when Van der Pavert really can strike if he wants to take that second place and maintain another front row start for the pre-final. Of course, the better they do in here, not only do they get more championship points defensive, but the dummy goes there. The 486 sends it back to the inside of turn 8. Nicely done from Van der Pavert. As Laurent Sabot semi-went defensive, the 486 made him think that he was staying on the racing line, but at the last moment, ducked back underneath, took second place back. And an equally impressive move is the one that was done on him. Now through the final couple of corners, Sem Notbiez in dominant fashion will take victory as they work their way through the final couple of corners. On the final lap, the checker flag will be awaiting the arrival of the 420 of Sem Notbiez, who has not finished lower than second this weekend. It's 3 victories from 4 here at Sarno for Sem Notbiez, who will take victory for the DD2 Pre-final, followed closely by Mika van der Pavert and Laurent Sabot, climbing his way up a couple of places to P3. Then comes Nicolas Picot taking victory in DD2 Masters. Behind that, Leonardo Baccalini, who had an absolute rocket ship of a start from P7 to P2 on the opening lap. He'll come home in P5. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, just waiting for everyone to cross the line. And yeah, what a way to open the day, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If you are now just joining us, you've missed an absolute cracker, but don't worry, because we've still got the Minimax. We've then got 2 Junior Max races, followed by 2 Senior Max races before a bit of a break. Then we go to the all-important finals. We've decided our grids, and we'll get that opportunity to crown our champions. The fast lap of the race went the way of Laurent Sabot, and well, this is going to have some pretty decent championship implications, actually, for the likes of Sem Notbiez, who could well be clawing his way bit by bit closer and closer to maybe actually finishing in P2. Nonetheless, let's run you through the results. It was the 420 of Sem Notbiez that will make it a Dutch 1-2 ahead of Mika van der Pavert for SP Motorsport. Then comes Laurent Sabot for Boven Power. Nicolas Picot will take victory for DD2 Masters and P4 overall. Leonardo Baccalini from Nicolas Guillaume in P6. Then comes Bende Shabe from Will Christensen. Will Ellswood from Michael Rosina, who unfortunately had a bit of a a wide moment through turn number 8. That will finish him at the back end of the top 10. Behind that, Petter Bezel from Lynn Nyes. Then comes Tensha Anderson and Jakob Bezel, our championship leader for Craft Motorsport, all the way down in P15. The Estonian Ragnar Virus, after a podium in the final at Karting Genk, finishes P16 for the pre-final here at Sarno. Then comes Jakobs, Radijevich, Neuvenhuizen and Brannick. Behind that, we've got Perina from Nopies. Then comes Videra, Pasadine and Dimo Francesco to finish off the DD2 Masters field. It's been an absolute cracker of a race thus far. We've got a little bit of a wait, of course, till we get the next race of the day, which of course will be our Minimax drivers. Of course, these guys competing as part of the Rotax Italian Euro Cup by Minimax. We've already crowned our German, our Czech and our Belgian European champions. That of course went the way of Alfie Mayer, Emerson McAndrew-Uren when we took to Trinek in the Czech Republic, and of course it was Lucien Smith that took it at Karting Genk a couple of weekends ago, and that means of course they get themselves that ticket to the grand final in Bahrain, the opportunity to etch themselves into the history books as world champions. Speaking of Emerson McAndrew, by the way, we'll run you through the full grid when the karts are making their way out onto circuit. We've got a couple of minutes just yet, but just as a bit of a look into this race, he will start this race from pole position. He won 2 of the heats coming into Sunday, Heat 1 and Heat 3. P6 in Heat 2, though, not really what he would have expected. Got a little bit of off-sighted at some points, bit of misfortune, and that dropped him back down to P6. But yeah, still good enough to take the pole position in the pre-final. He'll be alongside, by the way, Ava Lawrence, who has looked really, really consistent all weekend long. Not quite taking a victory, but has been there or thereabouts fighting in podium contention. It's been a really strong, consistent weekend. And despite the fact that she's not actually taken a victory or anything like that, still has done a good enough job for Strawberry Racing to put herself onto that front row. So it'll be interesting to see if we can have a challenge for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Oliver Spencer, the Chaos Sport driver, a driver that McAndrew-Uren will be very firmly familiar with through the British Championships and things, will start right behind him, and that of course is a very good opportunity for him to maybe tip the 180 of Ava Lawrence going in towards turn number 1. We should be having karts make their way onto the circuit very, very soon, in a few moments time or so. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day, though. If you are now just joining us, hello and welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to be bringing you all of the action here for the finale of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2025. Of course, we had the Winter Cup earlier on in the year, and speaking of that, we have got a couple of our Winter Cup drivers on this grid. One of them being Tom Reed, of course, the overall champion of the Winter Cup, got his entire season in the Euro Trophy paid for by virtue of that. Also, a bit further down in the field, starting P15, will be Albert Ferro. He got P2 in the Winter Cup by virtue of a very, very strong final round, P9 to P1 in the Winter Cup final for the SFR Motorsport machine. So yeah, we've got an absolute stacked field. These drivers, of course, some of the youngest in the paddock. In fact, the youngest in the paddock, just shy of sort of 10, 11 years old, 12 maybe before they take that step into juniors. They're now making their way out onto circuit though, and while they are small, while they are mini, that makes more sense, they're mini, but they are definitely mighty, and some of the best racing I've ever seen in karting has come from Minimax. Making their way around onto what will be 2 formation ups, one straight out the pit lane, one round again to get themselves into that formation for what is going to be an 8-lap final. So the longest races that we've seen thus far for the Minimax. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren alongside Ava Lawrence on the front row. Behind that, Oliver Spencer and Benjamin Karjovic. Then behind that, we've got the poleman from Friday, Mark Casada alongside Mick Klinkers on row number 3. Then comes Joshua Cook and behind that, Arthur Farrow. Then you've got Godshalk, who had a very, very strong season. WSK Euro Series champion, will start from P9 alongside Leo Livings inside the top 10. Behind that, you've got Roger from Tom Reed, our Winter Cup champion. Behind that on row number 7, Riley Moreau and Antique Mur in P14. Then comes Albert Ferro, Kjellerup, Ebegenyi and Isaac Yoon that will share row number 9 from Andreas Papagiorgio, and who is going to be, that is Hammond on in P20, the 176. Keep a lookout for them as they work their way through the race. Then, of course, you've got the Brazilian Pedro Faria ahead of Austin Oman on row number 11. Then comes Doyle, Baroni, Horschild, Christ and Gavino on row 13. Murphy and Rampidaf share the 14th row of the grid from what is going to be Pascal Ferrara and Robin Raikkonen, son, of course, of Kimi, in row 15. Then comes Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio on the 31st and final grid slot of the field. They're making their way around on their formation lap, like I say. They're on the second one just now, and they'll get themselves into that all-important 2x2 grid formation. 16 rows deep is the Minimax field. We've pretty much got a full grid of Minimax bar like 1 or 2 So all excitement then for the Minimax. All of them, by the way, will get, same too for the DD2 Masters, all of them will get that entry into the final this afternoon. For Junior Max and Senior Max, that's not quite going to be the case. Some of them are going to be ending their weekend just that little bit early due to sort of grid sizes and things, but for Minimax and DD2, it's not a problem. They'll all be in and amongst the final, but the all-important thing, of course, is going to be those championship points for the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax, and also that starting position come the final. Kamikaze, and he's the only person, by the way, to have already taken a round victory to still be here at Sarno. So he's the only one that can make it to European Championships in the Euro Trophy in Minimax. Can anyone else dethrone him? Will it be the likes of Ava Lawrence, Oliver Spencer, someone like that to put the challenge onto the 102 of Emerson McCann, who's already a British champion in 2025, very close to becoming a double British champion in a couple of weeks' time when the couple of the UK Championships take to PFI. So he's a driver with already some impressive accolades at such a young age for Dan Holland Racing, doing his entire team, and I'm sure his family very, very proud as they worm their way very, very slowly. You can see Ava Lawrence. There's a bit of a touch there as they put their foot to the floor and send us underway for what is 8 laps of racing. Ava Lawrence probably going to be a bit hard done by that one, but Emerson McCann into the inside of turn number 1. Oliver Spencer follows him through and tips Ava Lawrence to second place as they make their way towards what is going to be turn number 2. Sends to the inside from a couple of drivers as they worm their way through the very long right-hander at turn 2. Look out for the 180 of Ava Lawrence, who of course got overtaken by Oliver Spencer going through turn number 1. The Chaos Sport Machine firmly now working his way through, but I think we are going to have an extra formation lap, a false start called, as all the drivers will bunch their way back up once again. I did think there was a little bit of argy-bargy for the final corner that we probably shouldn't have had. Although that's not, Ava Lawrence is getting herself back, I think, back into a grid slot potentially. I mean, looking into the inside of, getting her way back into the grid slot. I thought she was going for a bit of a race, but the marshal out on circuit telling them to slow down. So another opportunity for these drivers then to grid themselves up. And get themselves ready for a sensational 8-lap sprint all the way to the checker flag. I did think as well, by the way, Oliver Spencer did get a good launch. Ava Lawrence, by the way, alongside, and like I said earlier during the GD2s, I think that is going to be the sort of the talk of the town. Those in P3, P5 really can get a good launch to the inside of turn 1. Like I said yesterday, we saw, and I'll allude to it a bit later on with the Junior Max, but it can go wrong if you're not careful. But overall, it just seems that maybe Oliver Spencer has got a slight advantage in towards turn number 1. Nonetheless, they'll crawl their way through. Again, 16 rows. It's Emerson McCann from Ava Lawrence on the front row, Oliver Spencer and Benjamin Karyovic on the second. Behind that, Marc-Andrea Casada alongside Mick Klinkers on row number 3. Both of those looking quite quick in terms of pure pace, but Casada not quite able to convert that pole on Friday to any victories over Friday or Saturday. Let's try this again, shall we, as we put foot to the floor and go racing for an 8-lap sprint for the Minimax. The 142 of Oliver Spencer already trying to challenge for the lead, actually. Makes it 3 wide to the opening corner. Emerson McCann sandwiched between what was now 4 carts through turn number 1. Outside line prevailing. I think that could well have been Karyovic trying to go all the way around the outside, but what a launch that was for the 142 Chaos Sport Machine of Oliver Spencer, who sent the move to the inside of turn number 1. Took a very tight line, a big risk to go with it, but has found his way through very nicely, now in towards turn 5, 6 and now 7. I think closely followed by what could be the 180 of Ava Lawrence, who was able to capitalise herself. They now make their way down the back straight in towards turn number 8. That's the 104 actually of Marc-Andrea Casada that's actually been able to work his way through now into second place. Behind that, Ava Lawrence. Emerson McCann had to settle for 4th, but immediately makes a move to the inside of turn 11 on Ava Lawrence. He does not want to wait around by any stretch of the imagination. A poor start by the standards of the 102, but very quickly now trying to reel his way back into contention. Quick look over the shoulder for Oliver Spencer, our race leader. He negotiates his way through turn 14 and then into the final squiggles, the left and the right, where the exit is all important, flat out in these Minimax as they rise their way onto the pit straight. Look over the shoulder, there is the 104 of Casada, tries to defend from McCann, who's now trying to defend himself. Ava Lawrence trying to launch a bit of a counter-attack. There's contact between McCann, he's sent wide through turn number 2, and the 175 of Joshua Cook is trying to get himself involved. Inside look there is McCann muscles his way past Ava Lawrence, who herself then gets swamped by the likes of Cook and Karyovic in towards turn number 5. Minis absolutely deliver some absolutely amazing racing, but Oliver Spencer will lead Casada from McCann, who tried to attack for turn number for P2. couldn't quite get that. Defensive goes the 184 in towards turn 8, and an almighty switchback. Look at that from Joshua Cook. You could see that coming from a mile away as the two of McAndrew and Quesada had to go defensive through turn number 8. Joshua Cook saw that coming, took all the way to the left-hand side, swooped back underneath the pair of them, through into second place, and this is playing nicely into the hands of the 142 of Oliver Spencer. A point forward, though, from Joshua Cook, who's saying, let's go and catch McAndrew on the inside of Quesada. Ava Lawrence trying to get herself back involved as well into this battle. Lap 2 of 8 in the books as McAndrew actually gets himself a black and white warning flag, a slap on the wrist, as to say, don't do that again. And Joshua Cook is eager to get after Oliver Spencer. The slipstream incredibly powerful around Sarno. And if they continue to squabble and battle, all they're going to do is allow the 142, the KR Sport Machine, to get away. Through turn number 5 once again, and the chasing pack, you can see Oliver Spencer. Quick look over the shoulder for him a couple of times just to sort of monitor the gap and see what the situation is as a look to the inside through turn 7. Don't often see that because the all-important bit is this backstretch in towards turn number 8. A sense to the inside, though, from the 108 of Mick Clinkers as the Bowman Power OTK machine finds its way through quite nicely. Saw the inside, was late enough on the brakes and picked his way through into what will now be P4 ahead of Mark Quesada. Already taking our way close to what is half distance in this race. It's the 175 of Joshua Cook, who was looking very, very strong this weekend. I think actually took a heat victory over Friday and Saturday as well. Just goes to show the level. You've got drivers that are starting towards the back end of the top 10 in this heat, in this pre-final, actually being able to contend all the way at the front. It just comes down to very marginal differences as the 180 in the background maybe. Lawrence having to go slightly defensive in towards turn number 1. Tom Reed makes his way through from 12th now already into P6 for the Winter Cup champion. The 110 machine. Best lap of the race comes in from Mick Clinkers, a 105.6, relapping quicker than, well, everyone, obviously, but more importantly, a good 0.5 of a second quicker than Oliver Spencer, who leads. Joshua Cook back onto the back of the 142, but crucially, Oliver Spencer, by virtue of his amazing start taking it 3 wide to turn number 1, had a good couple of laps to chill. Obviously, the pack is closed back in, but the time in the race has ticked down, which means that he's been able to settle into a nice rhythm and actually sort of waste some time in the lead. He's not been involved in the squabbling behind, and now has got about half the race he has to defend. It's still going to be a very tough ask because Joshua Cook is already all over the rear bumper of the 142 of Oliver Spencer. McAndrew and Mick Clinkers have swapped places as well. It's now the Peppermint liveried 108 OTK machine of Mick Clinkers, followed closely by Emerson McAndrew. You can see in the yellow helmet the Dallon Racing and Norris Kart chassis colours, the 102 as they work their way towards turn number 2. McAndrew analysing this race, trying to see where he can make his next strike and find his next way through. But Clinkers, like I say, worked his way through. Tom Reed set the best lap of the race that last time by, a 105.306 for the Winter Cup champion. Worked his way nicely back into P6 and still in contention, just in behind the 122 of Riley Morrow. Back down the back stretch, and the 142 not feeling he has to go defensive. Maybe a slight look offset the racing line to defend. Clinkers as well in 3rd place is actually a pretty decent opportunity. I would say Joshua Cook is probably in the worst position of anyone in this train because he's the one that's having to look forwards to attack and backwards to defend. A look to the inside for Joshua Cook, but not quite close enough as McAndrew launches the move to the inside of Mick Clinkers, muscles the OTK machine very wide. That's going to invite the likes of Riley Morrow and Tom Reed to get involved, but a very aggressive, very punchy, but very fair move from the 102 of McAndrew, who's already seen he's got a black and white warning flag. You'd think that's going to force him to tone it down a little bit. He has to look over the shoulder and go defensive towards turn number 2 to prevent the counter-attack. The top 2 of Oliver Spencer and Joshua Cook begin to get away as we tick our way onto lap 6 of 8. But what a move that was from McAndrew, and you just sort of saw that the fight was not over. He even had to defend 3 corners later from the attack of Mick Clinkers. Defensive goes the 142 for the first part of the straight, then late on the brakes as the train of 3 assume the inside line. The 108 of Mick Clinkers ideally would have liked to get a switchback, but then he's got Riley Morrow just behind him, and that would then open the door for the inside. So he actually has to defend with McAndrew, and that's what I was saying with Joshua Cook a while ago being the worst position. He's got to look forwards to attack and backwards to defend. He doesn't want to lose his position in train by any means. It's now freed the top 2 though as we work our way out of turn 14, 15 and 16 onto what will be the penultimate tour of Sarno for the Minimax pre-final. The The 142 of Oliver Spencer. You could barely see Joshua Cook as darting to the inside there. Very reactionary from Emerson McCann-Duran. Does not want to give an inkling of inside look. As you can see, I think that's the 127 of Karjovic trying to work his way through. A bit of contact to the rear end of the 180 of Ava Lawrence, who's dropped the way down to P7. But been a very chaotic mid-pack fight as Emerson McCann-Duran, I think now is settled for P3, has understood that the victory not quite on the cards after not the best of starts and then getting caught in squabbles, trying to maximise his opportunities and get what he can going into the final where all the opportunities are possible. Good defensive driving from Oliver Spencer, good defensive driving from McCann-Duran as Mick Klinkers tries to launch a bit of an attack. A lap and a half still to go here at Sarno and still plenty of opportunities to go with it. Got just shy of 24 corners left of this race. The drivers will be counting them down in their head. They know time is of the essence. They'll see the last lap board shown at this time by. Through the S's as we kickstart the final lap. Warning flag coming in from Mick Klinkers, probably with a bit of contact to go with it. And I wonder how hard Joshua Cook is going to fight this for the lead. Doesn't quite go for the move in towards turn number 2, but takes a slightly wider line through the long right-hander. Oliver Spencer has led pretty much, or yeah, has led every single lap of this race. Took the lead through a 3-wide move at turn number 1 and has not looked back since as the KR Sport driver. An absolute rocket ship of a launch and now leads by about a kart length clear of the 175. But look at the slipstream allowing Joshua Cook, KR Sport teammates, to close the gap. Once again through the S's in towards turn 11. Are we going to see a move sent by the 175 or are they just going to be pretty happy with P2? I mean, it's good points. And also, obviously, a good starting position maybe come the final. So maybe doesn't actually want to challenge too hard for the lead. However, the space is going to open up. Has a little bit of a think. Thinks better of it. Tries to get the up and under. Could it be a drag race to the line? Oliver Spencer, the 142 for KR Sport, is going to bring it home. They are going to draw side by side on that run to the line. Oliver Spencer will take Joshua Cook will take victory by the end of it. Able to get the up and under on Oliver Spencer. So the 175 on the drag race to the line will take victory from Oliver Spencer. Emerson McCann-Duran, it's a KR Sport 1 and 2. The Down Holland Racing machine of McCann-Duran, our Czech champion, and multiple British champion in Minimax. It's completing the podium. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, just waiting for the entirety of the field to work their way over the checkered flag. And a couple of DNSs to this race as well. So we had 27 drivers finishing. We'll take to some highlights before we walk you through the results. The start got off and Oliver Spencer, all the way to the left-hand side of your screen, took the inside line, very tightly done, and worked his way through into the race lead. It was absolute carnage and chaos as Emerson McCann-Duran forced his way through on Mick Klinkers about halfway through the race. And the checkered flag would wave in favour of Joshua Cook. Thought it would be Oliver Spencer that would get the better of that drag race, but the KR Sport teammates still bringing it home 1 and 2 and securing some good championship points and also a good starting position potentially for the final come this afternoon. That's going to wrap it up then for the minis as we run you through the results. KR Sport, like I say, 1 and 2 for the Cosmic Chassis with Joshua Cook, Oliver Spencer 1 and 2. Emerson McCann-Duran for Down Holland Racing will complete the podium from Mick Klinkers, and Austin Oman working his way quite nicely into the top 5. Behind that is the likes of Tom Reed from P12 to P6, not bad going at all, ahead of the Sam Pollock Racing machine of Riley Morrow. Godshot, Casada and Ferro complete the top 10. Behind that, Ava Lawrence in P11, Ebegenyi from Leo Livings and Andreas Papagiorgio from Jensen Hammond, the top 15. Isaac Yoon for Down Holland Racing in P16 from Tika Mer. Then comes Alpha Ferro, Rocha as well. Then comes Ferrari, Horse Crush Child, Gavino, Doyle, Barrioni. Then comes Ferrara, Murphy, Kjellerup, Karjovic, Rampadaf and Robin Raikkonen, both unfortunately a DNS to this race. Same too for Di Pietro Antonio as well. Did not take to the start of this race in P31. Won't be classified in the overall standings. Like I said, that's going to wrap it up for the Minimax, and now we head away into the Junior Max in a few moments' time. 2 pre-finals for juniors, and what has been a very competitive Junior Max field pretty much all weekend long. We'll run you through the sort of championship proceedings. Jacob Ashcroft is coming into this firmly as the favourite. Like I say, reigning world champion for the 246, as a multiple-time British champion as well. Coming into this on 477 points. Took the final victory at Genk, took the final victory, in fact, no, it was P2 in the other 2 finals that we had. I apologise. It was P2 at Vackersdorf. It was also P2 at Trinek, P1 in the final at Karting Genk. Consistent season all round. He would lead Col Denholm in P2. However, the 262 has not come to to Sarno. And just ahead, of course, of the Junior Max heats that we're going to have, we'll go to a bit of a recap of the Junior Max Championship. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just ahead of the third pre-final of the day and the first of the Junior Max Championship. If you are now joining us, hello and welcome. It's going to be an absolute cracking day. We've already had two fantastic races, and I'm sure that's going to continue with the Junior Max. My name is Zach Swinney, bringing you all of the action here in the commentary box. And before the break, of course, I was alluding to the championship standings. It's Jacob Ashcroft that leads. Should be from Cole Denham, but he's not in attendance this weekend. So it's then the fight between Rory Armstrong, Kai Clark, and Pervish Maximov in third, fourth, and fifth to maybe work their way into the top three in the championship, and with it take that ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain. As you can see, karts are making their way round onto the circuit. We'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time for what is going to be pre-final A. There is two for the Junior Max. Then in pole position, it'll be Bram van der Venken alongside Mazinas Maljas. Both of them have taken heat victories this weekend. Ahead of that, Dragos Avasokutsi on home soil for the Italian. Behind that, Eva Morris keeping them company on row 2. Steen Mong Kong from Rory Armstrong on row number 3. Then comes Harry Freeman and Rain Gandor in PA. A weekend of potential for the Canadian, let's put it that way. Leek van Broekel from Villasits, the Hungarian driver, starting this race from P10 and rounding off the 5th row of the grid. Behind that, from P11 downwards, it'll be the likes of Lewin Seidel alongside Petra Milosavljevic on the 6th row. The Serbian has had an absolutely amazing weekend. Didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted to, but recovered quite well in the race. Ronfelt from Van Kampenhout, then comes Tagliaferri and Bruno on row number 8. Leo Gonzalez, who had some contact with Jacob Ashcroft yesterday, starts this race from P17 ahead of Oliver Scheiss. Then comes Vaznava and Dan Engelsman on P20. A lonely 11th row of the field for Kieran Stewart, who again has had a weekend of potential more than anything. It's been there or thereabouts, but hasn't quite been able to convert due to a couple of issues and things. But like I say, if Leo Gonzalez was front row in qualifying yesterday, but with contact and Ashcroft in the heat yesterday, that sees him all the way back in P17 and will have to launch some sort of a mighty comeback in order to have a chance of success this weekend. Speaking of our front row, though, Bram van der Venken did take that Euro Trophy pole position on Friday. He had a sensational lap across both groups, and that put him on pole position for the heats. He converted those into 2 heat victories, but didn't quite get one of them. That was Albert Friend, who we'll see in Heat B, who took victory for that one. So just setting up the weekend really well. The Boven Power Belgian driver, alongside Mazinas Maljas, the Lithuanian driver for KR Sport, who of course are just off the back of a 1 and 2 in the Minimax. The Cosmic Chassis will join him on the front row. You can see the all-black helmet alongside the slightly brighter coloured one of the 296 of Van der Venken. Definitely can't miss those two as they barrel their way towards turn number 1 for what is going to be an 11-lap heat. But Mazinas Maljas, like I say, has been very quick. Did take a heat victory to the Lithuanian, and we'll be looking to convert some of that success into Sunday, where it all boils down, everything, weeks of preparation and an entire season all boils down to the pre-finals and the finals today. The 264 of Mazinas Maljas did not get the start that he'd wanted by any stretch of the imagination in the inside, and as you can see from Van der Venken getting the signal that we will go around once again, that not the start that he'd wanted to get the 264, and backed up the entire left-hand side of the grid. So they'll settle this way back into formation. We've had 3 races and 3 extra formation laps, but all as well. Just gives us an extra opportunity to say hello to everyone that's now just joining us. Let us know, by the way, in the YouTube chat, you're watching along live on the WSK Promotion YouTube channel. Make sure to like, subscribe, share around, get as many eyes on the stars of the future as absolutely possible. Let us know who you're cheering on for if you're watching along at home, and what race you're most looking forward to as well. It's going to be an absolute cracking day. Right to say, we're at the moment during the pre-finals. Later on this afternoon, we'll be going to the finals of the podium ceremonies for both the drivers' results of this weekend, but also the championship results for Junior Max, Senior Max and the DD2s, and also the Italian Euro Trophy, of course, for the Minimax. Now working their way through, of course, turn 11, they'll get themselves back into that formation. And Junior Max, like I say, has delivered some absolutely incredible racing this season, and generally in karting, some of the best racing that you get is from Junior Max. These guys sort of from 13 all the way up to sort of 15, 16 before they take that step into seniors or even straight into cars. A lot of drivers have jumped straight from the likes of Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, straight into the likes of GB4, then back onto the ladder, single seaters through GB3 for those in the UK. That means that the future definitely is bright for a very star-studded field, very talented field here for Junior Max. They line themselves up. It's the 296 of Bram van der Vinken alongside Mazinus Mauj. Just foot to the floor. We go racing as the lights go out on the gantry. And that run towards turn number 1. 11 laps of a heat. The 278 of Harry Freeman was trying to find some space going in towards turn number 1. But so far, so good for van der Vinken and Mazinus Mauj as they negotiate in towards turn number 2. So far, actually, not the best of starts to the black helmeted at 264. Mazinus Mauj stuck on the outside line through turn number 1. And that allowed the 212 of Dragos Avasol to find a way through in towards the opening corner. The inside line for the driver in P3 definitely prevailing. Now through turn number 7, and a quick look over the shoulder for the Boven Power OTK of Bram van der Vinken. Now through the hairpin for the opening time. Good couple of overtaking opportunities already ticked off in the books, and we'll see as they break the beam as to what the situation is going to be in terms of how they rack up completely. Can't tell you it is going to be van der Vinken from Avasol QT. These two have been doing battle pretty much the entire weekend thus far. Van der Vinken, though, usually gets a bit of a better launch, much further ahead of the rest of the pack, and Avasol QT had to go and catch. It's not the situation this time from the word go. Avasol QT all over the rear end. The 202 of Panu Steenmon Kong as well getting involved as defensive has to go the Belgian driver for Boven Power once again in towards turn number 2. As the 278 of Harry Freeman darts to the outside as the inside opens up actually for Avasol QT, forcing the 2 wide, and that's going to allow Steenmon Kong to find a way through. Mazinus Mauj just follows him through as well in that fight for second place. Nicely done indeed. A look to the inside for Avasol QT, forced van der Vinken wide, and in doing so the inside opened up on the exit for Steenmon Kong, who immediately is under pressure from the 264 of Harry Freeman, as Mazinus Mauj just has to look over his shoulder and protect that move, but can't quite stop the KR Sport liveried machine, of course, the purple and white liveried kart. A couple of changes as well as Rain Gandor once again tumbling his way down the order. Again, the Canadian driver, one of the quickest in terms of pace, was really strong in qualifying on Friday, but hasn't really had the opportunity to convert that into some good race opportunities. The inside opens up though. Look at that run from the 278. Harry Freeman goes to the lead of the race, and Mazinus Mauj just follows him through. Absolutely sensational as Steenmon Kong was off-sighted there. As one goes through, the other follows. And once again, here at Sarno for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, we've got a KR Sport 1 and 2. They've had an absolutely sensational weekend. Of course, the race far from over. But what a launch that was from Harry Freeman. By the way, he started this race P7. Point forward there from Mazinus Mauj, however, not getting the memo as Freeman doesn't trust that his teammate is not going to go for the move. Lap 3 of 11. The fight for the lead definitely boiling down all the way to the end, I'm sure. Van der Vinken from pole position demoted to P5 after being muscled wide through turn number 2. Eva Morris completes the top 6 from Luke van Boykel just in behind as well. Another lap in the books onto lap 4 of 11, ticking our way closer and closer to the half distance point as the 264 follows in situ, doesn't really go for a move, and Steenmon Kong very quickly could well have Dragos Avasol QT for company. Fast lap of the race goes to Leon Gonzalez, who's already worked his way up 7 places up into P10. So like I say, the Swiss driver has had some remarkable pace. Not quite been able to convert on it, as has been the story for a lot of drivers. Very rarely do you have a completely perfect weekend, and that's definitely not been the case for Leo Gonzalez, but he's trying to make the best of a bad situation as he's worked his way through on Rory Armstrong up into P9. That was his birthday a couple of days ago, or yesterday was Rory Armstrong. He's had an absolute mountain, a roller coaster over the last couple of weekends, but has arrived here at Sarno despite all of the challenges and worked his way quite nicely. Van der Vecken looks to go to the inside of Dragos Avasol QT and muscles the 212 wide. 296 trying to get a bit of a revenge, I think, after that move a bit earlier on. The 232 as well, Eva Morris demoted the 212 of Avasol QT down a couple of places on that previous lap. Now Van der Vecken trying to get involved, get himself back into that conversation of the podium fight as they once more work their way through. 3, 4, back into turn 5. You loop back on yourself. Once again through some S's. Harry Freeman leading a KR Sport 1-2 from Mazinis Malgis. Look over the shoulder, goes into the middle of the circuit, tries to shorten that line as best as possible. The outside opens up once more. Approaching half distance from lap 5 of 11, halfway through this race. There's still plenty more action still to come. Still got another junior max heat as well after this one before we go to the seniors. Flying through them thick and fast. As now on the back, look at that run from Mazinis Malgis, but puts his foot to the floor, the slipstream helping. The wind has picked up a little bit, but really too much. Now out of the final corner, the 264 could well be giving his teammate a bit of a bump there as they look over their shoulder. They still see the 202 of Panu Steenmon Kong. As I look to the inside, the 296, the OTK machine, the Boven-powered Van der Vecken finds his way through now into third place, recovering the pole man. Mazinis Malgis gets himself a warning flag, actually, the 264. So the stewards definitely have seen something. Avasol QT responds to Leo Gonzalez's fastest lap with a 1 minute .697 himself. On home soil. Currently at the moment, it's the British driver leading from a Lithuanian, then comes the Belgian driver Van der Vecken in P3. We've got 4 different nations inside the top 4 with a Thai driver of Steenmon Kong up there as well. Going to show that we've got some of the world's best talent on the European stage. Of course, a lot of them will be racing on the world stage at the grand finals in Bahrain, and like I say, be etching themselves into that history books, joining a very star-studded roster of those that have competed at the highest level of karting before progressing in their career. Lap 6 of 11 on to lap 7. And Van der Vecken is, coming in. He's firing on all cylinders. A 1 minute .628 for the Belgian driver, who's now onto the back once more of the top 2, the KR Sport, Harry Freeman and Mazinis Malgis. Closing stage of this race already as the inside opens up for the 264. He's found the space, he's late on the brakes, and he finds his way into the race lead. Mazinis Malgis from the front row, dropped back a little bit, but has fought his way back through into lead contention. Is there going to be a response from Harry Freeman? Not quite close enough through turn 11. And look already, the 264 definitely has got some pace in hand. Once he realised Van der Vecken was going to be a bit of a challenge, he worked his way through, but the inside opens up and straight back up the inside goes Harry Freeman, trying to get involved as well. It's Van der Vecken, but that attack is thwarted by Mazinis Malgis. What a move that was from the 278 of Harry Freeman. Back onto lap 8 of 11. Closing stages firmly ticking through. As Freeman parks the kart nicely in the middle of the circuit, you're turning and braking through turn number 2. So just as quickly as it flicks one way, it flicks the other. Leo Gonzalez, by the way, quick update on the Swiss driver. He's the highest gainer of anyone on the field, up 8 places, fighting away with the Dane driver of the 238 of Ronfeldt. As we're back onto the back stretch as Van der Vecken has to go defensive from Steenmon Kong, both of them on Tony Kart chassis. So it's the 278 of Harry Freeman, that's the one leading from the 264 of Mazinis Malgis. Then comes the 296 of Van der Vecken from Panu Steenmon Kong in towards turn 14 once again. Heading our way onto what will be the 3rd to final lap of the Junior Max Pre-final A. Onto the pit straight, is there an inside look maybe for the 264 who flicks his head back twice just to see and analyse the situation. Is Van der Vecken a bit of a threat? He decides that he is, goes for the attack on the inside of turn 2. Is that more an attack or is that more a defence, trying to thwart the Belgian from finding a way through? Through the long left at turn 5, Harry Freeman now leading has been leading for quite some time. A momentary lapse as Mazinis Maljas found a way through, and I'm sure maybe the 278 is going to learn his lesson from that one as he has to go defensive. Yeah, Mazinis Maljas thought about going for a similar move to the inside, but that would be too tight, and that would allow Van der Vecken to get through on the pair of them, and that's going to do no one any favours. Quite up and down the field, by the way, like I say. .238 of William Ronfelt fighting away with Leo Gonzalez as it's all kicking off, going in towards turn 14. They were momentarily 3 wide as Mazinis Maljas finds his way through up into the lead of the race, heading on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. But look at that, the up and under and the straight line speed from the 278 of Harry Freeman straight back into the race lead. Now towards turn number 2, Van der Vecken was able to hold off the attack from Steen Mon Kong and Avasil QT. Eva Morris getting involved as well. We've got 6 cards all involved in the lead and podium battles for the pre-final. Championship points on offer for this one. And also the all-important starting position for the final later on in the day. Harry Freeman now leads Mazinis Maljas, who tried something different, didn't go for the move here into turn 8, tried it into turn 14. Outside line there, that's Avasil QT trying to get the up and under on Bram Van der Vecken, but can't find a way through. A lap and a half left to go here at Sarno for the Junior Max Pre-final A. Lifting that inside rear tyre up as you load up the outside tyres as best as possible. That's the exact thing that you want to do in these karts. Put as much load on the outside tyre, press them into the ground to give you that grip as they once again make their way through turn 14. Eva Morris trying to find a way through on Avasil QT. Onto the final lap of the race then, and the 264, look at the run with the slipstream out of the final corner. The black helmeted Lithuanian driver finds his way through, and Van der Vecken goes with him, and it's all come undone for Harry Freeman because here comes Steen Mon Kong to the inside of turn number 2. And just like that, a blink of an eye, and Harry Freeman goes from the race lead down to P4. Mazinis Maljas now leads, this time from Van der Vecken, who's got 2/3 of a lap to reinstate himself at the front of the field. The KR Sport driver leads. Out of turn 7, look over the shoulder, is he safe? Because we've seen just how strong that slipstream is. He's not going to take any chances. Heavy braking in towards turn number 8, and the Mazinis Maljas able to hang on. The 278 as well. Harry Freeman has dropped all the way to the rear end of this train. Eva Morris has got him. He was leading for 10 laps and onto the 11th one. Mazinis Maljas and that sensational run to the inside of turn 1 has undone it all. What a Junior Max Pre-final this is. One of the best races we've seen all weekend long. Now out of the final couple of corners, the checker flag will wave. Who's it going to wave in favour of? Van der Vecken could get a good run here. We could have another drag race to the line. I think it is going to go the way of Mazinis Maljas though. Separated by 34 thousandths of a second. The top 3 by less than a tenth. Mazinis Maljas will take victory for the Junior Max Pre-final A and bring it home for his second victory of the weekend. Bram Van der Vecken from Panu Steen Mon Kong, the top 3. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time, but well, what an absolutely amazing race that was. We'll go to the highlights then, and it all kicked off. An immediately good start for Van der Vecken, who worked his way through, but immediately muscled wide from Avasil QT, and that involved everyone else into the battle. We then had the likes of Harry Freeman and Mazinis Maljas getting themselves involved. A couple of changes for the race lead, and then changing back. Harry Freeman was muscling his way back through on Mazinis Maljas, but the looks continued as the run here. This was the big change coming onto the final lap. Mazinis Maljas found his way through into the race lead, left Harry Freeman to dry on the outside. Then it was a drag race between the poleman and the driver he shared the front row with. Mazinis Maljas took victory for Junior Max Pre-final A, and we'll now run you through the results. Yeah, a brilliant race. Oh my goodness me, Junior Max never disappoints. And that was the 3rd pre-final of the day. Still, by the way, got 3 more to go before we head to a quick break and then at the finals in the afternoon. So make sure you are joining us, of course, for the all-important finals later on in the day. Mazinis Maljas will take victory from the Belgian driver Bram Van der Vecken. Then comes Panu Steen Mon Kong and Dragos Avasil QT. Harry Freeman completes the top 5 from Eva Morris and Rory Armstrong. Then comes Leo Gonzalez, an absolutely sensational recovery drive for the Swiss driver for MKC Motorsport. Then comes Liek van Broekel from William Ronfelt, completing the top 10. Behind that will be the likes of Vic van Kampenhouten, Vitsalis from Oliver Scheiss, and then comes Seidel, Ray and Gandor down in P15 from Bruno, Dan Engelsman, Tagliaferri, Emilio Savljevic, which, well, not expecting the Serbian to be that far down, to be honest. Vesnava completes the top 20, with Kieran Stewart being the lone driver at the back, the 227, not being able to make any progress forwards in this field, but all to come later on in the day for the finals. Some of these drivers, unfortunately, that'll be their last race of the day. We won't see them later on. Next up, of course, it will be pre-final B for the juniors. And this is a very stacked grid of drivers, to say the least. A lot more of our championship contenders in this one. And keep an eye on the likes of Kai Clark, because Rory Armstrong was in that last race. He finished P7, promoted himself up into P2 for Cole Denham. There's no drop scores in this championship. So Cole Denham's, well, his 453 is going to stay as is. He's going to lose a big chunk of points relative to those around him. That's going to promote Rory Armstrong and Kai Clark into the fight for the top 3 in the championship, and with it the grand final ticket. But Rory Armstrong finished P7 in that race. Kai Clark started this race on pole position ahead of Berge Maximoff. We'll obviously run you through that in a few moments' time. I think they're going to be going out in about 5 minutes or so. So we get a good opportunity just to speak through some things. Albert Friend, by the way, will start this race from P4. He took P1 and P2 across Heat 1 and Heat 2. Dropped back a little bit in Heat 3, but is still one of the favourites, I would say, for a podium contention in the final. You've also got the likes of Mate Kopahidze. Look out for the Georgian driver with the number 244. Has just been really consistent. I think it was a P9 in qualifying on Friday, and has been working his way forward and forward as the race goes on. In fact, actually right on quarter 2 the hour, we get Junior Pre-final B making their way onto the circuit. So I was just talking about how good this grid is. We'll run you through it in a few moments' time when they're all out onto the circuit, but don't shy away from the fact that this is going to be an absolutely electric battle from start to finish. Kai Clark, Berge Maximoff share the front row from Christian Sjersen, and Albert Friend keeping him company on row number 2. Then comes Mate Kopahidze from Renke. Then comes Matt Sadarsky, who took a victory in the heat yesterday. Shun Saguchi shares row number 4 from the reigning world champion Jacob Ashcroft, starting a bit further down than he'd have liked to after contact and maybe a bent chassis over yesterday, alongside Will Archer, who's had an absolutely sensational weekend. Poor qualifying, but will complete the top 10 for the pre-final grid. Behind that will be Alex Rogovski from Pascu. Then comes Sebastian Luch sharing the 7th row with Sam Collar. Then comes Ludigan from Luca Dimitri, Rosselli, Ison Seng, who all the way down in P18 would not expect to see them all the way back there, but well, that's the case that it's been. Then comes Karen Osler from Martin Stoltis, and Harry Taylor, P21, and last for Dan Holland Racing. What can he do over the course of the next 11 laps? Out onto the circuit then as they make their way around for their formation lap. And if you are now just joining us, hello and welcome. I hope everyone around the circuit, by the way, because I am going out to the circuit as well as the broadcast. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. I hope you all enjoyed your time here in Sarno. And for those that have travelled the long distance, I know a lot of you have. It's been an absolutely amazing weekend. I hope it was worth it for you. The weather is beautiful. The views are amazing. I've got some sensational views of the mountains here from the commentary box, and the track temp has and the air temp has gone up just a little bit, now 29 degrees, and expect that to increase as we get further and further through the afternoon as the Italian sun rises more and more. Out onto the circuit though, and Kai Clark will lead them round for KR Sport, and like I said, they've had a pretty decent weekend, to be honest. They've been up there or thereabouts. They took a 1-2, of course, in the Minimax. Berge Maximoff, though, alongside the Boven-powered Dutchman on the OTK chassis. Look out for him in the peppermint livery of the 230, now alongside the KR Sport Kai Clark, who's been very, very strong, actually, in the British Championships. Was racing with Jacob Ashcroft at Dunkerswell a few weeks ago for the 3rd round of UKC, and yeah, they gave each other a good old fight. Now they're battling, of course, here on the European stage at the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. At the final couple of corners. Look out for the 246 of Jacob Ashcroft, by the way. The mechanics did a fantastic job. We're speaking to a couple of them yesterday regarding Ashcroft's chassis. They've been able to bend it back into place, but there was a pretty big shunt as he nosedived back into the ground after taking off momentarily yesterday with contact with Leo Gonzalez. What can he do from P9 on the grid as the 267 of Kai Clark leads us around the final corner, gets an absolute jump on the rest of the field. The lights go out and we go racing, and that's a terrible start, I think, for the 230 Berge Maximoff. Not entirely sure. Yeah, I think we are going to get an extra formation up with that one. 4 out of 4 so far as Kai Clark tried to get the eager jump off the line. But alas, yeah, the stewards deeming that there was not what they wanted. Just a quick update as well by the sort of how it works. So across the heats yesterday and the heats today, the drivers will score points. and it's not like championship, but they do still store championship points in the pre-final. But when it comes to the starting positions for the final later on, that's accumulated. Basically, it's kind of like golf. You want to score as little points as possible. So P1 gets 0 points, P2, 2, 4, blah, 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 all the way down. Bram van der Vecken at the moment, across all of the heats and the pre-final, has got just 4 penalty points as such, and that means that at the moment he will start on pole position for the final this afternoon. Kai Clark at the moment on 6, Magnus Malgis on 10, so look out. And I'll keep you updated as the race goes on as to who's going to be starting where for the final. It just means that there's an extra incentive not only to get championship points, but it also decides their starting position for the final. And while it's not the be-all and end-all, we've seen that in bucket loads with the likes of Leo Gonzalez making up 10 places in the span of just one race. It is still possible, but just gives yourself that little extra helping hand when everyone is at their best at that final. So we'll do my best to keep you updated as to who's starting where for the final, but nonetheless, we'll get ourselves underway for the pre-final of the Rotax Junior Max. It's Kai Clark from Boaz Maximov on the front row. Behind that, Christian Sjernsen and Albert Friend just in behind. Look out for the 246 Dan Holland Racing of Jacob Ashcroft. Starting this race from P9, the reigning world champion of 2024, who of course was crowned world champion here at Sarno last year. They're very much crawling their way out of the final couple of corners. Kai Clark wanting to get the jump on the rest of the pack, wants to lead towards turn number 1, foot to the floor. The lights on the gantry will go out and we go racing. The 267 of Kai Clark on the left-hand side of your screen towards turn number 1. Again, not a great start for the Boven Power 230 of Boaz Maximov as we get ourselves underway for 11 laps of racing. Up into second place already is going to be the 298 of Christian Sjernsen, the Danish driver for RS Competition, up through into second. Nicely done as the KR Sport Kai Clark will lead through over the curb. Must be very bumpy as you open up turn number 7 as best as possible. The 244 as well. Look out for Mate Kopakidze for Dan Holland Racing. The Georgian driver has looked very, very strong all weekend long and already looking to make some more progress to the inside of turn number 8. That's going to leave one of the drivers wide. Kai Clark already been given a warning flag. The 267 in this race. Leading the way though from the 298, I believe, of Christian Sjernsen, as we'll see as they work their way in towards turn 14. A couple of sends being made. The 244, Mate Kopakidze, does not want to be waiting around, works his way through, I think, into second place. We'll see the exact running order of things as they break the beam and tick our way onto another lap. Yeah, Mate Kopakidze already up 3 places. Shun Sekiguchi up 5 into third. Then comes Boaz Maximov and Christian Sjernsen down to 5th place. Then comes Max Siderski, Albert Friend, Will Archer and Jacob Ashcroft, who stayed exactly where he is in P9. But those battles will continue once again onto another lap, through turn 5 onto lap 2. Boaz Maximov now through, Sekiguchi demoted to 5th place in the span of just a couple of corners. Look over the shoulder from Kopakidze in the blue, white and yellow Lando Norris livery for Dan Holland Racing. Trying to chase after the purple and white, is up over the curb there. Was that the 5th place driver of Sekiguchi? I think could well have been just on the exit, maybe getting on the power a bit too early off the back of turn number 8. And now chasing down, Mate Kopakidze has come into this Sunday with such pace, blitzes his way through into the race lead on Kai Clark. The inside opens up, wasn't really much of a contest, goes in a bit too deep though, and Kai Clark finds his way back through again. Mate Kopakidze though is making a statement. Started this race from P5, now challenging for the lead. Here comes Boaz Maximov as well, back to the inside as Mate Kopakidze takes the lead. The inside opened up for them as Kai Clark was left on the outside. Now also look for Christian Sjernsen as Kai Clark could be under pressure, but what a move that was from Kopakidze, and great capitalisation from Boaz Maximov to find his way through. Jacob Ashcroft has worked his way up in his 7th, Albert Friend there with P6. Still on the back of this train. Look out for the 219, look out for the 246. Defensive into the hairpin is the driver in 6th place, the 219 Albert Friend, who has been very racy in the orange helmet this weekend. That 3 of 11. Still got plenty of racing still to come. Still got 2 Senior Max pre-finals to come for this one as well. Look to the inside though for the race lead. Boaz Maximov finds his way through on Kopakidze. That's going to open the door for Kai Clark to muscle his way through. Kopakidze doesn't really have much of an answer for that one. A nice move. Saw really well by the 230, the OTK machine. The Peppermint livery now leads the race onto lap 4 of 11. And we're in a train of all the way back to P8. And towards turn number 2, no moves on this occasion. Boaz Maximov, like I say, through. Kai Clark, though, now leads as Mate Kopikitsi is there with him in second. So it just goes to show how quickly the pendulum can swing. The 2:30, Boris Maximoff led the opening phase of the lap. By the time they get to the halfway point, is already back into third place. But the inside opens up on Kopikitsi as they get the exit off the back of turn 8. Here comes Christian Sjernsen, the Danish driver for RS Competition, now on the inside as well. Look at that move from Kopikitsi, not waiting around at all to launch a bit of a counter-attack. The 2:98 of Sjernsen follows him through. Boris Maximoff from the lead to P5 on this lap, followed by the 2:59 of Alex Rogovski. Worked his way up now 5 places from P11 to P6. Still in the lead fight. They've got to be careful though, because Kai Clark, look at the gap he's got. He's going to be feeling quite comfortable with that one. Will Archer, what's happened to Will Archer? He's stumbled all the way down to P19 on this lap. A big shame for the driver that's had such a good weekend and has been fighting his way to get into a decent starting position. After qualifying, it's pretty much locked. You're going to be there or thereabouts all weekend long. But due to his efforts, he's been able to work his way back into a top 10 starting position, and unfortunately that's all now come undone in the pre-final. The 2:98 of Sjernsen looks to go to the inside. There was a move as well, I think, from Rogovski. Boris Maximoff getting involved with the Polish driver as well. That's the fight for P5 a bit further down. Mate Kopikitsi now trying to chase back after Kai Clark. Look over the shoulder from Clark as it's the 2:98 of Sjernsen under pressure now. Jacob Ashcroft not a million miles away. He's just in behind this battle. The 2:46, just in between them is the 2:97 of Max Siderski. Now defensive has to go Kai Clark. Mate Kopikitsi trying to launch a bit of an attack. Looks to go underneath through turn number 1, but can't quite get that one done. Kai Clark goes defensive to turn 2. Lap 6 of 11, over halfway through this race already. Kai Clark doing a fantastic job as to defend. Best lap of the race comes in from Jacob Ashcroft, the reigning world champion, up into 5th place. Slowly but surely picking his way through. One thing that was told yesterday, you can't win on the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. Maybe taking a bit more of an air of caution coming into this weekend, working his way through a bit more methodically, knowing he's got the time. 11 laps around Sarno, it's a good 11 minutes of time. That's plenty really in packs as tight as this one. Mate Kopikitsi under pressure though, as Sjernsen applies a bit of pressure, wants to be the one to lead the charge on Kai Clark. At the final corner, look over the shoulder, realises he's under attack. Mate Kopikitsi once again trying to launch an attack. Here comes Jacob Ashcroft to the inside. That would have been on Max Siderski through turn number 1. Nicely managed. As the inside opens up, Mate Kopikitsi with the up and under through the second phase of turn 2. Kai Clark went in a bit too deep. Mate Kopikitsi sacrificed the first bit and managed to get his way through on the second apex. Fantastically done from the Georgian driver. Look over the shoulder. Down the backstretch, under pressure from Sjernsen. Defensive goes the Dan Holland Racing Machine. The KL Sport though, of Kai Clark gets the up and under. There's side-to-side contact between the pair of them as they work their way once again through the S's. Then this long right-hander at turn 10 into 11. Kai Clark once again works his way into the lead. It's chopping and changing here, there and everywhere, with just 4 laps of this race left to go. Jacob Ashcroft fighting away with likes of Ison Seng. By the way, the 2:10 up 13 places for the Taiwanese driver. The 2:44 Mate Kopikitsi will go for the lead once again. Ison Seng's ascension has just been absolutely incredible. And it's a swarm of Junior Max karts going in towards turn number 2 as they all try and pick their space. Which line is going to be favourable? You don't really know until you get there. Lap 8 of 11. Kai Clark now trailing Mate Kopikitsi after a sensational move to turn 1. But Ison Seng obviously jostling around in the pack a little bit, but amazing. Up 12 places provisionally, a point forward from Jacob Ashcroft, who's now involved. He's up into P3 as the fight squabbles on behind. Max Siderski versus Boris Maximoff. Kai Clark gets another warning flag. Got to be careful. Don't want to get yourself a 5-second penalty from the stewards at this stage of the race, especially with just how close the pack behind is. A 5 seconds could be detrimental. Boris Maximoff drops to P6. Point forward from Ashcroft. He wants to work together. And the crafting of a world champion there, he's not interested in the short-term gains because he knows it's going to lead to a long-term loss. He wants to get after Mate Kopikitsi. He wants the challenge for the race lead. He's not interested in just squabbling for second. He's a world champion. He wants to win. Inside line for Mate Kopikitsi. It's a KL Sports sandwich with Dan Holland bread. Lap 9 of 11, 3 to go. Through the right of turn number 4, Mate Kopakidze now in a position to defend. He's settled into the lead for a couple of laps, and that's been a luxury that he's not been afforded before. It's been pretty much he gets the lead, Kai Clark gets him pretty much immediately back. Kopakidze parking the kart nicely in the middle of the circuit, still gets the exit that he needs as to defend that lead. Ashcroft from Max Siderski, then comes Ison Seng in P5. Behind that is the 284 of Sam Collar, who himself has worked his way up a good couple of places. Up 6 from his starting position. As things stand. Onto the penultimate lap of the race though, lap 10 of 11. It's been boarding down to this for the pre-final B for the Junior Max, setting us up for what could be an absolutely amazing final, side by side towards the opening corner. The up and under is there for Kai Clark. Mate Kopakidze can't cover it off. Ashcroft now going to push him to the inside, muscle his way through. Mate Kopakidze, just like that, goes from first to third. Very clever racecraft shown from Kai Clark and equally from Jacob Ashcroft to follow him through and use him as a bit of a battering ram on his teammate. A lap and a half still to go. Christian Sørensen sets the fast lap of the race. Ashcroft now from P9 to P2. Ison Seng up 13 places, by the way. Inside line for Kai Clark as he keeps the lead of the race, but Ashcroft is applying that pressure. He's got Mate Kopakidze for company. Siderski and Ison Seng have closed themselves back in for what could be 5 karts in control for the lead. About a lap and a third left to go. Jacob Ashcroft all over the rear end of the 267. Out of the final corner for the penultimate time. One more tour of Sarno before the final this afternoon. Jacob Ashcroft can't find the space to the inside, but thinks about it definitely. Under investigation, Bersh Maximoff from the stewards. That's the last thing you want to know about. Onto the final lap of the race. Kai Clark just doing a good job as to defend. Outside line though, look at that from Siderski. He puts his foot down around the outside, and while Mate Kopakidze was boxed in by the 2 leaders, Siderski saw an opportunity and finds his way through in a 3rd place. So now as they work their way onto the back straight for the final time, it's Clark from Ashcroft who has to go to the outside, and that's going to open the door for Siderski. Ashcroft tried to go for the up and under, and that was a mistake. He's now dropped his way to 5th place after contending for the lead. All of the hard work that Ashcroft has put into this race, arguably now undone. With just half a lap left to go, so could we see Siderski go for a last lap charge? The momentum has swung the way of the 297 of the SP Motorsport machine. Through the final couple of corners, I think Kai Clark might just be able to hold on. It's going to be a pole to flag victory. But oh my goodness, does that not tell the whole story? A drag race to the line, but it will wave in favour of Kai Clark across the line, and the top 3 are separated by 14 thousandths of a second. Kai Clark will take victory for pre-final B. Mate Kopakidze will just tip Siderski, and it was 3 wide as the checker flag waved. Ison Seng from Jacob Ashcroft the top 5, and what a race that was for Taiwanese driver. Let's take a look at the highlights. A good start from Kai Clark initially after the 2nd attempt. He led for the first couple of laps, but very quickly Mate Kopakidze was on his case. He sent a couple of moves to the inside, like this one, to the inside of turn number 14 on the 2nd or 3rd lap of the race. The up and under was there though for Kai Clark, who very quickly found his way back through, and that battle would rage on. A similar move being made into the exact same corner as Mate Kopakidze just had some pace advantage. But once again, Kai Clark was there, able to thwart it. The battle then ensued between the likes of Siderski, Ison Seng, Jacob Ashcroft, Albert Friend getting themselves involved as well, as this was the move that saw Kai Clark retake the lead, and Jacob Ashcroft went with him onto the penultimate lap of the race. Really clever stuff from Ashcroft, but then the next lap came and Siderski just had the momentum, did not wait around for an invitation, kept his foot in on Kopakidze, and would then challenge for the lead to the line. Mate Kopakidze though would take to 2nd place as Kai Clark took victory. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments time, but my oh my, what a way to end off Junior Max action this morning. Kai Clark takes victory from Mate Kopakidze, and Max Siderski, the top 3 separated by 14 thousandths of a second. Ison Seng, by the way, from P18 on the grid to P4. Jacob Ashcroft from P9 to P5. Then comes Albert Friend. Then comes the KRK Racing of Alex Rogovski. Then comes Christian Sørensen, Sam Collar and Pascu at the top 10. Behind that, Bersh Maximoff under investigation from the stewards, from the Turkish driver of Ludigan. Then comes Shun Sukuchi, Sebastian Leutsch, Rosselli, Osler, Will Archer, all the way down to P17 after a top 10 start. Then comes Luca Dumitru from Mikael Scholtes. Then comes Renka, the top 20. Behind that, Harry Taylor did not start this race and thus will not be classified. Will be unlikely that we see him in the final later on. That's going to wrap it up then for Junior Max in this morning's action. Next up, of course, we've got 2 more heats, 2 more pre-finals before we go to the break, and then we'll be back for racing action this afternoon with the finals. Very much looking forward to getting this one underway. Of course, the Senior Max, a very, very tight championship coming all the way to the end. It's Sean Butcher versus Macaulay Bishop, really the two to look out for in the final, and obviously in the pre-finals. They're not sharing the grid. We've got a very, very tight championship battle. Let's take a recap then as to how things have been racking up in the Senior Max. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the fifth pre-final of the day and the first of the Senior Max. And before the break, I was just saying as to how close the championship battle is between Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop, with Tees van Vick and Cian Geraghty very, very close in the battle for the final place inside the top three, and with it, that ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. Cian Geraghty, of course, will be out in what will be pre-final B, so we won't see him for a little while, but we will see, I believe, no, we won't even see Tees van Vick in this one. We'll see York van Vick in this one, but we won't see Tees. So we'll see those two go to battle for championship points. Just 9 points separating the ticket threshold as the karts now make their way onto the grid. It'll be 12 laps of racing for the Senior Max as they negotiate their way around Sarno for what will be, hopefully, 2 formation laps. So far, we've had a pretty decent streak of a false start. Hopefully that won't be the case come the Senior Max. But like I say, Sean Butcher, Macaulay Bishop, look out for those two, as Macaulay Bishop is one of them. He'll share the front row with Tino Sidler, who's undefeated so far this weekend. 3 heats, 3 victories. Can he do that in the pre-final? York van Vick from Cameron Nelson, who's been very strong alongside him on row number 2. Then comes Sebastian Koch from Vicker. Then comes Connick and Lizzie Mentia on row number 4. Lemieux from Bergstein, the 5th row. Then comes Pinto from Lavar and Mikael Soltis on the 13th position. Then comes Chris Holtz from Arno Saborian on P15. Giacinto from the Dutchman of Bach alongside the Latvian on row number 9 of Spike. Then comes Kalapach and Kai Vitek inside the top 20. And a very big senior Rotax grid, I should say. Because behind that in P21 you've got the likes of Thomas Strelle, then comes Alex Sigel from Frederick Jules Sorensen, D. Pascal from Ralph van der Pavert, then comes Ulrichs and Ben Ziegler, the 27th and final driver to take to the grid for Craft Motorsport on the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. Rotax Max Senior then about to get itself underway for pre-final A, and like I say, a couple of people to look out for, particularly in this race, usually towards the front, but Tino Sidler and Macaulay Bishop, the front row. Sidler, like I say, coming into this, not really anywhere in terms of the championship, can challenge for a top 10 and probably will find his way into the top 10 in the championship. However, looking to continue his streak of victories, took 3 out of 3 in the heats. Macaulay Bishop, of course, has been strong in the heats, poor in qualifying, but his starts have just been immaculate. This is the highest grid start that he's had all weekend long. What can he do as he tries to challenge Sean Butcher for the championship? York van Vick and Cameron Nelson behind that as well. Both of them been very consistent. York van Vick, though, consistent maybe not in the best of ways. He's gone from P2 to P4 in all of the heats. This time, though, the 333 starts from 3rd, and that's got to mean something, right? The downhill racing machine this time will have the inside line towards turn number 1, and as we've seen all weekend and all day thus far, it's been pretty favourable to have that advantage. So we'll see what it can bring us as the drivers crawl their way around now into what is going to be turn 14. So a couple more corners towards the end of their second formation lap. I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage thus far. We've been bringing you all of the action here at Sarno for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Round number 4 here at Sarno, setting us up for the finals with our pre-final action. It's the 310, downhill racing alongside his teammate of Macaulay Bishop, the 390. As the drivers, the lights will go out on the gantry as we go racing. The 310 on the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the circuit is Tino Sidler. He leads towards turn number 1 as Jort van Vick finds his way through on Macaulay Bishop through the opening corner. Now in towards turn number 2 as they worm their way through the very long right-hander, the 333 of Jort van Vick trying to get himself involved, but I think Macaulay Bishop was able to launch a bit of a counter-attack in the 390. Now as they negotiate the opening couple of corners, it's Sidler, Bishop, then comes Van Vick and Cameron Nelson, the top 4. Sebastian Koch has worked his way up into P5 as well, so nicely done, of course, from the German driver. Sent to the inside there as well, and that's going to offside Macaulay Bishop. He loses 2 places in the span of 1 corner. An absolute launch from Van Vick as they work their way through one of the tightest sequences on the circuit. The back straight hairpin, of course, the prime overtaking opportunity, and that's allowed Tino Sidler to get away. We'll see what the situation is as they break the beam for the first time, but the 390 Macaulay Bishop through now into second place as they work their way out of the final corner. Head down, of course, the human DRS. The 390 tailing now Tino Sidler, but able to close back into things. Cameron Nelson, Sebastian Koch and Jort van Vick at the top 5. I think it was the Dutchman that got ever so slightly off-sighted through the hairpin. Yeah, the 333. Then comes the 399. Rounding up the top 6. Lap 2 of 12 already. Flying through these races, of course. So we've only got one more after this one before the lunch break, and that's going to set us up for the final races of the day. Having a good offensive there, the fight for P5. That's Jort van Vick in the blue overalls. Tino Sidler got control in this race. He's pretty much been doing that all weekend. Those, of course, at the circuit will know, have been following the action all weekend long. Those, of course, watching at home, a quick summary. Tino Sidler has just been on fire. His starts so punchy. The first couple of laps, he's vastly unchallenged by those behind. It's then, obviously, as they then start to reel themselves in. But similar to what we saw earlier on in the day, they actually get a good enough launch that they have to worry about the attacks less. However, Macaulay Bishop does not wait around. As soon as he's got the momentum to find a way through into the lead, he does exactly that. Works his way nicely into P1. And, of course, what is a potentially championship crowning weekend for Macaulay Bishop, already a British champion over in the UK. Wants to come to Europe and show his worth, get that ticket to the grand finals. 310 of Tino Sidler then has to tuck back in behind his teammate. Not at all the priority though, just what team or colours they race under. They want to win themselves. That's why they get up every morning, that's why they travel sometimes hundreds, thousands of miles to race here at one of the biggest stages you can get in karting. One of the highest levels of competition these drivers will pretty much ever race in because of how tight and competitive it is. Now out of the final corner, the 310 of Tino Sidler looks to retake the race lead, does exactly that onto lap 4 of 12. Macaulay Bishop has to look over his shoulder because here comes Cameron Nelson, looks to the inside of turn 2. And Cameron Nelson picks his way past the 314 of Sebastian Koch as well, looking to get involved. Jort van Vick up to 4th place. So a move for Cameron Nelson there has promoted him up to P2 and demoted Macaulay Bishop down to P5. Just goes to show, like I say, the momentum, it's so important. As soon as you get overtaken once, it's so easy then thereafter for people to just capitalise on that. Like a shark smelling blood in the water, they surround you and then just overwhelm you with some attacks. You get muscled wide, you lose that momentum, and everyone finds a way through, exactly like what's happening here as Macaulay Bishop launches a bit of a counter-attack on the back of the 333 of Jort van Vick. The 333 in P3. A fight for the lead, though, contesting as Tino Sidler trying to get away from Cameron Nelson as the rest of the pack emerge back onto the back straight. The 390, Macaulay Bishop recovers nicely, dropped back to 5th on that lap, but very quickly found his way back through into 3rd. Now has to hope that the top 2 battle to allow him back into contention. Nearly halfway through this race already. And it's Tino Sidler from Cameron Nelson. Then comes Jort van Vick, Macaulay Bishop, and the 393 of Antoine Lemieux, the top 5. And that very quickly changes though as Sebastian Koch has tumbled his way, the 314 outside the top 10 to P11, just ahead of the 383 of Jan Pinto. Following now, you can see the 310, the downhill racing, the blue, yellow and white colours of the Lando Norris kart chassis. Cameron Nelson, of course, right there with him. Also for Downhill Racing, it's been a 1, 2 and 3 for them so far in this race. They're looking very, very strong indeed as an outfit. 1, 2, 3 and 4. No, 1, 2 and 3. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. Another triple 3 of York Van Vick for Downhill Racing as well. So KR Sport, talking of them having a good weekend. Downhill Racing in Minimax, one of the favourites. Update as to how things go with the penalties, by the way. Tino Sidler and Sean Butcher, as things stand, will be matched on points. Tino Sidler winning will pick up 0. If Sean Butcher can win his respective heat, they'll go into the finals matched on the penalty points, that golf-style starting grid where you want the minimum amount of points possible across all of the heats. Macaulay Bishop will start provisionally from 5th, then from Teresa Babakova, who we'll see in a few moments' time. All to play for still in the final as we find ourselves halfway through this race already. Like I say, Dan Holland 1, 2, 3 and 4. Another lap in the books. Tino Sidler look over the shoulder. No real contest as of yet with Cameron Nelson firmly just in behind. A look over maybe in towards turn number 2. The 304 setting up a bit of a switch back through turn 2. You can see just how wide they take the mid part of the apex. I think it just slightly dips slightly downhill. But that's the usual line. When they've got karts behind them, they actually hug it really, really tight, because the moment that, even though over a lap it is going to be quicker, or in a quali lap, that's the line you want to take. In a race, you open up the inside by soaring off, Ving off the corner. You go in hot, brake, pitch the kart, get a straight exit. In doing so, you open the inside, and even though you set yourself up for a better exit, if there's a kart already on the apex, it makes it a little bit more difficult. We saw that in Junior Max with the Belgian driver, Van der Vecken, was muscled wide through that corner, doing the exact same thing. Thought he was safe to take the normal racing line to try and catch the karts in front, and very quickly found himself overtaken. The pack bunching back up though as they work their way back onto the start-finish straight to finish lap number 7, take us on to lap number 8 already. 2/3 of the way through this race as Tino Sidler has to defend from Cameron Nelson. The 304 closing in, so too Macaulay Bishop. York Van Vick a couple of seconds back actually. So the top 3 all down on the racing backed, all fighting for the race lead. Best lap from Macaulay Bishop, sub-minute rapid pace for the Senior Max. 59.9 I think it showed. Indeed so, 59.912. And to the inside there, Macaulay Bishop as well through turn number 8. Saw the space. I don't really think Cameron Nelson fought that one too hard. Bishop has definitely got the pace advantage and wants to claw himself a bit closer and closer towards the front the front row. He's already on the front 2 rows. He's on the second row as things stand provisionally. So Bishop through into second. Now has to chase after Tino Sidler, who, like I say, for a couple of laps was under a bit of pressure, of course, but his start has just allowed him to settle into a nice rhythm, and while those battle behind, he then fires off into the distance. Of 12, 3/4 of the race complete. Small quarter left to go. 3.5 laps of this race remaining. And Tino Sidler doing a fantastic job just to keep his composure. As it stands, it'll be 4 from 4 in terms of victories. The only person so far to be flawless, the closest that we got was Sem Nopiez in DD2. He's taken 3 of 4 victories so far in the weekend. Tino Sidler could do what could be almost unheard of is all 5. He's had to fight both championship rivals, Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop, on multiple occasions over the course of Friday and Saturday. He's had to deal with tremendous pressure from everyone behind, and oh my word, an audacious dive from Macaulay Bishop to take the race lead. Did not even see that one coming. He was in a different postcode to Tino Sidler. I'm sure the 310 didn't even expect the move to be done there. On to lap 10 of 12, and following him through goes the 304 of Cameron Nelson, trying to get the up and under. Macaulay Bishop has to defend towards turn number 2. Tino Sidler in the chrome gold helmet, the 310 Dallon racing machine, goes from 1st to 3rd. Macaulay Bishop, brave on the brakes, but committed, and that's one of those moves where you do just have to commit. As soon as you back out, you lock the rears, you go sideways, there's contact. But he committed, he held his nerve, and finds his way into the race lead. And this, as it stands, will demote Tino Sidler to the second row, will promote Macaulay Bishop to the front row with Sean Butcher when it comes to the final. The up and under is there, though, for Tino Sidler as he works his way back up into second place, fighting with Cameron Nelson. The 310 back through in a second. 2.5 laps left to go. Macaulay Bishop now able to lead. Look over the shoulder. He thinks he's quite safe. However, it's not over until it's over. Through the left, through the right. Is Macaulay Bishop safe? Penultimate lap of the race. The inside doesn't open up for the 310. There's no space, not even a look. Defensive towards turn number 2. Cameron Nelson on the furthest extremities of the circuit through turn 2 and tries to have the agility the long way round. Tried to think that Tino Sidler was boxed in by Macaulay Bishop. It was a good effort. Jort van Vick now closing back in because of the top 3 battling away. Now out of turn 7, Macaulay Bishop is going to have a hard time as to defend this one. It has been changing as well in the pack. You've seen the likes of the 392 of Jur Levar gain a few places as the 304 of Cameron Nelson can't quite seal a deal through the hairpin. We've got a lap and a half left to go for Senior Max Pre-final A. Still got Pre-final B to go yet, and we've got the other championship rival contesting in that one. Going towards turn 14. Cameron Nelson seems to be slightly more tidy through the S section. That could put him onto the front foot going on to the final lap of the race. Lap 12 of 12, and Macaulay Bishop has to go defensive. The up and under could be there for Cameron Nelson. He's trying to replicate what Jacob Ashcroft did in the juniors. Macaulay Bishop, though, able to force Tino Sidler to the right-hand side. Could the dominant streak be over? 2/3 of a lap left to go. Jort van Vick. It's a Dan Holland 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's a team civil war going on here in Italy. And Jort van Vick, the 333, making up the rear end of this train in the blue overalls. Macaulay Bishop just able to lead. Forced Tino Sidler to concede going in towards turn number 2. Not going to take any chances with a defensive line towards turn 8. The 333 gets the up and under maybe on Cameron Nelson. Does he get the speed? The next corner is a left-hander though, and that's going to swing in favour of Cameron Nelson. Now on towards turn 11. Macaulay Bishop in front of Tino Sidler. In front of Cameron Nelson. In front of Jort van Vick. 4 corners left to go. Is there a send for Tino Sidler in towards turn 14? Is Macaulay Bishop even going to give him the opportunity? Jort van Vick around the outside of turn 14. Cameron Nelson trying to force him to the inside, but that's not going to be enough. The 333 takes 3rd place. Macaulay Bishop, the checker flag will wave. Once again, a track race to the line, but it's not enough. Tino Sidler, and his win streak is over. Macaulay Bishop takes victory for Senior Max Pre-final A. And there's dust being kicked up in the background as well. Who's that? That's lost some bodywork. What a race that was. Lizzie Mentia finishing just within 0.5 of a second of who would have been Sebastian Koch for P9. Let's take a look then at the highlights, and it was a good launch for the pole sitter of Tino Sidler. Macaulay Bishop dropped back into the pack ever so slightly from the front row start, but very quickly muscled his way back through, did the 390. There was battles throughout the field. He picked his way back through onto Cameron Nelson to find his way in a 2nd place. Not really much contest as then the battle raged on for over half of the race. Macaulay Bishop versus Tino Sidler versus Cameron Nelson. We saw a sensational switchback from Nelson. That promoted him momentarily into 2nd place. Then on the final lap, Jort van Vick got himself involved with a very aggressive move to the inside of the penultimate corner. Cameron Nelson had to give him the space, and it was then Macaulay Bishop that would take victory, an all-important victory for 55 championship points in his hunt for the Senior Max Euro Trophy in 2025. Next up, of course, we'll have the Pre-final B, but let's run you through the results first. Macaulay Bishop from Tino Sidler separated by just over 0.5 of a second. Jort van Vick from Cameron Nelson, 3 and 4 for Dan Holland Racing, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then comes Koenig from, then comes Pinto from Jur Levar, Antoine Lemieux from Sebastian Koch and Lizzie Mentia, the top 10. Then comes Giacinto, Thomas Strehler from Vicker. Then comes Sebastian Berstein from Kai Vitek, working his way up 5 places. Then comes Arnar Saborian from Back Holtz. Then comes Mikhail Soltis from the Latvian driver of Spike, the 666. And then, of course, behind that, you've got the Hungarian of Kalapac from Ralf van der Pervert, D. Pascal. Then comes Alex Sigel from Ben Ziegler, Ulrichs and Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, the 27th and final driver to be classified in the Senior Max Pre-final A. We move very swiftly on to Senior Pre-final B. This is one, of course, that will have our championship leader of Sean Butcher coming into this weekend, yet to take victory in a final. Took victory in a pre-final at Genk, took victory in a pre-final at Wackersdorf, took victory in a pre-final at Trinek for round number 2. His best result in a final, though, is only P2. I say only P2. He's been incredibly consistent all weekend long and all season long in 2025. He sits 20 points clear of Macaulay Bishop in the championship. Ideally needs a victory in this race. If he finishes any lower than that, he'll get 2 penalty points and he'll be dropped to P2. Macaulay Bishop will then take the pole position following his victory in Pre-final B. So this could be one to watch out for. Of course, Sean Butcher, like I say, as soon as the carts are out on circuit, we'll run you through the grid and things, but Sean Butcher will start from pole position. One to look out for as well is the 663 Dan Holland Racing Czech driver of Teresa Babakova. Has just been incredibly quick, as the young driver. Up there or thereabouts, fighting for podiums and wins for the best part of Friday, Saturday and Sunday now. And I expect that to be the exact same thing. Also look out for Cian Geraghty. Struggled in Heat 1 and Heat 2. Despite actually, conversely from what we typically expect from Cian Geraghty, especially in the UK Championships, he's not really the best qualifier, but usually very, very strong in the race. As is the case as you'll see if you watch any of the British Championships that Cian Geraghty races, and usually very, very good in the race. This weekend it's been the opposite. He was very, very good in qualifying, was fastest in Group B, and that put him on pole for a couple of races. However, did struggle a little bit. It was only until Heat 3 that he actually found his way onto the podium and contending for the race lead. So look out for Cian Geraghty. He's definitely found his form a little bit again and is contending with Tiesj van Wyk, who he finds himself alongside on the second row of the grid. They're separated by just 9 points in the championship, and whoever wins out between the pair of them will get that ticket to the grand final come Bahrain in a couple of months' time. So obviously there's some tension maybe boiling between the pair of them with, like I say, Cian Geraghty P4 in the championship, the 337 Strawberry Racing OTK, and then look out for the Dan Holland Racing liveried Tiesj van Wyk, the Flying Dutchman. Someone else to look out for will be Charlie Smith, who starts from P5 on the grid in this race, has been on the podium on 2 occasions, the American driver for Strawberry Racing. Heat 3 struggled a little bit. I think he was just outside the top 10 or P10, somewhere in that sort of range. But overall has been very, very good in terms of fighting his way forward. Looking through the rest of the field, we've got the likes of Tatu Nakale, was contact with Arno Saporin, who we saw just now in pre-final A. That demoted him a couple of places, sees him now start from P9 for pre-final B, but still very, very strong. Was fighting towards the front end of the field through Friday and Saturday. So look out for the 318 again, the Strawberry Racing, the Peppermint liveried OTK throughout the rest of the race. Other than that, we've got some amazing talent started all the way back through to Edoardo Picardi in P27. Gianmarco Cortopassi is an interesting one. The Italian driver, obviously on home soil, didn't get the best of qualifyings, but the racing, I think in one of them was up 13, maybe 14 places from P27, and starting this race from what will be P24. We'll confirm the grid order in a few minutes' time as karts are now making their way out for their 2 formation laps. Gianmarco Cortopassi, look out for the MKC Motorsport on the timing screen as they climb their way through the order. I hope everyone is enjoying the coverage, by the way. Hello and welcome. If you are now just joining us, let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering on for, what race you're most looking forward to, and what has been your highlight of the season. Carts back out on circuit. We'll run you through the grid, like I say, in a few moments' time. The track temp and air temp has increased. We're now into the 30s, as I did kind of expect as we make our way towards the late morning and towards the early afternoon. This will be the final race of this morning's action, and Sean Butcher, our championship leader, will be alongside Teresa Babakova on front row. Then comes Tiesj van Wyk and Cian Geraghty, 3 and 4 on the grid, 3 and 4 in the championship to decide that final ticket to the grand finals. Charlie Smith alongside Knut Nielsen, then comes Matthias Kjær up from Sven Obben from Tatu Nakale and Orton Sama, the top 10 drivers. Behind that will be Piccolo from Danny Shields, then comes Metha from William Pemble, then comes the Slovakian driver Craft Motorsport 374 of Bavar, then comes Bosshaus from Bebenova and Yonkers, the top 18, then comes Pola from Abichebi, the Turkish driver in P20, then comes Chibin from Zani, then comes the Swiss driver, the 636 in P23 of Sidler, then comes Gianmarco Cortopassi, the 25th driver of Deacon Russell, then comes Frederic Lemieux and Edoardo Picardi, the 27th and final driver to take to the field. I'm very much looking forward to getting the pre-final B underway. And I, for one, like I say, the last 5 races of racing action have just been on fire. Senior Rotax pre-final B, it should be very different, I would imagine. It's, setting ourselves up for what should be amazing action this afternoon. Like I say, we'll be going back live after this one. Obviously, this race now getting itself underway. After this, we'll then go to a lunch break. We'll be back around about sort of 1 o'clock for the start of the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. We've then got the minis, the juniors and the seniors still to come after that, so don't go anywhere, of course. Get yourself a nice lunch break for those watching at home, and then get yourself ready and geared up for the finale of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2025. We battled our way through the Winter Cup, the Euro Trophy, of course a lot of these drivers racing in the International Trophy and their national trophies as well at home, all boiling down to all trying to vie for those tickets to the World Championship in Bahrain in 2025. Sean Butcher, the 357 KR Sport, you can see the purple and blue liveried cart just ahead of Teresa Babakova for Dan Holland Racing, who took a 1, 2, 3 and 4 in Minimax Pre-final A. So they're calling their way towards the start-finish line now. The lights will be on at the gantry, awaiting the arrival of the 357 with the sort of orangey red and white helmet with the all-white overalls. The 663 of Teresa Babakova. She's going to be trying to challenge for her first victory of the weekend and put herself in good stead and maybe upset the championship leader just that little bit. They emerge out of the final corner. The lights on the gantry will go out and will go racing. 12 laps of racing ahead of us, and inside line for Sean Butcher. He holds the race lead. Teresa Babakova able to keep her foot in around the outside towards turn number 2 as well. Nicely done from the Czech driver in towards the long sweeping right-hander at turn number 2, and one of the drivers caught out the 337 of Kian Geraghty, not getting off to the best of starts. He tumbles his way from 4th to, well, I think he only lost it actually in the end of place, back to 5th, so not too bad actually. Damage limitation for the Strawberry Racing British driver, but could very well have spelt disaster, puts him on the back foot ever so slightly. You've also see the Dan Holland Racing 369 of Thies van Vick just in behind. Through turn number 8 for the first time, opening us up for 12 laps of racing action. So Sean Butcher leads from Teresa Babakova. Pole position, so valuable. And Sean Butcher needs to win this race in order to tip Macaulay Bishop to that pole position come the final. If Macaulay Bishop's on his outside, it puts him on the back foot and allows Sean Butcher to get away later on. If he loses this race to Babakova, it could well spell a different story for the championship leader. Now towards turn number 1, heads down for the human DRS, the 357 parking it in the middle of the circuit. You've got the 308 of Charlie Smith going defensive to Kian Geraghty. In towards turn number 2, and the move is made there. Teresa Babakova goes for the lead. Sean Butcher leaves the door open. And we saw that yesterday actually. Sean Butcher, I think it was on Tino Sidler. The exact same sort of mistake, just opening up turn 2 a bit too much. Babakova then sent it on the brakes and found her way through now into the race lead. Nicely done indeed from the Czech driver, but the counter-attack immediately on. A look to the inside as Kian Geraghty and those behind, the likes of Kjellerup and Knut Nielsen, battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Quite a bumpy circuit around Sarno, especially through, you'll notice in turn number 1, you'll see a big compression on the karts through what is effectively the fastest corner on the circuit to open up the lap. As they work their way through the left, then the right, onto lap number 3 of 12, already nearly a quarter of the way through. As Babakova will lead Sean Butcher, will lead Thies van Vick, will lead Kian Geraghty and Matthias Kjellerup, the top 5 through the long sweeping turn 2. Not really much contest amongst the top 7, albeit very, very close. Quick run through then. It's Teresa Babakova from Sean Butcher, Thies van Vick, Kian Geraghty, Matthias Kjellerup and Knut Nielsen. Then comes the 2 in Le Calais. Then comes the 363 of Cas Boshouse with Charlie Smith and Danny Shields running up the top 10 as they run. Sean Butcher, he's already been able to find his way back into the race lead as the 357 on Teresa Babakova. That must have been through turn 8. So a swap for the lead between the 357 and the 663. KR Sport back into control of this race. Lap 3 of 12 in the books. We head away onto lap 4, and look at the gap that they've got back to the 337 of Kian Geraghty, closely followed by Matthias Kjellerup, the Danish driver, towards turn number 2, and Sean Butcher in control, not really opening up the inside once again for Teresa Babakova. They've got a good couple of kart lengths. Kian Geraghty recovering really, really well, actually. After a slightly poor start, has actually made his way up a place. Thies van Vick as well is down to P7, and that's not going to be great for the championship points. As things stand, Kian Geraghty will be scoring, off the top of my head, 50 points. And with Thies van Vick in 7th, that's going to be 46 points going the way of the Dutch driver. That's already halved the advantage that Thies van Vick had on Kian Geraghty coming into this weekend. So already looking quite good if Geraghty can keep this momentum up to get that pass, get that ticket to the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see though, because it is very much turmoil in the battle for P3 and below. Now it's Kjellerup that leads Geraghty. In fact, actually no, Geraghty's dropped all the way back to that train. It's Knut Nielsen and 2 in Le Calais that now lead Kian Geraghty as well, as he drops to P6. So now only 1 point separating Geraghty and Van Vick for the championship, at least scoring in this race. It will then bring the advantage that Van Vick has down to just 8, which isn't huge, but still an advantage nonetheless. Sean Butcher leading Babakova. That's the battle we're following here now. You can see the white striped KR Sport machine closely followed by the yellow and cart, the blue, yellow and white of Babakova. Nearly halfway through this race already. We've flown through the pre-finals. Caught Parsi with a black and white warning flag. He's climbed his way up 5 places to P19. You can see him the 364 on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower. Some big gainers as well, by the way. Inside the top 10, the biggest one is Matthias Kjellerup and Tatouan Lekale. Also, I lie, it's Kaz Boshaus. He's up 7 places from P16 to P9. As we tick away to the halfway mark, got the Turkish driver as well. That, of course, being the 633 of Chebi. Matthias Kjellerup now with the fastest lap of the race. So 1:187 goes quicker than anybody. Now closing back into the top 2. Leading what is a Danish 3 and 4 with Knud Nielsen directly behind. Now a look to the inside. Here comes Teresa Babakova late on the brakes towards turn number 8. That was a nice move indeed. Sean Butcher, I don't think was expecting that one. As once again the lead changes hands. This is going to allow the Danish pair of Kjellerup and Nielsen to close back in. But now the Czech driver leads from the British Sean Butcher. Turn 14 winds its way through into the left, then the right to end off the lap. As they're side by side, I think that could well have been Cian Geraghty and Tatouan Lekale. Also very close behind that, Tees Van Vick and Charlie Smith. Also Kaz Boshaus, who's tumbled his way outside of the top 10, actually now behind Otten Sama and behind William Pemble. Babakova, though, in control of this race. Over half distance complete. Still got 5.5 laps left to go. Matthias Kjellerup once again sets the fast lap of the race. This time a minute.018. We were sub-minute in pre-final A. Teetering on the edge of that, flirting on the edge of that with a 0.18. So 18 thousandths of a second off being sub-minute. Well, correct, 19 thousandths of a second off. The gap is closing. Butcher now, you can see Kjellerup has dropped Nielsen for 4th place. He's now dropping into the path of the likes of Tatouan Lekale and Cian Geraghty for what would be at best in this race 4th. Lekale looks to go to the inside of Knud Nielsen. We just saw the back end of it through the background of turn 14 onto lap 8 of 12. Point forward there, and I think the agreement is made from Tatouan Lekale to work with Nielsen to maybe get after this, because Sean Butcher trying to mount a challenge on Teresa Babakova, getting involved as well. The KR Sport teammate of Matthias Kjellerup can't quite mount a challenge on the Danahoen Racing Ellen Kart chassis of Babakova, but the Czech driver losing the lead once again. Sean Butcher set that up perfectly. A good run through turn 1, set him up through turn 2. Was late enough on the brakes and committed very nicely. Now in towards turn number 8, you can see the 353 of Kjellerup trying to get the up and under on Babakova. He's to go the outside though through the S's. It's never really going to work. It's always tricky there. As long as you can get a good enough exit on the inside of turn 8, you've got then the inside for the first part of the S's, and that's always going to swing in your favour. But they don't want to fight too hard for P2. They've got Sean Butcher there for P1, and Macaulay Bishop will be watching this race, hoping that Butcher falls back a couple of places to give him a bit more of an advantage coming into the race, to give him all the chances for the championship. On to now the 9th lap of the race. Defensive goes the 357 of Sean Butcher, and that allows Kjellerup to go through on the inside of Teresa Babakova. Outside line for the Czech driver, who in 2 laps has gone from 1st to 3rd. Cian Geraghty fighting away with the 301 of Knud Nielsen, also with the likes of Tees Van Vick, I think has dropped off the back ever so slightly in the 369. So they're fighting with Tatouan Lekale for 4th. And now the train, because of the battling, it goes from about a second to just half. Teresa Babakova on the back of the KR Sport, not late enough on the brakes there, doesn't really want to go for the move. Rather prioritise trying to catch after Sean Butcher. Time of the essence in the final stage of this race. Look out for Tatouan Lekale though, the 318. Strawberry Racing OTK. Lekale is a very, very fast driver, has proved that, and has climbed their way up 5 places thus far in this race. After contact yesterday with Arno Saborin, had an unfavourable starting position, but has worked with the opportunity very, very well. Just 3 laps left to go in this race as we tick our way onto lap 10 of 12. Sean Butcher from Kieleruk from Babakova. Danny Shields swapping with the 346 of Sver Ubben. Now swapping places maybe. We've got the top three nose to tail. With just 2.5 laps left to go. Tatu Nakali leading the charge of Knud Nielsen and Keane Geraghty. The slipstream so strong around this circuit here at Sarno. And now we could onto the final lap, the penultimate lap and the final laps of this race. Have 6 karts in contention for the lead. If there's any more battling between the top three, it's a very short fuse. Only takes a spark to ignite it. Out of the final corner. Onto the penultimate lap. Sean Butcher from Kieleruk from Babakova. Then comes Knud Nielsen and Tatu Nakali. They've swapped places on this lap. You can see the 318 trailing now the 301. Keane Geraghty just slightly off the back of them. And you've got Tees Van Vick and Charlie Smith. Then comes Otten Summer and William Pemble, the top 10. Kaz Boshouse, Danny Shields just outside from Sver Ubben and Ace Chevy. Defensive towards turn number 8 goes the 357 of Butcher. So too does Kieleruk, goes with him. Babakova thought about going for a switch back there, but it just wasn't quite on as they're fighting in behind. Nakali versus Nielsen. I think still the battle raging on. I'm not entirely sure if they've settled just yet. No, the gap has come down. So Nielsen on the back of Babakova could still worm his way onto a podium with just one more lap left to go as they negotiate turn 14, 15 and 16. Out of the final corner, and Sean Butcher has got an absolutely monster lead. Goodness me, here comes Teresa Babakova. Knud Nielsen trying to get involved as well. The Chaos Sport machine of Matthias Kieleruk is going to lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 places. Tatu Nakali tries to get involved. One more lap left to go. Babakova goes through for second. Knud Nielsen not wasting any time to get involved in this battle. As soon as he was on the scene, he was ready and willing to go to battle. Sean Butcher, for all intents and purposes, has got an easy run to the line, provided he keeps it nice and clean. But Babakova trying to search for P2. She's really had to work for it. Going defensive towards turn number 8. Keane Geraghty side by side with the likes of Tatu Nakali. That's the battle for P5 just in behind. So it's all boiling down to the final half of a lap here at Sarno. The final pre-final before we set the stage for a grand finale of 2025 for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Final lap of the race, the checker flag will wave, and it will wave in favour of Sean Butcher, who will once again take victory in a pre-final. It's 4 from 4 in 2025 for Sean Butcher, side by side across the line as well. Teresa Babakova and Knud Nielsen will complete the podium. What a race that was for the Danes, 3 and 4 for Nielsen and Kieleruk. By the end of it, Tatu Nakali rounds off the top 5, from Keane Geraghty dropping from 4th to what was 6th. Not really the best of ways to do things, however, still gaining some important points on Tees Van Vick in the championship and that battle for P3. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then, as Sean Butcher would lead us away from pole position. Teresa Babakova able to hang on to P2 at the start of things. She would then challenge for the lead. A nice move to the inside of turn number 8 as the lead would swap hands a couple of times, but towards the end of the race, Knud Nielsen would get himself involved, and both of them found their way through on the 353 of Matthias Kieleruk. The checker flag would wave. Sean Butcher took a fairly comfortable victory after the final lap, with Teresa Babakova side by side with Knud Nielsen, less than half a tenth of a second separating the pair of them. We'll run you through the results then before we throw to lunch, and well, this morning's action has been absolutely quality. Sean Butcher takes an important victory for the championship and will secure that pole position for the final later on. Teresa Babakova from Knud Nielsen will complete the podium, with Matthias Kieleruk and Tatu Nakali completing the top 5. Keane Geraghty importantly ahead of Tees Van Vick for the championship in 6th from Charlie Smith, and Tees Van Vick in P8. Then comes Gianmarco Cortopassi in P19 a bit further back. Kaz Boshouse in P11, Sver Ubben, Danny Shields, Ice Chevy, Levan Matha, Pola Yonkers in between. Then comes Sidler in P20. Behind that, of course, we've got a few more karts to run our way through as the battles were raging on from start to finish. Then it's Chibin, Zani, then comes Frederick Lemieux, then comes Deacon Russell, Bebanova, Eduardo Picardi, and Piccolo, the 27th and final driver to complete this race. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me for this morning's action. Of course, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the action live here at Sarno. Beautiful view, a fantastic day. I hope you have enjoyed this morning's action. We'll be back 1 p.m. local time. Translate that to wherever you are around the world, because you do not want to miss the finals of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2025.
Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands.
It's time for the finals. The 2025 season of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy boils down to just 4 final races. First up is the DD2 and the DD2 Masters as we crown 2 champions this afternoon. Hello and welcome back everyone to the coverage of the Euro Trophy this afternoon. My name is Zach, so we need to bring you all of the action. But before we jump in to the racing action, let's take a recap of the 2025 season of the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. What a season it has been. What a journey it has been. All the way back at Wackersdorf in Germany before Trinek in the Czech Republic and Karting Genk in Belgium a few weeks ago. It's time for the round 4 finale here at Sarno. We're just moments away from getting the final underway, and I hope everyone has been enjoying the 2025 season so far. A quick recap then as to how things rack up coming into the final. It's Jakob Bezzel from Lynn Nyes, the top 2 in the DD2 Championship. The DD2 Masters Championship is effectively crowned with Nicolas Picot absolutely smashing it, undefeated in a final, and provided, of course, that he can continue that form into today, seems largely unchallenged and will seal the ticket towards the grand finals in a couple of months' time. We're moments away. The carts are all lined up on their grid in the ceremonious and beautiful fashion that we have here at the RMC, and I've got some fantastic views from the commentary box. Sarno nestled nicely into Italy, with Mount Vesuvius not too far away and a gorgeous array of mountains around the local area as well. It is one of the most picturesque circuits in the world, arguably one of the home circuits in the world of karting. The air temp has gone up a little bit since this morning, now 31 degrees Celsius, that these drivers are going to have to battle with. Few people then to look out for. Who's the favourite to win? Well, none other than Sam Nopiez. You'll see that on the left-hand side of your screen, the blue, yellow and white coloured kart. Sam Nopiez has taken 3 of the 4 victories thus far this weekend. 2 of them in the heats, took victory in the pre-final as well, and will be looking to take victory in the final. There you can see knelt down next to the kart there, the orange and white helmet of Leonardo Baccalini has been very strong this weekend. We'll start from P7, had an absolute rocket ship of a start for those that joined us for the pre-final, and is looking very, very strong if he can replicate some of that form, maybe to get himself onto a home podium for the Italian. Also look out for Michael Rosina, again another Italian. Struggled a little bit in the pre-final, dropped back to P10 after a bit of contact and I think an incident at the turn 8 hairpin, but still much to enjoy in terms of the pace. Mika van der Pavert for SP Motorsport, again the Dutch driver, incredibly quick this weekend, will line up on the front row. We'll run you through the full grid when the cards get rolling for their formation lap. But of course it's going to be a 14-lap final, so the longest races of the weekend. Over yesterday it was 11, of course today was 12 laps for the pre-final, and now we get an extra 2 added on. Going to be around about 14 minutes in length for the final, and well, all of these drivers, the last arguably a week worth of work for each and every single one of them comes down to this one moment. The next 14 laps to crown a champion. The carts are going to make their way around then for the formation lap, and we'll run you through the grid order as they rack up. As I said before, it will be the 420 of Sam Nopiez that will take to the pole position. We've got a nice long formation lap though here at Sarno. Just over a mile in length is the Circuito Internazionale di Napoli, and it's one that is absolutely a driver's favourite. Was here hosting the Rotax Grand Festival last week, where we handed out some more of those all-important grand final tickets. We'll speak more about that a little bit later on. But Sam Nopiez will take to pole position for Mika van der Pavert on the front row. Laurence Herbeau from Michael Rosina in 3 and 4. Then comes Nicolas Picot, the first of the Masters entries to this field. He'll be alongside Ben Descharbel in the front row, Leonardo Baccalini and Nicolas Guillaume on the 4th row. Behind that, Will Christensen from Will Ellswood, the 444 and the 401 on the 5th row. Behind that, Petter Bezzel from Lynn Nyes, the driver P2 in the championship from Tensha, and Jakob Bezzel running up in P14. Look out for him, he is looking to be crowned champion. Behind that, you've got Ragnar Sviras from Brannick sharing row number 8. Then comes, of course, the Dusan Rajevic, the 460 alongside Rasmus Anderson. Behind that, Yannick Jacobs, Marco Perina, Luca Neuvenhuizen, Martin Pasadine, Maurice Nopiez, Dimo Noscia Francesco, and a very lonely Federa on the 25th position. The drivers are making their way around on their formation lap. They'll line themselves up into that all-important 2x2 formation, and we'll get ourselves ready for 14 laps of racing action. If you are not just joining us, it's a perfect opportunity to be here in the live stream chat. I have been seeing a couple of you commenting along all the way through. And if this is your first time tuning into a karting event, welcome. I know the racing is absolutely mega. I promise you it will not be the last time that you tune in. Whether you're watching on the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy or on the WSK Promotion YouTube channel, make sure to like, subscribe, all those sorts of things. Get as many eyes on this championship as possible, especially as we look to the Grand Finals and then the 2026 season as well. Drivers, like I say, making their way around. On the second formation lap, they get themselves into their formation, getting those tyres up to temperature. And like I was saying, Sam Nopiez, arguably the favourite to come out on top in this one, but you never know, because at this point, you can just, the form boot, you can rip it up, you can throw it away. Because everything boils down to this one race. Anything can happen, an incident, a crash, a mistake, a mechanical issue. Racing is indiscriminate, and anything can happen at any point to anyone. We all know this, it's why we love the sport, but Sem Notbiez on pole position will be looking to just have a clean and tidy race, like he has been all weekend long. Of course, after this, we go to the prize ceremony, not only for this race, but also for the championship, to give out those tickets to the grand final. They make their way out of the final corner. Sem Notbiez from Mika van der Pavert on the front row. Behind that, Laurent Thébault and Michael Rosina just in behind. The lights are on at the gantry, and for the first final of round 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, and for one final time for DD2 and DD2 Masters, we go racing here at Sarno towards turn number 1, and a good launch for Sem Notbiez as they're side by side for the fight for second. I think Mika van der Pavert has just been able to settle his way in quite nicely into second, as well as they negotiate through the tight and twisty first sector. Sem Notbiez keeping himself nicely, firmly as the favourite through turn number 5 for the opening time. They'll break the beam at the first sector. We'll be able to confirm as to who's where. So far, so good though for the top few as they make their way onto the back stretch out of turn 7 and towards the heavy braking zone of turn 8. Look to the inside there from a couple of karts as they send the move nicely onto the brakes there from, I think that could have been the 517 of Nicolas Picot. Of course, his next rival is Pasadena, the 508, back all the way, I think, outside of the top 20 in the overall standing. So Picot looking to have a nice comfortable run to the DD2 Masters Championship, and with it take that ticket to the Grand Festival. Through turn 14 for the first time, and a few karts are making their way side by side for now. But the first lap is in the books, and it's Sem Notbiez that will lead. This time from Laurent Thébault, from Van der Pavert and Nicolas Picot. Michael Rosina lost a place on the opening lap. Leonardo Baccalini gained one ahead of Bendo Chabo now as they work their way through turn number 2. So the initial lap 1 melee has mellowed out just that little bit. Still got 13 laps of racing action as we tick our way on to lap number 2. 3-6 and into 7. What can Thébault do is to chase after Notbiez. Definitely had the pace to do so in the pre-final earlier on this morning. There's a look to the inside there. I think that's the fight for P6. That could be Bendo Chabo looking for a move on the inside of Leonardo Baccalini in the battle for P6, and well, just finding the space to the inside of turn 8. Always a textbook way of getting it done. Sem Notbiez though settled into this race lead quite nicely. Thébault, like I was saying though, had the pace in the pre-final, able to close that gap. Didn't quite have the time to challenge, but as you can see there, a statement of intent on the brakes, really closing the gap down. Now, that front nose all over the rear bumper of Sem Notbiez. We complete another lap. Quick look over the shoulder for the 420 as we tick our way on to lap number 3. So the top 3 as are Sem Notbiez, Laurent Thébault, then comes Mika van der Pavert, Nicolas Picot, P4 overall, leading the way in the DD2 Masters. Michael Rosina, Bendo Chabo, Leonardo Baccalini, Lynn Nyes, William Christensen and Nico Guillaume, the top 10 as they stand onto the 3rd lap of 14. Still plenty of racing still to come after this though, so don't count it out just yet. Down the back straight once more, and Sem Notbiez feels the need to defend. This is going to bunch everyone back up once again as Laurent Thébault closes the gap, tries to maybe go for a bit of a switchback, tries to think how he can get this move done. It's a long time now for Notbiez to be on the defensive because, well, after this point, it's going to be very difficult for him to close back into contention. Oh, sorry, close out of contention from those behind. It's going to be difficult for him to get out of that slipstream, is what I'm trying to say. They're side by side in the background. Picot trying to get involved with the 486 of Van der Pavert. So look for the 517. Again, not involved in the championship for these guys, only wants the overall honours. And it's actually been a bit of a headache to those in front. Look for the Tony Kart overalls, the 517. That's the Frenchman of Picot. For Notbiez, as soon as, now he's started to defend, it's going to be that much more hard for him to start to get away. Laurent Thébault just in the background trying to find a way to attack. But as we've seen, for those that joined us for the pre-final, will know that it is very, very tricky to actually fight in amongst the pack. It can go one way and then the next. We've seen drivers go from P2 all the way down to P5 on multiple occasions. Jacob Ashcroft, it happened to him in the Junior Max earlier on in the day. It has been a fate that befall a lot of people. So Thébault, while he has been looking quite quick, quite racy, and has worked his way into 2nd place as things stand, nothing is absolute. The only word that doesn't exist in motor racing is definitely. We've completed 4 laps, now onto the 5th. So a third of the way through pretty much this race already. And there's our championship leader, Jakob Bejel, by the way, I think he knows the championship is safe. At this point, the gap to Sem Notbiez, by the way, who has overtaken Lin Nais as things stand due to his efforts this weekend. So we'll actually tip Lin Nais to the Rotax Max Grand Finals ticket. Lin Nais came into this P3. Sam Notbiez came into this, by the way, P6 in the championship, and his efforts, I mean, as if it stands as it is, he'll have taken 4 of the 5 victories that are on offer this weekend. It's the 465, but Bakalini tries to find a way through. Jakobejo will comfortably take the championship. Sem Notbiez will get himself into that grand final contention, and Lin Nais, unfortunately, befalling a similar fate to what we've seen from Jakobejo. Could have knocked himself. Still P3 in the championship, still not at all a bad way of going about things. Not a bad campaign in 2025 by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe not the way he'd wanted to end it, with Notbiez just arriving here at Sarno and delivering some sensational results. I mean, he's not finished outside of the top 2. The one race he lost, he finished P2. It's not bad going at all for the Flying Dutchman. As we approach half distance, we've completed 5 laps, on to 6 now. Leonardo Bakalini has set the fastest lap of the race, a 59.8. Not bad. I think we were running in the low 59s earlier on in the day. 59.2, I think, Sem Notbiez was setting. Of course, these drivers on the same tyres they qualified on Friday. So maybe starting to feel a little bit of wear and tear as the very scorching Italian sun has been beaming down onto the circuit. Of course, a very technical circuit is Sarno in and of itself, so these tyres might well be feeling just that little bit more worn. Drivers having to manage that. The 419, you can see there, Michael Rosina fighting with Bakalini, fighting with Lin Nais, who has expertly found his way through a couple of places. The gap, by the way, between Sem Notbiez and Lin Nais, just 5 points. So Lin Nais needs to find 5 more points in this race, and that means that he effectively needs to finish second to keep that second place in the championship. We take our way onto lap 7 of 14, so we're halfway through the race thus far. Sem Notbiez leads from LaurentAbo, who's not really been able to challenge too much. Then comes Mika van der Pavert. Michael Rosina once again setting the fast lap of the race with a 59.7. Then comes Leonardo Bakalini, Lin Nais from Nicolas Picot, William Christensen, Nico Guillaume Bende, Chabo, the top 10. Chabo was on the podium during the heats. Just goes to show that, again, the level of competition that, you know, even though you're fighting towards the front end of the field on Friday and Saturday, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be there come Sunday. Not really seen too much from Habo. I was expecting a bit more, in all honesty. Bakalini fighting away with Rosina, though. We've been tracking their battle for the last couple of laps or so, and there's a huge send to the inside there. Fantastic stuff. That being the 417 of Lin Nais, making some good progress. He hasn't really had the pace all weekend long, but if there's any time to showcase it, it's right here, right now, to try and maximise the points. Picks himself up another point for a position. The way the points work, by the way, 55 for a win, 52 for second, 50 for third, and then down in 1 point increments, 49, 48, 47, etc., all the way down. So Lin Nais effectively, each position that he gets up until third place is going to gain him a single championship point relative to Sem Notbiez. So he needs to finish, I think second would be enough. Yeah, it would be +1 then +2. I think second place would be enough just. Ideally, he'd beat Sem Notbiez, then it wouldn't really be a discussion, but it's going to be difficult for Lin Nais. Lap 8 of 14, over half distance completed in this race already. Sem Notbiez, he's not really, I mean, he's not flying away from LaurentAbo, and that's the thing. He's not, you know, falling back into the pack either. They're sort of at a bit of a stalemate. They're matched. And he's just doing enough. Of course, it's not safe. You can never feel safe, especially when the gap is less than half a second back to the next rival, but he's just doing enough. He's keeping Habo at an arm's length away. Not really being able to challenge him too much, but just allowing Notbiez to not have to worry too much about looking behind, focusing forward. The race is only going to be outside your visor. He's just focusing on hitting his braking, hitting his apexes, and getting the power down on the exit, and that's exactly what he's been doing almost flawlessly for the last 9 laps. And towards turn number 8, a fight for third. There's Van der Pavert versus Bakalini. The white and orange helmeted 465 is the Italian, searching for a home final podium to round off the 2025 season and cap off what has been absolutely insane racing, tracking us all the way back to Wackersdorf in round 1 towards the back end of April this year. The 465 pushing, that's Bakalini all over the rear end of Van der Pavert. Are they working together? No, there's the answer to that one, because as soon as the space opens up, Bakalini goes for the move, and the 417 of Lin Nais picks up another position. Up now into what will be 4th place for Lin Nais, and closing the gap in the championship to P2 to just 3 points back to Sem Notbiez. And in an ideal world, if Laurent Thébault tips Sem Notbiez to P1, that's going to bring them down to being matched on championship points. And what a way to cap off the season that would be, to have the final ticket in the grand finals decided by, well, whoever wins on countback effectively. 9.5 laps completed. The peppermint liveried OTK machine of Laurent Thébault for Boven Power, trying to close in the gap. The 465, Baccalini, now side by side once again with the 417 of Len Nice, who goes for the move on Van der Pavert, up into the podium places, and that will be up 9 places from where he started. Where has this pace been all weekend long? Has he just been saving his tyres? Len Nice has been on absolute fire this afternoon. Now with just 4 laps left to go by the time they cross the line, Len Nice into the podium places, and they break the beam. The gap will close to just 2 championship points in it. And that means if Laurent Thébault tips Sem Notbiez to victory, that will swap the tide in the championship between the pair. We've only got a couple of laps left to go. There you can see how the points rack up. Is Jakob Bezel comfortably leading, 589, but Sem Notbiez and Len Nice, that's the battle that we're very much interested in. There you can see 560 to 558, only 2 points between them. Leonardo Baccalini now falling behind Michael Rosina in the battle for 5th. Len Nice only 1.1 seconds off the top 2. That's the gap that you can see. With just a handful of laps left to go, Sem Notbiez has really been largely unchallenged for the best part of this race. Laurent Thébault has been there or thereabouts. Their lap times tracking very similarly. Only in terms of fastest lap times, there's 34 thousandths of a second. In terms of previous lap times, just 22 thousandths of a second. They're both at such a high level, but the gap at the moment just means that Thébault can't quite close the gap enough. Onto what will be lap 12 of 14, so 3 to go at the line. Notbiez from Thébault, then comes Len Nice. He's closed the gap, by the way, to sub a second. The last time through, a 59.8 for Notbiez. That was a personal best, so picking up the pace a little bit. Thébault a little bit slower. He's actually dipped into the 1 minute lap times. Len Nice now starting to close in. The gap between himself and Thébault, less than a second. And if he's able to get Thébault, that is going to be enough to match Notbiez on points. Will it be enough to go all the way for Len Nice and to hang on desperately to the championship? Coming into this weekend, Sem Notbiez was P6, but his form has just allowed him to turn the tide, and just goes to show that in a 4-round championship, where each round carries such high weight, and of course with drop scores not being a thing, every single round counts. That consistency from season start to season finish, each round occupying 25% of the total prize of the points awarded. Sem Notbiez has really arrived here at Sarno. He's only lost one race, and that was a heat on Saturday. So far, so good. Penultimate lap of the race ticks by, and Sem Notbiez is looking very, very strong indeed. Laurent Thébault from Len Nice. Then comes Mika van der Pavert, Leonardo Baccalini fighting with the 419 of Michael Rosina. Then comes Nicolas Guillaume, Will Christensen from Bende Chavo, and Nicolas Pico leading the way in the DD2 Masters. And with it, we'll take that championship as things stand. Behind that, Jakob Bezel, our championship leader, will track him across the line as well. Getting word that the 465 of Baccalini actually picked himself up a black and white warning flag. Not entirely sure as to, of course, what that's for, but clearly the shows have seen something they don't like. There's the send to the inside there. The 417 swaps with Laurent Thébault, and that could be the tide shifted in the championship battle for P2. Sem Notbiez will start the final lap of the race. He's doing everything that he can. He's hanging on to that victory. Sem Notbiez, Len Nice, 560 apiece. One more tour of Sarno to decide the DD2 championship. Jakob Bezel will take it, but who will finish second? Laurent Thébault on the back end of Len Nice. If he overtakes him, that's it. That's the conversation done. They're tied as things stand, and from what I can see, Sem Notbiez will still take second. But it will be matched on points. Sem Notbiez, as long as he can keep it tidy for the final couple of corners that only will take this race at Sarno, but will take the championship. Baccalini on the inside of Van der Pavert. They're fighting now for 4th place, the 465 versus the 486. Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to start off the finals this afternoon. Final lap of the race. Sem Notbiez will now negotiate his way through the final couple of corners. What a journey it has been for him this weekend. All but one race he has taken victory in. Through the heats on Friday, Saturday, the pre-final, and now the final here on Sunday. Sem Notbiez will take victory here at Sarno, and with it will take P2 in the DD2 championship across the line. 4, Nicholas Pico. He will take the championship in the DD2 Masters, but our champion of 2025 for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2 will go the way of Jakob Bežel. A fantastic season, not the round that he would have wanted here at Sarno, but the season before was good enough that he could cruise his way to championship victory and with it take that ticket to the grand finals. And there you can see the championship as they rack up. It's 560 to 560 in the fight for second place. Sem Nopjes ascending his way from P6 in the championship come Sarno all the way up to runners-up spot behind Jakob Bežel and taking with it a ticket to the grand finals himself. And let's take a look then at the highlights of the last 14 laps. Sem Nopjes got away well and from then on would not look backwards at all. He was largely unchallenged for the majority of that race. That doesn't mean that it was a tame one at all. We had Len Nyes fighting his way through. Baccalini battling with Nico Prost as well as they, Nico Pico I should say, as they battle their way through the rest of the race. The 417 as well, that's Len Nyes who is absolutely flying through the race, picking off them one by one as Baccalini would fight away with the likes of Michael Rosina and Mika van der Poel throughout the entirety of the race. Some absolutely audacious ends to the inside of turn 14, barely getting it stopped on occasion. The 417, the Belgian driver, but across the line, Sem Nopjes would put his fist to the air, foot to the floor across the line and will take the runners-up spot in the championship and take the finals victory here at Sarno. We'll run you through the full results before we head downstairs to the podium for the ceremonies. Sem Nopjes that takes victory for Dems Racing Team from Len Nyes and Laurent Sabot, making it a double Belgian on the podium. Mika van der Poel from Leonardo Baccalini, the top 5. Then comes Nicolas Guillen from Marco Rosina in P7. William Christensen from Bende Chabo. Then comes Nicholas Pico, who took victory in DD2 Masters and with it the championship. Behind that from P11 downwards, you've got our championship winner of Jakob Bežel from Rasmus Andersen and Petter Bezel from Will Ellswood and Tensha. Ragnar Virus, after a podium in Genk, is only good enough for P16 here in Sarno from Perina, Brannick, Neuvenhuizen and Jakob a little bit further down as well. Mauritius Nopjes from Pasadena, Dima Nosh Francesco from Videra and Radievich rounding out our 25th and final driver to be classified in the DD2 and DD2 Masters final here at Sarno. We've kicked things off well, in perfect fashion. We've still got 3 more to go though, the minis, the juniors and of course the senior Max 2 round off what has been a perfect 2025 RMC Euro Trophy season in 2025. I'll step aside for a moment. You'll hear us back again in a couple of moments time when we're downstairs ready for the podium presentation.
you to leave so soon. Didn't wanna make you run around. Cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring up into a cloud of questions. Why? Blurry visions through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say. Got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to clear my eyes. Why let you walk away? Why let you walk away? Cause I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walking around my way. Soon, easing into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow like you can't escape the
Can we put the
rain.
mic right, please? Slay.
You're brave enough to save the day. Love, only you can make it clear. Coming through your own days. It's like I never went away.
Hello? So we have 14 minutes of an absolutely sensational race from start to finish for the first final of the day. Also was the D2s and the DD2 Masters. We're just waiting for the drivers to make their way to the podium, and then we'll start with the podium ceremony. And so is that, well, the championship came down wire in the fight for P2 at the very least. Then so we're waiting for everyone to obviously make their way here, then we'll be back for podium ceremony. Let us know, by the way, when you're along as to incredible. Next, of course, after the podium ceremony, we'll have the race to decide the Italian for the final round of the season. But yeah, just awaiting the arrival of all of the drivers to get ourselves for the ceremony. We can move on to the rest of the day. Reminder of those that did finish was, of course, Lawrence Hebo and Sam Nopies that took to in DD2 with, of course, Notre Francisco, Martin Pasadena and Nicholas Picot taking to the podium. DD2 Martin as well. Yeah, in falling from start to finish, always in terms of the action out on circuit is the Euro Track. And what to cap off what has been a fantastic for the DD2s. Starting back, of course, at Vaca before we took to Trinidad Republic a couple of weeks ago, and now, of course, in Sarno for that legendary championship finale. Just waiting on confirmation to make sure we've got all of the drivers here. Of course, it's a long walk from Parc Ferme, so do appreciate that, and then we'll get them all of their trophies given, all of the prizes as well for both the race and the championship, and with it, of course, the grand final ticket to kick off like a fantastic. Of course, you are now just tuning in. Won't be too until we get trophies given out to each of our drivers, and then, like I say, we'll continue with the day's action, the juniors and the seniors to round off the day's action here at Sarno. Thank you, of course, to everyone for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action you've been following all season, or if this is your first or just second round following the Euro Trophy. It's an absolute pleasure to have you along for the ride. We've got some absolute superstars on each of our fields, the top level of talent in the world of karting, proving their worth and edging their way in the Hall of Fame. Shouldn't be too much longer now, and then we'll get the results confirmed. I've got them in my hand. I've got the results confirmed for the drivers, and then we can get started. Down here at the podium, of course. Big thank you and a good opportunity to say big all of the hard work put in from everyone behind the scenes, both at WSK and we've got the of some of our drivers just waiting on the final. A couple of details. The drivers are all making their way to the podium, and a very well-deserved podium. But a big thank you to all of the staff at WSK. Yeah. And I think is now here for the podium ceremony. So just getting them all sorted out. Yeah. We'll get started then with the podium ceremony. DD2 after 14 laps of, trial by fire and an absolutely amazing race. P3 from Belgium and Boven Power. It's Laurence Herbeau. And an absolute ascension from the back end of all the way up to P2 from Belgium. For Sherpas Racing, it's Len Nyes. A calm, cool and collective victory. 4 of 5 victories this weekend at Sarno. The Dutchman for Dems Racing, it's Sam Nopjes. And of course, finally, the team trophy going to Dems Racing and the representative, Sam Dems. The P going the way of Laurence Herbeau. The PT trophy going to Len Nyes. And the winner's trophy presented to Sem Nopjes. And finally, the team's trophy presented to Sandems. National anthem, all the drivers with their trophies, with the pictures and with the caps, and that wraps off a fantastic 2025 season. D2 chip presentation for each of the top 3 in the championship. Once all the drivers are done on the podium, we'll get everyone that completed in the overall championship to get themselves onto the podium to get their prize, and of course for the top 2 in the championship, get their ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain. Once we're done with that, of course, we'll then move to the DD2 Masters category, where they'll then get themselves their trophies for their race and their championship. So now as the drivers make their way off the podium, we'll then be able to move on to present the championship for DD. Sam's not going to be off the podium for too much longer, because he'll be straight back up there to claim a trophy for the champion after a sensational drive this weekend, and to also take that ticket. Just getting everyone sorted out before we then make their way onto the podium. I think everyone's soon ready. Just wait for confirmation and we'll be able to call each of the drivers up onto the podium. So, DD2, the Rotax Max Challenge, Euro Trophy 2025 Championship, P3 from Belgium, Len Meijs. P2 in the championship, a stellar drive this weekend from the Netherlands, it's Sam Nopjes. And finally, our 2025 DD2 Euro Trophy champion from the Czech Republic, Jakub Bežel. To present the trophies to each of our drivers, the P3 trophy to Len Meijs. The P2 trophy presented to Sam Nopjes. And the championship trophy presented to none other than Jakub Bežel. And finally, of course, with the top two prize for finishing P1 and P2 in the Rotax Max Challenge, they get their ticket to the grand finals. For second place, the ticket presented to the Flying Dutchman, to Sam Nopjes. And to cap off what has been a fantastic 2025 season for Jakub Bežel, not only does he get that trophy, but also another ticket to the grand finals to Jakub Bežel. Amazing stuff from each drivers before we move on to DD2 in a few moments' time to do the presentation all over again. Started then with the race results. Again, 14 laps of action. P3 in DD2 Masters, Nocho Francesco from Switzerland, karting. P2 in the DD2 field, once again from Switzerland, Martin Pasadan. And P1, in dominant form, the French driver, the privateer, Nicolas Picot. And now the trophies presented, the P3 to Dino Nocho Francesco. The second place trophy presented to Martin Pasadan. And finally, the winner's trophy presented to Nicolas Picot. And also as a privateer, he gets himself the team's trophy as well because, well, he's running all by himself. It's a privateer. So 2 trophies for Picot this weekend. On, of course, the DD2 Masters race results in the books. We'll move on to presenting the DD2 Masters Championship results with the top. And then, of course, our championship winner getting that ticket to the grand finals. Just waiting for the a lot in his hands and a lot to the podium. Makes his way back up once again. Just waiting for everything to be, of course, nice and ready before we can present again the second championship of the weekend. Unfortunately not with us this weekend, but still finishing P3 in the DD2 Masters Championship would have been Zenda Rouv. And that means that P2 from the UAE goes to Mauritis Nopiez.
Please stay just off here because we have line problems.
And that means our DD2 Masters champion, undefeated in the finals, Nicolas Picot. The P2 trophy then for the DD2 Masters Championship presented to Mauritis Nopiez. And that means can now be lifted by Nicolas Picot. Now making its way over, of course, the main prize in the DD2 Masters Championship. It's a ticket to the grand final, and it's a ticket presented to Nicolas Picot once again. And that's going to cap off then the fantastic podium ceremony, of course, for DD2 and DD2 Masters, both the final result and the championship result, capping off what has been a fantastic 2025 campaign in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for DD2 and DD2 Masters. We'll move on with the day, and I'll see you back in the comment box. Ladies and gentlemen, after the success of the DD2 and DD2 Masters final, we move on with the day with the Minimax. Of course, they're competing for the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax in 2025, where we could hand out yet another ticket to the grand finals. Thank you for joining us, and let's take a recap of how the Minimax racked up coming into Sarno. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We're here for the second final of the day, of course, for the Minimax. We've got 8 laps of racing action ahead of us, the longest race the Minimax will take to this weekend. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, in the commentary box to talk you through all of the racing action, and with it to decide who's going to be taking the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax title this weekend. Of course, we've got Emerson Makanji-Uren will be starting from pole position. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time, but just to sort of run you through who to look out for. Emerson Makanji-Uren is absolutely flying this weekend. Of course, already took the Czech Euro Cup back in Trinek after victory there, so we'll be looking to do the double. Alongside him is another driver that's already taken a Grand Festival win. He did that last weekend. He's now got a ticket to the Grand Final. That's Oliver Spencer, who gave the win to his KL Sport teammate of Joshua Cook earlier on in the pre-final. He'll start behind in 4th place, with Ava Lawrence starting P3. Has been remarkably quick all weekend long. Yeah, definitely looking forward to getting this race underway. They're all out onto the grid. They'll get themselves rolling for the formation laps before then 8 laps of racing action. If you're now just joining us, doing it at a perfect time as we get the racing action continue, of course, with the Minimax. After this, of course, after the podium ceremony for these guys, it will be the Junior Max final before we round off the day and round off the season with the Senior Rotax final all the way around about 2:30 this afternoon. Very much looking forward to this one. There you can see the grid girls leaving the starting grid before the drivers get the green flag to go around and get themselves underway for the final race for them in 2025. Of course, for some of them, it won't be the be-all and end-all. Some of them have still got national championships to go and win. Some of them have still got to go and race in the Grand Final in Bahrain. But there you can see one of the favourites, Emerson Makanji-Uren, a multiple British champion, already multiple European champion, and one to watch for the future for Dan Holland Racing, who, as an outfit, have been looking very, very strong all weekend long, getting the 1-minute board shown. And eagerly anticipating the start of the race. Of course, these drivers, as young as sort of 9 or 10 years old, and firmly on sort of the opening sort of steps of their motorsport journey from the very beginning, but still with, for some of them, years of experience underneath their belts, already winning championships. And Emerson Makanji-Uren definitely has got impressive accolades under his belt. We'll run you through the grid then in a few moments' time as soon as the graphic pops up on the screen. But I can tell you it will be Emerson Makanji-Uren that will take to pole position. He has just been on absolute fire from start to finish of the 2025 RMC ET Championship in 2025. We've got about a lap and a half until they roll their way around to start the race. They get 2 formation laps. That has been the status quo. By the way, the air temperature has also increased to 32 degrees Celsius from where it was before, but as you can see, we'll run you through the grid. Emerson Makanji-Uren alongside Oliver Spencer on the front row, then comes Ava Lawrence and Joshua Cook in 3rd and 4th. Mick Clinkers from Mark Casada on row number 3, then comes Arthur Farrow and Godshawk in 8th place. Tom Reed behind that in P9 alongside Leo Livings in 10th place. Behind that from 11th place downwards, sharing the 6th row of the field will be the 127 of Benjamin Karajovich alongside Riley Morrow. Then comes Dominic Roger alongside Atika Mer on row 7. Albert Farrow alongside Andreas Papagiorgio on row number 8. Then comes Isaac Yoon and Austin Oman showing row number 9. Jensen Hammond alongside Guigo Ebenenyi on the 10th row of the field. And behind that, still got 4 more rows to contest. It's Andreas Kieleruk from Ferrari. Then comes Anton Horschild Chris from Conrad Doyle on row 12, then comes Tiago Barioni, Thomas Gavinel, then comes Teddy Murphy, Pascal Ferrara, the 28th and final driver to take to our Rotax Mini final for the Rotax Italian Euro Cup by Minimax. 8 laps, like I say, of racing, and the Minimax have given us some incredible races thus far. The pre-final earlier on in the day, sensational. Joshua Cook and Oliver Spencer bringing it home for a KL Sport 1 and 2. Emerson Makanji-Uren trying to recover after a slightly poor start at some point. But look out for Oliver Spencer earlier on in the day, started P3, immediately catapulted himself into the race lead after an audacious move on the inside of Emerson Makanji-Uren and Ava Lawrence all in one. But as they roll their way now towards the end of the formation lap, there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris cut chassis, the 102 of Emerson Makanji-Uren, one to look out for. Alongside him, the 142 of Oliver Spencer. Both of them arguably some of the favourites to come out on top this weekend. Ava Lawrence in P3, from Joshua Cook, the 175 in 4th place. Rolling their way through now, it is turn 14. They had a false start earlier on in the day. Let's hope that's not going to be the case, of course, for the final. But Mikanjiren, he knows how to start from pole position. He knows how to control the field. And of course, assuming the inside line towards turn number 1 definitely puts him in a favourable position. But don't count it out at all. As the foots get put to the floor, the lights on the gantry will go out, and we will go racing for the final time in Minimax. 8 laps on the clock, and it's Emerson Mikanjiren that leads in towards turn number 1. The 175, though, goes very, very wide. That's Joshua Cook through the opening corner. That's going to drop him all the way to the back end of the field, just getting a little bit off-sighted through turn number 1, and that's going to pretty much put his final hopes to bed. Now, Oliver Spencer on the back end of Emerson Mikanjiren as they work their way through turn number 5. It's been a good launch so far for the Czech champion of Emerson Mikanjiren. Oliver Spencer, of course, the Grand Festival this time last weekend, knows Sarno very, very well, knows what it takes to win around here. Mikanjiren, though, not going to take any chances, goes defensive towards turn number 8. The up and under could well be there for Oliver Spencer. Not quite close enough on this occasion as Ava Lawrence has nicely worked her way through, and oh my goodness me, a huge off the exit of turn 8. Not entirely sure as to who that is. Marshall's immediately on the scene, but the rest of the pack will work their way through. The driver is up on their feet, good news for that. After what was an awful off. But thankfully all is okay, it seems. Though as they negotiate their way through the final couple of corners, it seems though the 142 of Oliver Spencer has got the advantage, working his way through, and the 108 as well of Mick Clinkers has nicely worked their way up a couple of places. Then comes the 123 of Arthur Farrow, Tom Reed in 4th, Mark Casada, then comes Emerson Mikanjiren. After the slight crash, we almost missed all of the action that was unfolding on the racetrack. Lap 2 of 8, though, as we tick our way through the opening lap. Oliver Spencer in control, but still plenty of action to come, still plenty of opportunities for these drivers. The top 4 breaking away, so that's Spencer, Clinkers from Farrow, and Tom Reed, the top 4. Mark Casada, the 104 machine. Emerson Mikanjiren also in 6th, now has to fight an uphill battle to work his way through. The 142 of Oliver Spencer, though, gets absolutely marked and up onto 2 wheels there after contact with Tom Reed. Just getting a little bit eager on the exit of the turn 8 hairpin there, and that's going to allow the 108 of Mick Clinkers to work his way through into the race victory. The 123 of Arthur Farrow, they're now trying to put some pressure on in the red and white Gillard livery. Gets the up and under through the penultimate corner. Nicely done there side by side as they track their way through the S's, but still advantage swings the way of the 108 of Mick Clinkers for Boven Power. Inside line opens up, the 123 squeezing Mick Clinkers all the way to the inside as Arthur Farrow squeezes his way past. Now the inside opens back up again. Oliver Spencer back on the inside of one car. That gets him through on Mick Clinkers. Lap 3 of 8 already. So flying through these laps thick and fast, of course, for these Minimax drivers. Already treating us to an absolute classic of a final to cap off 2025. Arthur Farrow, Oliver Spencer, then comes Mick Clinkers and Tom Reed, the top 4, with Emerson Mikanjiren back inside the top 5. You can see the 102 getting himself back into podium contention. Now inside line, Oliver Spencer, I think, picked his way through nicely on Arthur Farrow. We'll take a replay as to what happened on the previous lap. There you can see an audacious dive to the inside from the 108 of Mick Clinkers. That found his way through. I think this is where we saw Oliver Spencer up onto 2 wheels on the rear end of Tom Reed, who himself got over the curb, rejoined the circuit, had a bit of a bump, and then Oliver Spencer, by virtue of that, went into the back of him. Nonetheless, they're about to tick off yet another lap. And it is going to be led the way by the 142 of Oliver Spencer, who's been fighting hard. The 123 of Arthur Farrow as well involved. Defensive goes Mick Clinkers. The up and under could well be there for the red and white 123. The inside towards turn 2, not quite there. As Emerson Mikanjiren finally back onto the scene. It's amazing how he's able to just carve his way back into contention despite losing ground. He's straight back onto it. Keeps his composure brilliantly, does Mikanjiren. Fast lap of the race goes the way of Osternoman. He's at the moment down in P14 as the 111, but that immediately gets promoted to P12. Halfway through the race then as we break the beam on this lap. 6 carts fighting for the lead. 5 laps left to go. As now the 122 of Riley Murray gets himself involved, gets an up and under on a couple of carts, one of them being the 123 of Arthur Farrow. Now in towards turn 11, Oliver Spencer able to lead the pack. 6 carts all involved. Now in towards the final couple of sweepers into the hairpin at turn 14. Mikanjiren has to go defensive to try and cover off Tom Reed from tipping him to 4th place. He's trying to work his way back onto the podium as Mikanjiren. Of course, he's already got his ticket to the Grand Finals Now the 142 of Oliver Spencer. McAndrew goes defensive. Here comes the 122 of Riley Murray. Gets the up and under on what is the 108 of Mick Clinkers. Now as the inside line does the 122. Nicely done there from Riley Murray. Oliver Spencer, though, just in control, despite the fact that he's under a lot of pressure. It's not actually the lead that's swapping hands. It's P2, P3, 4, 5, and 6 that are all jostling. Joshua Cook takes the fast lap of the race. Albeit, oh my goodness me, a huge crash. The 142 of Oliver Spencer does a perfect pirouette, recovered brilliantly, but now has lost a heap of ground. Now it's the 122 of Riley Murray that takes the lead of the race. He's joined by the 108 of Mick Clinkers. Not entirely sure as to what happened there. The 142 Oliver Spencer now, I think, a little bit offside, a little bit panicked maybe as he's tumbling down through the order, through the top 10. What seemed to be a pretty secure race lead at the very least. He was fighting towards the front. Let's take another look at it. Just side by side there. It was the 122. Yeah, that was Riley Murray that was side by side with him. There was contact and then up he went. Good recovery, I have to say. I mean, quick car control just to flip it around, get the brakes going again and get the car back in a straight line. Nicely done. Lap 5, now lap 6. Riley Murray from Mick Clinkers. Then comes Tom Reed and the 127 of Karjovic. Sensational stuff, actually, from Karjovic up 7 places. Riley Murray up 11. It's now being contention for the lead. Austin Oman up there as well. Well, that has been. Emerson McAndrew was involved in that incident with Oliver Spencer. That's dropped him all the way to 14th from the pole position. And that just goes to show how chaotic sometimes the driving can be. Sometimes karting so unpredictable. Even though you've been the favourite all weekend long, it can all come undone at the final death of it. Oliver Spencer on the inside. I think of Isaac Yoon going into turn number 8. With just a handful of laps left to go, 2.5 still remaining. Riley Murray still with Mick Clinkers for company. Behind that, Tom Reed, the Winter Cup champion of the Rotax Max Challenge. Then comes the 127 of Benjamin Karjovic. Inside line looks there for the 127. Not quite close enough on this occasion. On to the penultimate lap then of this race. The mini-final has flown by as the rest of the pack fly through. Emerson McAndrew fighting his way back through the pack as a lot of changes of position down to the back end of the top 22 drivers. A lap and a half still remaining. That means there's still plenty of opportunities for things to change. As we've seen, even though you feel safe, feel secure, you feel like you kind of know how the race is going to go, what narrative is going to follow, it can very quickly come undone very, just in the blink of an eye. Riley Murray, obviously involved in the incident with Oliver Spencer. Not entirely sure maybe if the stewards will have a look at that one. We've not had any confirmation to say otherwise, but Mick Clinkers on the back of him still contending then for what could be the Italian Euro Cup here at Sarno, trying to get themselves that ticket to the Grand Finals in Bahrain, trying to get themselves onto that world stage to compete for a World Championship title. Heading their way onto what will be the final lap of the race then for the Minimax here at Sarno, the second final of the day, taking us halfway through our final procedures. Tom Reed, quick look over the shoulder. Is a win still possible as Karjovic tries to find a way through for third place? Austin Oman involved as well. They were separated by 0.07 of a second the last time at the line. I think it is a 2-horse race at the front between Riley Murray and Mick Clinkers. Tom Reed going to try and do his best to keep hold of the podium. Mark Casada recovering quite well, actually. One of the only people, the only person inside the top, well, in the entire field has not changed position. The most steady of them all. Obviously, after winning and taking the pole on Friday to take home P6 in the final, not at all bad going for Mark Casada, but all eyes, of course, on the top 2. Riley Murray has ascended his way all the way to the top end of the field as the 122. Mick Clinkers from Tom Reed, 2 and 3. Now as they work their way through the S's, through and towards turn 14 for the final time. Is there any opportunity for Mick Clinkers? Slightly defensive goes Riley Murray, and that's going to allow the 108 to close the gap. We've seen drag races in Minimax before. The checker flag will wave. Riley Murray up 11 places, P12 to P1. Riley Murray will take victory here at Sarno. What a sensational drive for the 122, and there's drag races throughout the field. I think that was Makanji Uren and Gottschalk that were separated by just 0.5 of a second. Tom Reed will bring it home for the podium. 8 laps of action from start to finish for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for the Rotax Italian Euro Cup by Minimax. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as they got themselves underway towards turn number 1. It was a very quick start for Emerson McAndrew as the drivers rolled their way towards turn number 1. A good launch, like I say. Oliver Spencer himself got a good launch, but so too did Mick Klinkers. Wide, though, went the 175 of Joshua Cook, and immediately that put him out of contention. I think set the stage for what could be a crazy race. We had a huge off halfway through the race. One of the carts going upside down, 2 of them going ridiculously off. We have confirmation, I think, the driver was up and on their feet and all okay. But that means the race raged on, and, well, again, exactly what you'd expect from the Minimax. The 142, Oliver Spencer getting involved and then trying to control the lead of the race as the pack behind tried to chase after him. Emerson McCann was trying to get involved. He didn't get the best of starts, and then this was the contact between then race leader Oliver Spencer and then the eventual race winner of Riley Morrow. Contact that sent Spencer spinning around and then outside of the top 10 momentarily. He was able to recover to P8, but the victory went the way of Riley Morrow, and with it, of course, the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax for Riley Morrow. What a sensational weekend it's been this weekend in Minimax. Let's run you through the results, of course. Riley Morrow from Mick Klinkers and Tom Reed, the top 3. We'll see them in a few moments' time down on the podium. Of course, then from Benjamin Karyovic in 4th place. Then comes Austin Oman and Mark Casada. Ava Lawrence goes from P3 to P7, a sensational result for the young driver from the UAE. Then comes Oliver Spencer and Emerson McCann in the front row, down in P8 and P9. P10 went the way of Godshalk ahead of Roger. Joshua Cook recovered to P12 from Coyle. Andreas Kieler up, and then comes Guido Ebegenyi. Murphy from Papa Giorgio, then comes Faria Baroni, Isaac Yoon, Gavinel, and Albert Ferrer. Then comes the 155 of Ferrara, Mer, Jensen Hammond, Leo Livings, Alpha Ferrer, and Horschel Kreuz, the 2 that unfortunately did not take to the start in this race, the 141 and the 143 respectively. So we had 26 starters, 26 finishers all the way to the end of this one. I think Ferro and Horschel Kreuz were the 2 that we lost on the opening lap potentially as well. 8 laps nonetheless in the books. Riley Murray taking victory. We'll see you back down for the podium in a few moments' time. Check, go. Yeah. Okay, so we're down here at the podium for the Minimax final. Of course, Riley Murray will be getting himself that ticket to the grand finals after a sensational victory. Of course, he had to earn it. It was very fisticuffs and elbows out and very mighty racing from very mini drivers. Of course, Mick Klinkers and Tom Reed joined him on the podium. We'll get final confirmation of that and get the drivers over from Parc Fermé to receive their trophies. And of course, for Riley Murray to receive that all-important ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain. I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage so far. We've had 2 fantastic finals across DD2 and now Minimax. Still to come, of course, we've got Junior Max and Senior Max finals still to come, and I for one definitely cannot wait after the action that we've had all season long and obviously all round long here at Sarno. I've been here since Friday covering qualifying and all of the heats, and yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. Like I said earlier on in the day, always a good opportunity to thank each and every single member of staff, the ambulance crew, the media crew, and anyone that makes the racing possible. Of course, all to the mechanics and teams and all of their hard work. They've been out here for weeks at some point preparing karts, late nights and early starts for the mechanics and and for the parents, and of course to big thank you to each of the drivers to giving us some amazing racing out on circuit. Of course, sometimes it can boil over, but all part of the lesson that the Minimax drivers will be learning in their very long careers. They're starting at the very beginning of it, of course, in the very little karts as they grow older and progress themselves into juniors, seniors, potentially into cars at some point as well. That should be a very long and prosperous career. Still waiting, of course, for the final preparations to be made here at the podium. Of course, it will just be one ceremony for the Minimax because, well, the championship was this round, the final. It all came down to that. The practice on Thursday, of course, some of them were here last week as well for the Grand Festival. It's been a long road, all boiling down to just 8 laps of racing. And like we saw with the likes of Emerson McCann and Joshua Cook, sometimes it can come undone just at the flip of a switch. All of that hard work. But that's the brutality of the motor racing sport. And the likes of Riley Morrow, Mick Clinkers and Tom Reed were able to assess the situation as best as possible and work their way through very, very well indeed as well. Just down here at the podium, of course, still quite quiet before the storm, of course. It does get quite busy trying to get the racing drivers down from Parc Fermé all the way to the podium, but everyone here is ready. We've got the trophies, we've got the caps, we've got the grand final ticket as well to present to Riley Morrow. Of course, he'll be getting his way to Bahrain in a few months' time to potentially edge himself not only as a European champion here for the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax, but also maybe as a world champion in a few months' time as well. Shouldn't be too much longer, of course. Appreciate everyone's patience in the YouTube chat. Thank you for joining us as well from start to finish. If you've been here since the very start of the pre-finals this morning, thank you very much. You must be an absolute super fan of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Of course, to friends and families watching along at home, let us know in the YouTube chat who you're supporting, what your favourite race has been so far, and what you expect to come from the Junior and Senior Max races as well. Just waiting, of course, for the drivers and still for the team representatives because they're coming in, they're cooling down. It's a very warm day here in Sarno. I think just over 32 degrees or something in that vein. It's a very warm day. And that one circuit, I'm sure that was felt in the helmets and in the overalls, very thick suits sometimes. And of course with the intense racing that we had on offer, it's never easy to be battling the conditions. Things that these drivers are going to have to become accustomed to, especially when they go out to Bahrain, of course, in a couple of months' time. The Middle East is going to be very, very hot, so maybe the Italian sun giving a slight taste as to what to expect. I think the drivers are now sort of on their way. Like I say, they'll be debriefing after the intense race that they had just a few moments ago, shaking hands, congratulating each other. Of course, a very tightly knit paddock, especially those, of course, that share a race team. We know each other very well. We'll be celebrating amongst each other, having those discussions, and then they'll make their way to the podium. Just getting confirmation, of course, on team representatives and things for the race winner of Riley Morrow, who, of course, claimed the team's championship trophy for the Italian Euro Cup by Minimax. What a road it has been. Like I say, a lot of these guys have been here since last weekend, competing in the Grand Festival, so that means they'd have been here since the weekend sort of before. A lot of them, of course, because they're so young, they'd have been starting their maybe final year of sort of primary school, for those sort of from 10 to 11, maybe even their first year of secondary school as well. And of course, at the beginning of September, that's exactly when they go back. So a lot of sacrifices have to be made in the world of racing, prioritising and balancing everything that works best to compete at such a high level. We've got everything confirmed as to who's going to be accepting trophies and things like that. The drivers are now making their way down. And they all look very sweaty and very exhausted to have taken to the top step. The first of which we have is Riley Morrow. He'll be making his way down. So the race winner not only was the first to cross the line, he's also the first to the podium, which is always good. Getting directed over, getting ready in position to take the trophies. Always astonishing seeing just the lack of size for the Minimax drivers. They put on an absolute show on the racetrack, and then they get out of the car, and they're absolutely tiny. It's one that will make you feel very old indeed. The rest of the drivers now making their way in as well, so it shouldn't be too much longer until we get the prize giving underway. I think we're almost pretty much ready to go. So, P3 after 8 laps of Minimax racing from the UK for Strawberry Racing, it's Tom Reed. P2, and very deservedly so, the Dutch driver for Boven Power, it's Mick Clinkers. And that means one thing, that means our race winner for Sam Pollitt Racing from the UK, Riley Morrow. And of course, our team representative from Sam Pollitt Racing, it's Sam Pollitt. That means our trophies can now be presented. The P3 trophy presented to Tom Reed. The P2 trophy presented to Mick Clinkers. And the Italian Eurocup by Minimax trophy presented to Riley Morrow. And a very deserved and very hard effort from all of the teams, but the team manager will be given the team's trophy, Sam Pollitt. And now, of course, the all-important grand final ticket presented by Andrea to our race winner for his efforts in what is a very hectic race from start to finish. Well, the grand final ticket presented to Riley Morrow. Fantastic effort from each and every single one of our drivers, of course. All of them very deserved. They've got some very big trophies to go with it, and a very massive congratulations to Riley Morrow for taking that victory and taking that ticket to the Grand. On with the day, of course, up will be the Junior Max final. I'll meet you back in the commentary box, and we'll be back in a few moments' time. Gentlemen, I've made my way back up into the commentary box and we move on with the finals. It's the penultimate race of 2025. It's the Junior Max final. Let's take a recap of the 2025 season and the road to Sarno. It's time for the Junior Max final in 2025 at the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We are going to crown a European champion today. And well, let's find out. 11 laps of racing to decide it all. And well, it'll be Bram van der Vecken on pole position. Of course, it's been a long road to get here. The work started back on Thursday for testing, Friday for qualifying in the first heat. Saturday, they took to 2 heats over the day, and now today on Sunday. Jacob Ashcroft coming into this round, into this final as the championship leader. However, with an incident yesterday, we'll be starting further back in the race than he would have expected, especially after a poor pre-final earlier on in the day. We'll line up 14th. 30 points clear, though, of Kai Clark in second, with Rory Armstrong trailing a further 11. Boris Maximoff just 6 points behind Rory Armstrong in the fight for P3 in the championship, and with it a grand finals ticket to Bahrain. Mate Kopikidze not a million miles away either, same to Albert Friend, Harry Freeman, Ray and Gandor a little bit further back in the top 8 in the championship. We'll, of course, keep you up to date with everything that happens over the next 11 laps, because Junior Max, and as we saw with the Minimax final for those that joined us for that one, well, it was chaotic and it kept us on our toes from start to finish. The drivers on the grid waiting, of course, for the green flag to show. And, well, as you can see, the wind definitely has picked up just that little bit. With the flags blowing in the wind, slight, I think, side wind towards turn 1. We've had a bit of a tailwind for the best part of the weekend. There you can see the driver that will take to pole position, the Boven Power 296 of Bram van der Vecken. Took pole on Friday, has taken a number of victories so far this weekend, has been one of the most consistent drivers from start to finish, and is now looking to seal the deal. Took, of course, that victory earlier on in the pre-final. That's given him the ammunition that he needs to take pole position. However, like we saw with the Minimax, pole position does not guarantee you even the chance of a podium in the final. It can all come undone right here, right now. And what matters most is, have you got the tyres left? Have you got the strength and stamina to deal with the longest race of the weekend thus far? And Kai Clark alongside you as well. The KR Sport Machine is going to be feeling very, very racy indeed as well. Mazinis Maljas from Dragos Avastil Cutie as well, just in behind. We've got a couple of minutes, I think 1 minute until the green flag is shown, and then we'll run you through the grid order. I know a lot of you were anticipating the Junior Max final, so this is the main event for you guys, of course. Don't forget, we have also got the Senior Max final just afterwards, and one to look out for to well, crown 2 more European champions in 2025 and hand out 6 more passes to the grand finals. The drivers are rolling their way around the just over mile circuit here at Sarno, and we'll run you through the grid, like I say, in a few moments' time. We've got what is 36 drivers taking to the start. A lot of the drivers, we had 41 registered for Junior Max. They had to go home a little bit early. Bram van der Vecken will take to pole position alongside Kai Clark. Then comes Mazinis Maljas and Dragos Avastil Cutie that share row 2. Eva Morris alongside Christian Sjørensen on row 3. Then comes Panu Steen Kong, who's been strong all weekend, alongside Mate Kopikidze, one of his highest starting positions actually of the entire weekend. Albert Friend from Boris Maximoff, both in contention for a top 3 in the championship. Behind that, Rory Armstrong, Max Siderski, then comes Harry Freeman and Jacob Ashcroft, the reigning world champion, starting very low down, P14 for his standard. Van Boekel from Shun Sekiguchi sharing row number 8. Then comes Ray and Gandor and Villasits from Alex Rukovsky. Then comes Renke rounding up the top 20. Behind that, we'll have Will Archer in P21 alongside Rez Pascu on the 11th row. Luan Seidel from William Ronfeldt on row 12. Then comes Vic van Kampenhout and Sam Koller. Sebastian Leuch from Petra Milosavljevic, the Serbian driver who's been very racy all weekend long, will line up P28. Leo Gonzalez from 29th and Ison Seng, who made some good ascension in the pre-final earlier on, will line up 30th. Nicholas Tagliaferri from Erin and Ludigan, behind that Lorenzo Bruno and Luca Dimitriou, Emmanuel Rosselli and Oliver Scheiss rounding out the 36th and final grid slot on the grid, as we get ourselves ready for 11 laps of racing action here for the Junior Max final. Ladies and gentlemen, throw your predictions in the YouTube chat actually. Let's start. I want to know what you guys think at home. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to take the championship? Jacob Ashcroft, 30 points clear. I mean, provided he doesn't DNF, it's almost certain, but obviously, touchwood, he's had a sensational season, has Jacob Ashcroft. He's ticked off final wins, pre-final wins, a British champion, a world champion, the 246, but starting from P14, right in and amongst the danger zone. And of course, that contact yesterday with Leo Gonzalez maybe offsighting him ever so slightly. He had a fantastic initial get-go in the pre-final. Let's see what he can do. Of course, Kai Clark trying to fight and stay within that shout for getting that ticket to the grand final. So too Rory Armstrong. He's got to fight with Boris Maximoff. Both of them of course, starting a little bit further down than they would have liked. Boris Maximoff just a position in front of Rory Armstrong. Rory Armstrong on the odd-numbered grid slot, the P11, might well give him the advantage that he needs to stay in front of the Flying Dutchman. The 296 of Bram van der Venken will lead them out of the final corner. The lights go out and we go racing, although a hesitant start there from Bram van der Venken. I think they're getting the false start. There we go. So we get another, I think because we've got, there's a DNS around the circuit. One of the cars having to be recovered. So we'll get a go again. It's all good. The drivers will make their way around and then we'll grid up once more. I'm not entirely sure as to who it was, but I think could have been the I think it's the 215, that being Rentke. Branislav Rentke, the KRK Racing. A huge shame, of course, to them. Not the way that you want your final race of the season to start, or well, not start on this occasion. A big shame, of course, but again, motorsport is absolutely brutal and you can bet that they'll be absolutely devastated. Nonetheless, the drivers making their way around once more. And still 11 laps. The adrenaline, by the way, that kicks up as you go out that final corner, it almost surges. And the drivers, of course, will feel that, especially at such a young age, and then they have to bring it all the way back down for a second formation lap. Having that control, that composure, whether you ride the wave of adrenaline and keep it going for the entire thing, or you recompose yourself, get yourself back going again, go over your goals for the opening lap. Do you try and be aggressive and get out of the gates punching, or do you just try and hold position and limit the damage? A couple of different ways to go about it, but nonetheless they'll roll their way through and ahead of, like I say, 11 laps of racing to decide it all. Nearly a week's worth, a season's worth of work comes down to just 11 laps. Bram van der Venken sends us underway for the Junior Max final as we go racing. A poor start though from Kai Clark on the front row and already jumped by Magnus Mausjas with the black helmet, the Lithuanian, challenging for the race lead in towards turn number 2, trying to at the least put van der Venken off guard ever so slightly. They worked their way through the opening couple of corners, couple of karts going side by side. It's the melee of the opening lap as you've got karts here, there and everywhere. Hop, skip and a jump over the grass as well for one of them. Over the curb through turn 6, now through 7 and onto this back stretch. Kai Clark leads, don't want to say comfortably, but he's under pressure, indeed so. Now, challenging Bram van der Venken. Kai Clark is up there with him. He gets himself a warning flag, actually, the 296. So Kai Clark was there with him, getting involved Magnus Mausjas. So Kai Clark was able to recover from the poor start, and Magnus Mausjas then falls back behind his KL Sport teammate, but getting ever closer to the Boven-powered OTK of Bram van der Venken, who has been so bulletproof, actually. His ability to stay composed is very impressive. Goes a little bit wide through the penultimate corner into the S's. And that allows Kai Clark to, at the very least, have a look. Now who's got the better run? Point to his KL Sport teammate. As going defensive goes Van der Venken. Just in behind that as well, I think you've got Ivan Morris, the 232, trying to keep the likes of Stimon Kong at bay. In towards turn number 2 for our race leaders, though. As up onto 2 wheels there, that's the 2, is that the 97 of Max Siderski? Indeed it is. They've collected 2 karts with him as well. Who's involved in that one? So I think Siderski was up on 2 wheels there, side by side for the race lead though through turn 6. Kai Clark takes it from Van der Venken as Magnus Mausjas now assumes 3rd place still. Stimon Kong ahead of Ivan Morris and a couple of places lost. I think Sjönsen from Rory Armstrong as well could have been involved. They've dropped outside of the top 10. Quick update on the championship. Ashcroft leads, Kai Clark leads Armstrong. As it was coming into this, Mate Kopakidze has been tipped by Albert Friend in the championship though, so Albert Friend moves his way up into 5th. Still plenty of laps still to go though, still plenty of opportunities for things to change. Van der Venken on the back end of Kai Clark, searching for that final victory. Searching, of course, to promote himself into P2. The 232 of Ivan Morris fighting away with the 219 of Albert Friend, who's now up a couple of places very nicely indeed for Friend. And now side by side, Kai Clark has lost the lead. Van der Venken goes through, so do does Magnus Mausjas. Here comes the 202 of Stimon Kong as well. And that's been the status quo. The 232 going quite slowly there. That's Ivan Morris, who I think got sent a little bit wide through turn 2. Dropped back behind a couple of karts, maybe the likes of Harry Freeman and Mate Kopakidze. Yeah, indeed, so drop even further down. Rory Armstrong as well for the 285 of Van Boekel. Lap 3 of 11, now having to defend for the lead. Kai Clark goes all the way to the outside, tries to get the up and under on the tyre driver of Stimon Kong. I think has done exactly that, but might have to back up through the S's, but no, he muscles his way through with the agility. Kai Clark for KL Sport, he's not here to mess around, he is here to take victory. but he's still got 2 more carts to negotiate through. Magnus Malgus and Bran van der Vecken, who is searching, of course, for that victory. Didn't quite get it at the home circuit of Genk, but wants to make redemption here at Sarno. Throughout the final corner once again, we kickstart lap number 4. Defensive goes van der Vecken. Here comes Magnus Malgus trying to get the up and under. Has got a bit of an overlap towards turn 2, but he gets squeezed by van der Vecken, who closes the door. Now the 219 of Albert Friend is getting involved around the outside of turn number 2. Mate Kopikidze now closes the gap. I think we've got 6 or 7 cars all involved. Yeah, we do, all the way back to Harry Freeman involved in this lead fight. Still over half the race still to go. Through turn 6, now 7. Van der Vecken keeping Magnus Malgus just in behind. But of course he's now been swamped out. Magnus Malgus, he's lost a couple of places, now has to go defensive towards turn 8. That allowed Kai Clark and Sting Mong Kong through. So the black helmeted Lithuanian driver of Magnus Malgus has dropped out from what was initially a P2 now to the back end of the top 4. Look over the shoulder from Van der Vecken, focusing on what's behind him. Still hitting his apex, is still driving very quickly, still not opening the door for Kai Clark to find a way through. Kicking off as well a little bit further back, you've got Magnus Malgus, the 264, trying to keep the rest of them at bay as they're losing a lot of ground to the top 3 that are breaking away. Magnus Malgus nearly slicing the nose off the 244 of Mate Kopikidze there, as they're all trying to work together. A couple of them, I think, is saying, let's go and catch. The podium is right there. A couple of them not quite getting that memo and wanting to battle amongst themselves, wanting to lead that charge. Van der Vecken, though, has been probably the only bit of continuity over the last couple of laps, keeping Kai Clark at bay, very expertly done. Of course, won't be enough to see them as European champion, but of course it will be enough to get him the final victory at Sarno. And up onto 2 wheels and up into Kai Clark's head there. Van der Vecken gets sent round. Kai Clark with contact, and now Steam Hong Kong. Kai Clark, after getting a rear wheel to the head, now has to focus on and muscle forwards in this race as he's assumed the lead. You can see the battle scars of the rubber tyre marks on his race suit. Still half the race left to go. It's been elbows out quite literally. What has happened to Van der Vecken? A quick shake of the wrist there just to check it's okay, and a quick look over the shoulder, trying to capitalise now. Albert Friend, how has he got himself involved in the lead fight? Harry Freeman, Magnus Malgus now towards turn number 2. Albert Friend takes the lead. Kai Clark left to dry around the outside. The last mile of racing action has been absolutely insane. Where did Van der Vecken come back out? I don't think he did. He's all the way down the order. And a warning flag there for Kai Clark. I think just a bit too much of a squeeze. Albert Friend now into the race lead. Harry Freeman from Kai Clark, 1, 2 and 3. There's even more contact, I think, at turn 8 hairpin. I saw a driver spun round. Again, not entirely sure as to who that could be. But the race goes on at the front. The 278 of Harry Freeman from Albert Friend, who took a heat victory yesterday and has looked very, very strong all weekend. And the time to arrive is right here, and it's right now. 5 laps left to go at the line. Let's take another look as to what happened. Yeah, just up onto 2 wheels there, looking to go to the inside of the S's, was Van der Vecken, and then sent backwards, thankfully not back into traffic. And now the race still going on. Kai Clark still in third, Harry Freeman with him as well. Van der Vecken rejoins this race. He's down in P28 as you'd expect. An absolute shame for a nearly flawless weekend for the Belgian. And motorsport is proving itself to be such a tough and relentless sport. It takes no prisoners. And the tension sometimes does boil over in these heats and in these finals. Albert Friend going defensive. Harry Freeman trying to go to the outside, but he knows that he's got a raging Kai Clark just in behind. Of course, he's going to be spurred on by just how hard he's had to battle his way through this field. Our champion, by the way, of Jacob Ashcroft, scoring 598 points this season. Kai Clark has scored 580. He's closed the gap from 30 now just to 18. Ashcroft all the way down to P15. I think he's more on a damage limitation. The championship is more important to him than winning this final, and that's his priority. He's got the gap that he needs, so we focus towards the front. Albert Friend leads. Harry Freeman, Kai Clark, Mate Kopikidze from the 212 of Dragos Abyssal QT in 5th. Then comes Steve Hong Kong, Rory Armstrong and Eva Morris. Magnus Malgus setting the fast lap of the race, albeit back down in the lower end of the top 10, but you can just see how close they are. It's almost like watching like a Moto3 race or something. Karting is always bumper to bumper, pretty much from start to finish. as Albert Friend is absolutely white lining it. He's not taking any chances around the 1.6 kilometer circuit. Lap 8 of 11, I should say. As we've only got a handful of tours of Sarno left to decide our champion, left to crown our champion of Jacob Ashcroft as things stand. Kai Clark has got a couple more point scoring opportunities just to close the gap. And Albert Friend, by the way, will be hoping that Rory Armstrong gets into some trouble because he's only 5 points off getting himself into the top 3 in the championship. Rory Armstrong's at 7th. If he loses 5 more places and drops outside the top 10, it could be very, very close indeed. Mate Kopakidze, the 244, having to defend. There you can see the championship. Ashcroft from Clark, Rory Armstrong and Albert Friend, only 5 points between them. So Armstrong has to stay there. He cannot fall back through this field. Otherwise, he loses his ticket to the Grand Finals and a chance to reclaim a World Championship title. He took one in 2023 in Minimax. And that's an opportunity to go and get that once again. Quick reminder, of course, the top 3 in both juniors and seniors will be getting that ticket to the Grand Finals. Lap 9 of 11, Albert Friend leading Harry Freeman. It's calmed down a little bit, but it's still a very short fuse. It only takes one thing to happen for it all to ignite once again. A look to the inside, Harry Freeman thinks about the lead. Onto the penultimate lap of this race. Albert Friend, Harry Freeman, Mate Kopakidze the top 3. Kai Clark just in behind as well, maybe battling with a bit of a sore hand, maybe even a sore head. You wouldn't blame him at all. Mate Kopakidze, there's not really a move there. A point forward, actually, from Dragos Avasil QT, just to say to Kai Clark, I'm not interested in battling you. Do not defend. You're going to lose us time. Go and catch the top 3. Kai Clark has still got an opportunity to win this race. So too does anyone inside the top 3. What a battle it's been. And it's the regular names throughout the entirety of the weekend that you'd expect. Friend, Freeman, Kopakidze, the top 3. In towards turn 8. A lap and a half left to run here at Sarno. Towards turn 14. And out of the final corner for the penultimate time, we start the final lap of this race and the final lap of the Junior Max season. Albert Friend has been defending for the last 5 laps. Mate Kopakidze goes for second, but the door shuts as Harry Freeman keeps him behind. Kai Clark trying to get himself involved, trying to promote himself onto the podium. Avasil QT as well in the top 5. Anything can happen. Albert Friend has got just over a kilometre left to run to seal the deal and take victory here at Sarno. It's not quite going to be enough as Rory Armstrong has moved his way up into 6th place. He could still take 3rd place in the championship. Defensive goes Kopakidze to try and keep that podium place alive. Half a lap left to go here at Sarno. Is there anything left that Freeman can throw at Friend? Jacob Ashcroft, as it stands, will take the championship from Kai Clark and Rory Armstrong, but who's going to take the victory? Who's going to take the trophy? Will it be Dan Holland Racing? Will it be KL Sport? Albert Friend versus Harry Freeman. They're pushing each other in towards turn 14. The checkered flag will wave. Albert Friend has capitalised so well from P9 on the grid. The checkered flag will wave. He wins here in Sarno for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Albert Friend wins in Sarno, and across the line, Jacob Ashcroft will take the title. And with it, a ticket to the Grand Finals. Kai Clark and Rory Armstrong, the top 3 in the championship, they get themselves tickets to Bahrain. And what a way to end the Junior Max season. It's been a long road from Wackersdorf, Trinek, Genk and now Sarno. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. The race got underway and Bran van der Venken led us underway. Unfortunately, succumbing to her own fate, I'm sure we'll see in a few moments' time. Mazinus Mal just went with him, and there was just carnage and chaos here, there, and everywhere. The 230 riding up onto the side of one of the carts. That was Boris Maximov who got involved. Then it was just elbows out racing from start to finish. No love lost at all. Albert Friend was carving his way through the field up onto 2 wheels there. That was the incident that saw Van der Vecken out of control and out of this race. Albert Friend hung on beautifully to take the victory here at Sarno. And that brings an end to the Junior Max. Of course, in a few moments' time, I'll make my way down once we've read through the results to do the podium ceremony. And then we get one more final of the 2025 season of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Well, there you can see the championship. Jacob Ashcroft, a European champion, adding to his accolades and gets another shot at the World Championship. Can he keep it after winning it here in Sarno in 2024. Albert Friend, though, will take victory from Harry Freeman, and Kai Clark, who seals the deal and does enough to take the runners-up spot in the championship. Travis Avasukuti from Mate Kobakidze, the top 5. Then comes Rory Armstrong, doing enough as well to finish P3 in the championship. KL Sports, Mazinus Malges from Vic van Kampenhout, Eva Morris and Ray Gandor, the top 10. Behind that, of course, from P11 downwards, it was Villasitz from Ludigan. Then comes Seidel, Iswan Seng making some huge progress for Strawberry Racing from Bruno, Will Archer, Tagliaferri, Sebastian Loich, Jacob Ashcroft down in P19, not where you'd expect him, but doing enough to seal the championship. Rogovski from P20. And behind that, Steen Mongkong, of course, the 202, not the result they would have wanted, especially after front-running pace from Runfeld, Sam Collar. Then comes Bram van der Venken again, Boven Power, what could have been. Leo Gonzalez from Shun Sekiguchi. Then comes Christian Sjernsen from Leek van Brokel, Milo Savlovic, and of course P30 as well. Luko Dimitri from Boris Maximov, Oliver Chase from Max Sudersky. Then comes Branislav Renka and Pascu, the 36th and final driver to take to the field. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for Junior Max. I'm going to make my way down to the podium, and we'll be back in a few moments' time. Okay, I've made my way down to the podium then ahead of the Junior Max presentation. What a race that was. It was thrills from start to finish, 11 laps of just pure action. And I'm not entirely sure as to what race so far takes the cake as the best one of the day. Still waiting, of course, for the drivers as they're pulling their way into Parc Ferme. But we get to announce, of course, the top 3, both in the race and in the championship as well. In what is a very hot day here in Sarno. But what an absolute cracking that we've got. Still one more race to come, of course, with the Senior Max in a few moments' time. So make sure you are sticking around and let us know what you think as well if you're watching along at home. What did you make of that junior race? Did you expect the end result? Of course, Albert Friend carving his way through and defending brilliantly to take the victory. Hope everyone again and a good opportunity while to say thank you to each and every single member of staff that's involved with each and every single one of these events. Of course, thank you to the amazing staff here at Sarno for dealing with all of the teams, drivers, mechanics and parents as well. They've done a fantastic job as to make the weekend run so smoothly. To all of the media crew, to all of the ambulance crew and to all of the staff at WSK and at Rotax for all of their hard work in 2025. Thank you, of course, to you guys at home for tuning in for the entirety of the season, or if this is your first round watching karting, what have you made of it so far? I can almost guarantee it definitely won't be your last time, of course, as we anticipate the Junior Max podium. Still waiting for the final results, which we've now got confirmed, and with it the championship and with the race results as well. So it was Kai Clark, Harry Freeman and Albert Friend that took the top 3 spots, and with Dan Holland Racing taking as well the team trophy. Their hard work this weekend has definitely not gone unnoticed. They've been one of the favourites, same to KL Sport, which complete the podium. An amazing outfit for each of them. Shouldn't be too much longer, like I say, until we get the drivers down for the podium, and then we get to crack on with the final race of the day, of course, with the Senior Max final. And again, one that I'm sure everyone is looking forward to, with the championship battle that we've got between Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop. Separated by not very much at all after their successes this weekend. And comes down to the championship defining race with just 14 laps on the clock. And a way to round off 2025 for the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. Of course, 2025 is towards the tail end, but we've still got the grand finals to do in Bahrain, so keep an eye out for coverage of that. And of course, we'll see you in 2026 for the coverage in the championship of that, where we can crown maybe some new or returning champions for that one as well. had an interview down here, of course, with the Minimax driver of Mick Klinkers after taking P2 in his final and, of course, getting that ticket to Bahrain. And firmly looking forward to it as well. Like I say, only a couple more moments until we get the podium ceremony underway. We're already down here at the podium, just waiting for some drivers and team members to make their way over. Of course, a long walk from Parc Ferme, and of course, I'm sure debriefing and just taking a breath after 11 very intense laps of racing action. Never easy, like I said, after the Minimax with the Italian sun, the 30-degree heat. I can't imagine what it's like actually in the seat. Very bumpy Sarno as well, definitely a physical circuit over the curbs, and for the likes of Kai Clark, who in the end did manage to finish on the podium with it as well, some battle scars as well. I think we're just trying to scout where the drivers are now making their way down, and we'll get this podium ceremony underway. Of course, we've got the top three of this race, Kai Clark, Harry Freeman and Albert Friend, as well as the winning team, Dan Holland Racing and Russell Carter, and then also the top three in the championship. It was Rory Armstrong, Kai Clark and Jacob Ashcroft that all get their ticket to the grand finals in Bahrain and maybe have a chance at getting themselves into that world championship. Of course, Jacob Ashcroft is going to defend his Junior Max World Championship after winning it here in Sarno in 2024. Rory Armstrong, after winning it in 2023 in Minimax, will be looking to get it back, but it's going to be a tough road ahead for them to seal the deal and get that one done as well. It's never going to be easy, especially on the world stage, and even if you go in as the favourite, today proved that it's never going to be easy, never a straight road. And motorsport will always, pretty much always throw you a curveball of some degree to spoil your day or make it just that little bit of a headache. For the likes of Jacob Ashcroft yesterday, it was the contact with Leo Gonzalez that put him largely out of contention for the rest of the day. A bent chassis, and the Downhill Racing team did a fantastic job as to get that fixed and ready for this Sunday's action. And he did enough to secure the championship and repay the team in the best way possible. So very big congratulations to all of them, and we'll see them down at the podium, like I say, in a few moments' time. For a lot of these drivers, while their 2025 European season might be done and dusted, like I say, with a lot of them going to the World Finals, a lot of them still have that national championship to go and win. Still a couple more rounds over in the UK for the British drivers that will be joining us on the Junior Rotax podium. So they've still got a busy time ahead, and also for a lot of them, they've still got to go to school at the start of next week. I think we've got the vast majority of our drivers now making their way down, so just get them all sorted out, get them all prepared, get them all ready, and then we'll get this podium ceremony underway. High fives and smiles all around, I'm sure, for each and every single one of them. Getting themselves helmets off and getting themselves looking presentable for the podium. Say a big, very well done to each and every single driver that took part this weekend, even if you didn't take part in the final, even if the final didn't go quite the way that you'd have expected it to. That's still always very well done just for showing up and to compete on such a big stage as well. Always very, very impressive as the drivers get themselves booted up and get ready for the podium ceremony. I think we'll be moments away from getting us the trophies given out to each of our drivers. Always frantic down at pit lane to make sure this goes nice and smoothly, nice and effectively. We've got the Senior Max obviously waiting on the grid, ready to get themselves going for their final to end off the 2025 season of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. All of them now down here. And now the trophies themselves are ready. Just got to get us also the grand final tickets sorted as well for each of our three in the championship. I think we are now ready to go with the podium ceremony. So we'll start, of course, with the race results. In P3, it was Kai. P2, after battling for the lead for the best part of the race, it was KL Sports' Harry Freeman. And our race winner from Dallon Racing from the UK, Albert Friend. And now the winning team, Dallon Racing, Carter. So now, of course, we get to present each of the trophies. The P3 trophy going the way of KL Sports' Kai Clark. The P2 trophy to be presented to Harry Freeman. And the winner's trophy from P9 all the way to race victory to Albert Friend. And a very deserved team's trophy to be presented Dan Honda Racing, and to Russell Carter. So now pictures and social media being done on the podium with some very big smiles and some very big trophies as well to go with it. These drivers doing a fantastic job from start to finish in each of the races. Now, after the national anthem being shown, all three of the drivers now finished with their season in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. Next up, of course, we'll be presenting the grand final tickets to the top three in the championship. Of course, one of them will be making their way back up onto the podium after just coming off it. But the tickets are ready. We are also ready to get ourselves on. We'll present ourselves, once the drivers are ready, of course, onto the podium for the top three in the championship, just getting them all presentable. And now P3, after 4 rounds in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy, P3 in Junior Max was Rory Armstrong. P2 was Kai Clark. And P1 goes the way of the reigning world champion of Jacob Ashcroft. And that means the P3 Championship Trophy gets presented to Rory Armstrong. The P2 Championship Trophy to Kai Clark. And crowning himself as a European champion, Jacob Ashcroft. And now the trophies are handed out. It's time for the tickets. First up, taking the ticket to Bahrain, it's Rory Armstrong. Presented his ticket to the grand finals, Kai Clark. And finally, the ticket to go and defend his title to Jacob Ashcroft. Well, they get their pictures taken on the podium. It's been a tremendous effort in 2025. Don't go anywhere, of course, because we've still got the Senior Max final back in the commentary box. After the success of the junior final, my voice is absolutely shattered, but the action still continues. We've got one more race of 2025 to crown our senior champion in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. 14 laps of racing ahead of us. Let's take a recap of Senior Max. It's time then for the finale of finales. It's time for the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy Senior Max Final. It's all been boiling down to this, the final race of 2025 for the Euro Trophy, and I cannot wait. We've had absolute action from start to finish, all the way with the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, the Minis, the Junior Max, and now the Senior Max. They've battled their way from Wackersdorf, Trinet, Genk, and now Sarno for the fourth and final round of the Euro Trophy. My name is Zach Sweeney. I've been bringing you the action here circuit side all day long. If you are now just joining us, well, in perfect time to join for the Senior Max, but definitely when you get an opportunity, go back and watch all of the other races. Sarno does not disappoint, and definitely gave us a good time for the World Championships last year, and definitely has given us a good time for the final round at the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2025. Let us know what have been your thoughts, feelings throughout the day so far. Who are you cheering on for in the Senior Max class as well, and let us know where you're watching from at home. We'll keep you up to date, of course, with the championship as it develops. But the main two to look out for are going to be Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop, the top two in the championship. Keep each other company on the first row. We'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time, of course. But then it comes to Tees van Vick, Keane Garrity in P4, Cameron Nelson inside the top 5. The all-important number is finishing P3 in the championship. That gets you that ticket to Bahrain and to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. And right now, of course, the championship battle is separated by 22 points between Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop. That's 581 to 559. Tees van Vick versus Keane Garrity. The threshold for getting that ticket, getting yourself inside the top 3 and an extra trophy at the end of the weekend is just 9 points. Keane Garrity needs to outscore Tees van Vick, and similar to our top 2 in the championship, 3 and 4 line up alongside each other as well. We've only got a couple more minutes before the drivers get themselves suited, booted and into the carts, ready for 14 laps of racing action. You can see how much of a frenzy it is. It's a warm day here as well. The air temperature 32 degrees. And the Sarno circuit has been very busy the last couple of weeks. Hosted, of course, the Grand Festival last weekend. Hosts now the Euro Trophy finale this weekend. And a lot of these drivers have been here for both. Some of them were racing the British Championships last weekend when we took to, I believe it was Wilton Mill in the UK. Some of them were here racing, competing, some of them winning, such as Oliver Spencer in the Minimax. Of course, there is our championship leader getting himself into his car, getting himself ready for what could be not only a final victory, but also the championship victory as well for Sean Butcher, for KR Sport. Macaulay Bishop alongside him, though, for Down Honda Racing, will be wanting to put a bit of an upset in that. He needs to have Sean Butcher go, further down the field. He needs something unfortunate to happen to the 357 if he wants any chance, because, well, you get 55 points for a win, you get 52 for P2. Even if Macaulay Bishop wins, Sean Butcher can finish way down the order and still seal the championship. But final talks being made with team members ahead of the championship finale for Senior Max. And the pressure you must... I mean, I'm nervous, let alone I'm in the very nice air-conditioned commentary box, looking at a screen. I'm not sat in the car. The vibrations of the engine behind you, the anticipation, everyone watching, the warm weather beaming down as well. You know this is your time to shine. You know this could be your crowning moment, maybe a career-defining moment to set you up for future success. Macaulay Bishop alongside him as well, kitted in the blue, yellow and white Down Honda Racing colours. So look out for the purple and white KR Sport, look out for the blue and white Down Honda Racing. The two liveries will be doing battle towards turn number 1. Macaulay Bishop and Sean Butcher roll out from the front row. We'll run you through the grid order. There's 36 senior Rotax carts taking to the start this weekend ahead of 14 laps of racing action, and we'll run you through the grid order in a couple of seconds at time. But I can tell you it'll be Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop that will share the front row, and the two titans of the championship. Sean Butcher, by the way, hasn't finished P1 in a final. He's won all of the pre-finals this season, hasn't won a final. Will his fortunes change today? And at the perfect time to crown himself as a champion. Tino Sidler, who's been undefeated this weekend so far, P3, all but one race actually for the Swiss driver, alongside Teresa Babakova, who's been very strong, the Czech driver. Jort van Vick from Cameron Nelson, row number 3, then comes Keane Garrity and Tees van Vick, of course, the two fighting for P3 in the championship. Then comes Knut Nielsen and Charlie Smith, the top 10. Behind those, it'll be Sebastian Koch alongside Mate Konik, Matisse Kierup, and then Mate Victor on row number 7. Lizzie Mentu has been very quick, so 2-2 in the Calais on row number 8. Then comes Antoine Lemieux and Sver Ubben on row number 9. Behind that, you've got Bastien Sama and Jan Pinto sharing the 10th row and rounding out the top 20. And behind that, still plenty more of drivers to come. It's the likes of Jure Levar and Sam Bergstein sharing row 11, from Danny Shields and William Pemble on row 12. Ardish Metha from Lorenzo Giacinto on row 13. Then comes Mikael Scholtis from Casbos House on row 14. Behind that is the Christopher Holt and Anna Saborhin. Then comes Anja Lever, Giuseppe Piccolo from Jim Park, Tom Strelle, Ice Chebby, and Oliver Yonkers, the 36th and final driver to take to the grid. They've made it, they've battled all the way through, some of them not getting to this stage. They are the 36 drivers that will compete in the final race of the Euro Trophy 2025 season. They're working their way around on their formation lap now. Let us know, watching along at home, who do you think is going to come out on top? Who are you cheering for as well? I can see a lot of you cheering on your favourite drivers at home. Hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage. Big thank you, of course, to the hard work from everyone at WSK and all the media crew. Definitely not easy to organise the broadcast and get the camera operators in what is scorching sun as well. Big shout out to each of the camera operators that are out there. Everyone working the podiums, everyone working behind the scenes here at WSK, here at Rotax, and of course for the Euro Trophy. The hard work definitely is appreciated and allows us to go racing. Same too, the mechanics, the teams, the drivers, the families for their support. It means that we can compete and follow the sport that we love. Nonetheless, the drivers about to put us for the final race. 14 final laps of Sarno. It's all come down to this, 3 days of battles, a mountain they've had to climb through qualifying, the heats, the pre-final, the final. It all boils down to this for 36 drivers to etch yourself potentially as a European champion. Sean Butcher, Macaulay Bishop, who is it going to be? And like I say, we have 14 laps to decide it all. KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing on the front row. Look out for the 357. Look out as well for the 310 of Tino Sidler on the inside towards turn 1. Macaulay Bishop might actually not be in the most favourable position as they crawl their way out of the final corner. 18 rows of senior Rotax machinery, foot to the floor, and we go racing for the final time as hands up in the background as well. They make their way towards turn 1. Macaulay Bishop able to hold on to first place. Extra formation has come out. I think the hands in the air were definitely signalling that they go round again. And it's a good thing as well, because Macaulay Bishop didn't hold on to first place. He held on to second place quite well, actually, around the outside of Sean Butcher. So we get to go again. We get to have another try at that race start. Not entirely sure as to what happened. We've got a cut off. Could be York Van Vick potentially. He's coming to the pit lane, not showing up on the timing screens. Yeah, he has. He's not broken the beam to second 1, so we're not going to have York Van Vick take to the start. Which of course is a shame for York Van Vick. He's showed some really good pace all weekend long. And however the way you want things to go, could have been a chain or a throttle cable, whatever it was. I won't speculate as to what the problem is with the car, but yeah, it won't be taken further part in this session. So Sean Butcher and Macaulay Bishop just dealing with those nerves, getting the race underway. Now it comes crashing back down again. Warming those tyres back up, getting them into the temperature. They're going to be screaming for help with those Mojo D5s. They've been on them since Friday morning. And now still hammering them around. 14 more laps, the longest race, the hottest temperatures, and the most important race of them all, the Senior Rotax Max Final for round number 4 here at Sarno for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We had an extra formation lap, but we've got 14 racing laps. Controlling the pace is Sean Butcher. He'll decide when they put their foot to the floor. He'll decide when we go racing for the final time here at Sarno. The 357 goes defensive towards turn 1. Macaulay Bishop getting tipped by not 1 but 2 carts towards the opening corner. Now has the outside line towards turn number 2. The favour swinging in the advantage of Sean Butcher. Now through turn number 2, in towards 3, now 4. A good start for the most part, nice and tidy. The entirety of the top 10 pretty much single file as they work their way out of the first sector. Now through turn 6 and 7 onto the back stretch. You can see Tino Sidler with the chrome gold helmet chasing after Sean Butcher. His streak of wins ended in the pre-final, but he wants it back. He wants the final victory. He has been one of the quickest drivers this weekend. Macaulay Bishop in third as well. We'll keep you updated as to the championship implications as things stand. It's still Sean Butcher very comfortably winning the European Championship with it the ticket to the grand finals. Under pressure, quick look over the shoulder for Tino Sidler. It's a Dan Holland racing machine in P2, but not the one you probably would have expected. The 337, that's Kean Garrity up into P3. That's more like it from the Strawberry Racing Kart. Has struggled a little bit this weekend. The focus has to be forward though. You cannot settle after the opening lap. You need to be pressing on. Teresa Babakova though, the 663, trying to work her way through. The inside opens up on Kean Garrity. She thinks about sending it, but Garrity slams the door in her face, says absolutely not. Lap 2 of 14. It's Butcher from Sidler, then comes Kean Garrity, Babakova and Macaulay Bishop dropping from 2nd to 5th. Then comes Cameron Nelson, Tees Van Vick, Knud Nielsen, Charlie Smith, Matej Konik, the top 10. Kean Garrity putting his best foot forward, trying to tip Tees Van Vick to that championship for P3. Side by side, the 304 of Cameron Nelson. 5 points separated Tees Van Vick and Kean Garrity, by the way. If Kean Garrity can win this race and Tees Van Vick stays as he is, he will take that P3 in the championship. He will get that ticket to Bahrain. Sean Butcher under a bit of pressure with Tino Sidler. Now, the question is, I know they're fighting for the lead in the final, but do they actually work together for the next couple of laps? Do they try and get away from the chasing pack? Do they use each other's slipstream just to bridge a bit of a gap, especially as they can see they're fighting? Garrity having to go defensive as the Czech driver of Barakova tries to find a way through. Garrity covers it off to the inside. 390 Macaulay Bishop, you've got Cameron Nelson and Tees Van Vick involved. Matej Kjeller up and Cameron Smith, well, I mean, kind of there. Matej Konik as well, the 399, rounding off the top 10. Lap 3 of 14. Taking our way through thick and fast. And a side-by-side action for the race lead as well. Tino Sidler's going to go for it. Sean Butcher leaves the inside open. Sidler fills it late on the brakes towards the inside of turn 8. Now through turn number 11, down on the racing machine, Tino Sidler, who's been on fire all weekend long, didn't quite get the pole position in the in the final, but took victory over the course of Friday and Saturday, was flawless over those 2 days. Now is looking to stake his claim and to win here at Sarno, but still a long road to climb. Can Sean Butcher go for a move to the inside? We've got Kean Garrity and Babakova, I think, going side by side towards turn number 2. Macaulay Bishop trying to worm his way back into contention. I think hopes for the championship are starting to slip for Bishop. Kean Garrity, though, leading the charge for the podium. Would be the first time he stood up there, of course. Ice Chebby, the one with the fast lap, a 1:09.19. I don't think we're really running at very quick lap times. I mean, sometimes the senior Rotaxes can get sub-minute. I think we had a 59.6 or 7 at some point off memory. Lap 4 of 14. Babakova with a warning flag, getting very aggressive in the over the shoulder of Kean Garrity. And of course, he's got plenty of karting experience, car experience as well, as racing MX5s, finished inside the top 5 in the Miata Trophy inside the UK with a championship winning team as well. So the future looking bright for Kean Garrity, of course. Nothing can really match the competition of karting. It's its own bubble of motorsport. Always intense racing from start to finish. Some incredible talent. Macaulay Bishop ahead of Babakova now. I think those positions have changed once again. The 304 of Cameron Nelson, the downhill racing machine, makes up the rear of the train in P6. Lap 5 of 14. Lizzie Mentier goes quickest. She's been pretty decent actually all weekend long. There or thereabouts. Comfortably favourite to be sort of inside the top 10, and she's bang on the money, just closing in on Matej Konik, the 399. Nothing really happening between Butcher and Sidler, with the 310 just keeping Butcher at arm's length. Maybe again trying to get away from the pack behind. They know how quick they are. Of course, they're battling themselves for P3. Macaulay Bishop has worked his way back through. Indeed, he has the 390 now back through and up into 3rd place. At the very least, will be securing a podium along with the top 3 in the championship. Head down towards turn number 1. Tino Sidler going to be feeling the pressure from Sean Butcher, who's now all over his rear end. In towards turn number 2, it's a very long right-hander. You're turning and braking at the same time. You turn in, then brake. Just as to how fast of a corner it is. Does go on for quite a while, so those that can trail brake as best as possible feather the brake all the way into the corner, get the peak rotation without leaving the inside open. We saw that from Sean Butcher himself over the course of this weekend. Opened the door a couple of times. It's not an error that only he's fallen victim to. A couple of drivers have done it as well. Something you have got to be careful. One of the many challenges here at Sarno. A couple of bumps. The curbs, of course, sometimes brutal to these drivers. He sat on the floor with very little in the way of suspension and shock absorption. So the physicality of karting cannot be understated, especially in the senior max. You're putting some incredible Gs. You're going upwards of sort of 70, 75 mile an hour. And as we tick on to lap 7 of 14, we approach half distance in this race. Tino Sidler from Sean Butcher, then comes Macaulay Bishop and Teresa Babakova, Keane Geraghty, Charlie Smith from Cameron Nelson, then comes Matej Konik, Tees Van Vick, and P10 of Lizzie Mentia. Yeah, Leva with the warning flag as well coming in. Unfortunately, maybe a bit of contact at some point around the circuit. Seen plenty of warning flags, but I don't actually think off the top of my head we've seen a penalty be awarded, which is good. The driving standards, we were talking about it pretty much all weekend, just how good it's been. Of course today, naturally, you know, the drivers are exhausted, it's the most important day, tensions all over, they're pushing as hard as possible. You're naturally going to have a couple of incidents, but for the most part, no one's been dirty, it's never been malicious. It's just been aggressive. And the driving standards at this level, the racing standards, it's almost unmatched here at the European Trophy. Tick away over half distance now, lap 8 of 14. Tino Sidler, Sean Butcher, 1 and 2 as they have been. It's Dan Holland Racing from KR Sport as the 357 closes the gap. Trying to get away from Macaulay Bishop, I think, actually. If Sean Butcher is leaving this late, I don't know if it's a can't or won't pass. If it's a can't, because Tino Sidler's a bit too quickly. If it's a won't, it's because he's trying to get away from Macaulay Bishop so that he can have Tino Sidler effectively all to himself, because we've seen just how much time you can lose when caught in a bit of a battle. And he doesn't want the added stress of being second in a 3-car train. The moment you're sandwiched between 2 cars, maybe a KR Sport sandwich with some Dan Holland bread, not entirely sure as to how tasty or nutritious that would be, but it just means that he has to look backwards and forwards, both to defend and to attack, and I don't really think he wants the added stress of having Macaulay Bishop there. However, Macaulay Bishop, the 390, is closing in. That last time through was about 0.2 of a second quicker. Personal best for Sean Butcher, a 1 minute 0.823, with Macaulay Bishop setting a 1 minute 0.527. So again, another 0.3 taking out on that lap alone. As we tick our way onto lap 9 of 14. So ticking towards the closing stages. Cameron Nelson getting himself a warning flag, the 304, currently sat P7 amongst the train just behind Matej Konik. Keane Geraghty and Teresa Babakova has been released to P4. Kaz Boshaus now is the one that sets the fast lap. Teetering on the edge, that's more like it, a minute 0.042. Maybe those towards the front taking a bit too much out of their tyres, a bit too much temperature in it. Oh, that's wide there. They're fighting away. That was one of the triple digits carts as they negotiate out of the turn 8 hairpin, getting themselves well acquainted with each other further down the field as the focus is on those at the front. Tino Sidler leading by a good couple of kart lengths clear of Sean Butcher, as he has been for quite some time. They've been there or thereabouts, and as has been the case with the seniors and a lot of the classes actually this weekend, it's a short fuse, right? Right now, there's not going to be much of a battle because they're close on pace, and they are close, but they're not really close enough to really do anything. But the minute there's a mistake or one of them closes up or gets a bit of slipstream, that's then when the switch can flip. And we can very quickly then have a very intense battle, hopefully towards the last stage of this race. There you can see the virtual championship. Sean Butcher is leading the way on 633 points from Macaulay Bishop. Of course, extending that margin, but keeping it very, very close all the way through. Still not of taking a final victory, but again, he's prioritising the right thing. And this is the mindset of a champion from Sean Butcher. He could risk it all and go and take that final victory. I'm sure he would. But why would he do that when Macaulay Bishop is right behind him? If he loses, you know, a lot of time, or even DNFs, or takes damage to the car, that's then championship over, and that's thrown it away. For the sake of winning a final, when you'd rather win the championship, he's going to Bahrain regardless. Macaulay Bishop, Tees Van Vick will join him on that podium with the championship, and with it the tickets to Bahrain. Look over the shoulder there. Macaulay Bishop sends the move to the inside of Sean Butcher, and he just lets it happen. That's the mindset of a champion. He's not worried about winning this race. He's worried about winning the championship. Macaulay Bishop, though, climbing an uphill battle. He has to win this race and then hope something goes wrong with Sean Butcher's car. He's throwing everything at this. He's been on a recovery drive since lap 1, dropped all the way to P5, P6 did Macaulay Bishop. And in typical Bishop fashion is now trying to carve his way back through. It's been a patient game, it's been a long road, but he's been able to do that now. We're on a lap 11 of 14, just 3 laps left to go at the line. Tino Sidler returning his way to top form. He took the race lead quite early on. It swapped a little bit with Sean Butcher, but again, he's just trying to seal it for the championship. Not taking any risks, bring the kart home, no damage, no mistakes. Yes, it would be nice to win the race and win the championship. We've not actually had that this round. The race winner has not actually been the champion, apart of course in the Minimax, of course with the Italian Euro Cup. That of course went the way of Riley Morrow. But in DD2s and in juniors and now with seniors, the race winner hasn't actually been the championship. Actually no, I lied, DD2 Masters with Nicholas Picot. But DD2s, juniors and seniors, the race winner wasn't the champion. I don't think Sean Butcher is too bothered. Lap 12 of 14, so 2.5 laps left to go at the present time. 2 laps left to go at the line. Are we actually going to see anything happen towards the front end of the field? Macaulay Bishop, I think, if he can close in, would definitely like to take the victory in the final. We will wait and see. Thomas Strelle with a warning flag as well going his way. It's still Kaz Bosshaus, by the way, with a fast lap of the race, a 1:0.042. At best lap time, it's 0.3 of a second quicker than Macaulay Bishop and 0.6 of a second quicker than Sean Butcher or Tino Sidler. On to what is the penultimate lap of the race. Tino Sidler leads Macaulay Bishop. That gap is closed as Sean Butcher's dropped off the back of him a little bit. As they're side by side for the race lead as well towards turn number 2. Tino Sidler trying to fend off Macaulay Bishop. The chrome gold helmet is able to hang on for now. But the pressure is rising and a firm statement of intent there from Macaulay Bishop. He knows what he wants. Oh! As they work their way through 6 and 7, just heard outside the commentary box window, there's been a crash at the opening corner. Just heard tyre screech, but the focus, of course, as you can see on screen, is the fight at the front. Tino Sidler from Macaulay Bishop. Lap and a half left of this race remaining. It's going to bring yellow flags in towards the opening corner as well. Double wave yellows because of that incident. You've not seen it yet on the broadcast, but as they come around the final corner, you will soon see it. So that means it's going to be one less overtaking opportunity. Not that Macaulay Bishop needs it because he's sent the move to turn 14 on his Dan Holland Racing teammate. Sean Butcher closes the gap. Now onto the final lap of this race. Lap 14 of 14. Macaulay Bishop is searching for that final victory here for the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Tino Sidler won all of the heats, but has it all come undone on Sunday? He was leading the best part of this race, but Macaulay Bishop with a late send to the inside of turn 14. Has he been able to seal the deal? 3-6, now 7. Macaulay Bishop leads, has to go defensive, not taking any chances with Tino Sidler as he closes in with a slipstream late on the brakes between the pair of them. Tino Sidler tries to get the up and under, does draw alongside, but into the S's. Is he going to try and muscle his way around the outside? He's going to give it a good go. There's contact between the pair of them, and Sean Butcher takes the lead of the race. Macaulay Bishop goes off the road, rejoins in third place. Tino Sidler is there, and it's all come nicely packaged together for Sean Butcher. His first final victory. It's going to be a crowning moment as well for Sean Butcher, the 3:57. He'll take his ticket to Bahrain. He's got a couple of corners left to go. The checkered flag will wave. European champion and Sarno race winner Sean Butcher. What a race. What a way to end it. Macaulay Bishop comes home in second from Teresa Babakova in third. The Czech driver capitalising on the late contact. Tino Sidler brings it home in P5 just behind Kian Gerety. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, just after the highlights. And that's what I mean when I say a short fuse. Trying to muscle around the outside of the S's. A move he would have never attempted on any other lap of this race, but the final lap meant something different. The race got underway, and Sean Butcher led us from the start. Tino Sidler immediately got through on Macaulay Bishop. They were fighting as Tino Sidler found his way into the lead, as Macaulay Bishop fell backwards behind the train of Kian Gerety and Teresa Babakova. The battle continued, of course, between all of them as the 310 of Tino Sidler was trading places. Macaulay Bishop went for an audacious send to the inside, maybe saw the double wave yellows and wanted to get the move sealed before they reached that point. Then on the final lap, there was contact as Macaulay Bishop went soaring off the circuit. Sean Butcher took victory and he took the European Championship with it. What a way to end 2025 with the Rotax Max Challenge and the Euro Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll run you through the full results. before we head to the final podium presentation. I need a drink of water after that one. That was 4 intense finals. We've had race after race after race, qualifying session on Friday. There you can see the virtual championship. Sean Butcher, Macaulay Bishop and Tees Van Vick will get their ticket, but only 3 points did Kian Geraghty lose out. That's how close after 4 rounds. He just missed out on that ticket to Bahrain. Sean Butcher, Macaulay Bishop and Teresa Babakova 1, 2 and 3 for the final race of 2025. Kian Geraghty and Tino Sidler complete the top 5 from Charlie Smith and Cameron Nelson. Then comes Matthias Kieler up from Sebastian Koch, and then comes Tees Van Vick, who finishes P3 in the championship. Jan Pinto from Sver Oben, then comes Cas Boshaus from Matej Konik, then comes Vicar, Bashinot and Sama, the top 16 from Piccolo, Arno Sabora, Tatu and Lecale, and Gia Quinto, the top 20 drivers to finish in this race. Then comes Julian Pemble from Lizzie Mentia, Knut Nielsen, Antoine Lemieux, then comes Antti Metha from Lever, Holst, Soltis, then comes Tom Streller and Lever, the 30th driver to take to the checkered flag. Behind that, of course, still a few more drivers. Sam Bergstein from Yonkers, then comes back Danny Shields, Ace Chevy, who at some point actually did have the fast lap of the race at some point. I think the Danny Shields and Chevy did retire. And then, of course, a DNS for Jort Van Vick. That's going to wrap it up then for action. My side, of course, in the commentary box. I'm going to make my way down to the podium, though, for the final one of 2025. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up action for the 2024 season of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. I'm down at the podium, and of course a reminder to those at the circuit that we will be hosting the raffle after the podium presentation. The first prize, of course, is a 2026 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy entry, and then the second one is, of course, a Rotax Max engine. So make your way down to the podium, join us for the presentation, and do the raffle just after. You have to be present at the podium if your number gets called to claim your prize. If you're not here, then you don't get it, obviously. So make sure you are here if you want that chance of winning. Waiting, of course, for the drivers to make their way down from Parc Ferme in what was a very intense finale clash, and crowning our champion of Sean Butcher, his first final victory of 2025, and it came at the moment he was crowned a European champion. What an absolutely magical moment, and plenty of fond memories here of Sarno. When we started the finals with the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, crowning our champions, of course, over there and giving away the tickets. With the minis as well, and crowning the Italian Euro Cup champion of Riley Morrow. With the juniors and their intense final couple of laps, and the seniors as well, there was no shortage of action. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed themselves, because I firmly have been enjoying being inside the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action, so thank you for having me. Thank you, of course, for those joining us at home. Like I say, I hope you have enjoyed the coverage, and a big thank you to every single member of the Sarno track team, to the ambulance crews, to the media crews, to behind the scenes, in the restaurant, in the hotel, everyone for all of their efforts at Rotax and, of course, at WSK for their efforts for making 2025 so special for each of the teams, each of the drivers, and a big shout out as well to friends, families, and mechanics and team members, that all of their hard work as well for getting the drivers out on circuit, despite the fact that not always does it go so smoothly. Still waiting, of course, for final confirmation of results and things, and the drivers will make their way over to the podium. We'll give them their trophies, we'll give them their tickets, and of course we'll then raffle the prizes. Quick reminder as well for anyone that didn't hear me the first time, the first prize is a 2026 RMC ET entry, and then the second one is a Rotax Max engine as well. To be in for an opportunity to win the raffle, you do have to be present at the podium, so make sure you come and join us for the celebrations, and we'll be able to give you those prizes a bit later on to the lucky few. They get themselves that paid entry for a round of 2026 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy, and also that Rotax Max engine as well. It's a very warm day here at Sarno. It's baking. I'm in the shade and I'm still absolutely boiling. A couple of people agree as well around the circuit. It's been a warm one. I'm sure those that, of course, they're from the UK definitely have not been appreciating the weather. It's been a baking one for us, and those that are more European will probably be quite used to it and telling us to stop moaning, but it's a warm one. And yeah, plenty of sun cream has been in use this weekend, but yeah, has its own challenges out on circuit. The drivers have had to face, the mountains they've had to climb. Mount Vesuvius not too far away, plenty of Italian mountains around us as well, and I think a perfect symbol as to the journey of these young racing drivers that are aspiring to get to the very top. Could we see one of them in Formula One one day? Could we see them racing at the top levels of single-seaters, the Le Mans GT racing, the 24 Hours of Spa, Nürburgring, being one of the legends of the sport? Statistically, some of them are going to make it. And all of that hard work, those journeys, those late nights, those travels will be all worth it. Still waiting, of course, for the drivers to make their way down. Like I say, it's been a long walk from Parc Fermé. They've had an exhausting day last few days. A lot of them have been here since last week, racing in the Grand Festival. And I'm sure they're going to be appreciating a very well-deserved break. A lot of them, of course, probably will be racing out next weekend as well. And it does make it just a little more tiring, but that's the way things have to go, as we have got the confirmation of the results. So the podium will be going the way of Teresa Babakova from the Czech Republic, Macaulay Bishop in P2, with Sean Butcher taking the victory. In the juniors, it was Downhill Racing 1 and 2, and a Chaos Sport in P3 with, a double Downhill Racing podium with Chaos Sport on the podium. Now it's the other way around. It's 2 Downhill Racing with Chaos Sport winning. So let us know in the YouTube chat. For those that have been following for the entire season, let us know who's been your driver of the season, who's been your driver of the round, who's been someone that you're looking out for the future for 2026 for the World Finals as well in Bahrain. Let us know in the chat. Let us know. Make sure, of course, you're following on all of the socials. Track the progress of each and every single one of these young drivers as they progress through the ranks of motorsport. You want to be the one supporting them and following them on their journey. Hope you have enjoyed as well the coverage. Thank you for joining us. Of course, if you've been here since this morning for the pre-finals, I hope you have enjoyed each and every single one of the races. Each of them memorable in their own right. Cannot recall a boring one. They all had their own moments of special. And yeah, another quick reminder, of course, about the raffle for those at the circuit. One of the first prize we'll be raffling is an entry to a round of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy in 2026. The other being a Rotax Max engine. You do have to be here present at the podium for the celebrations to claim your prize. So make sure you are here as we look to crown our champions. And of course, our race winners. Always that awkward moment just after the race where you're waiting for racing drivers to make their way over. It is a long, hot walk. I'm sure they're appreciating stretching the legs just a little bit. It shouldn't be too much longer. I do appreciate everyone's patience if you're waiting around in the YouTube chat. course, make sure you are sticking around for news and coverage of 2026 of the RMCET. Will be coming, of course. Look out for news on what's to come in the future of karting, what circuits we're going to be traveling to, who's racing, classes, things like that. So make sure you are following what is an amazing sport, karting. Something I got into in commentary. I've been around in karting for a while, but started commentating it this year, and I've never been disappointed. Always leaves my voice and shattered pretty much at the end of each weekend. One of the best things that I can commentate on, one of the best sports ever to watch. So physical, so much racing. I think we've got the first couple of team representatives making their way down to the podium. So maybe a couple more minutes maximum. Usually they don't all arrive one by one, they all arrive as one big gaggle, like sort of trying to herd sheep with race drivers. That's the challenge. Even in sort of car racing and things, it's almost like its own challenge getting all the drivers down to the podium. But we will get this podium ceremony underway as quickly as we possibly can. And again, a time to reflect. We started the season back in Wackersdorf, of course, in Germany, crowned our first winners. We then went to Trinek in the Czech Republic. We then went to Genk a couple of weekends ago, of course, for round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. We're now here, of course, in Sarno. We've wrapped up action of the 2025 season, and that means, of course, we've got all of our tickets sealed. Of course, a lot of these have been racing in the international trophy and their national trophies as well, and all vying to fight for the top spots in the sport they all love, all fighting at the very highest level of kart racing. I think we now have got some drivers making their way around, so it shouldn't be too much longer until we get this show on the road. A lot of team representatives now making their way around as well to claim their trophies, to take their spots and to celebrate, of course, the 2025 season in of itself. So coming up, we've got, like I say, the race results, the race trophies, and of course with it the team trophy. We've then also got the championship trophy, and with it the grand final tickets, and then obviously we've got the raffle as well. So make sure you're down joining us at the podium to potentially win that round entry to the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy round, and also as well a Rotax Max engine. You have to be here to claim this, obviously, so make sure you are down here celebrating with the rest of the drivers. I think we're almost ready as drivers are lining themselves up. And well, we'll start things off then with the Senior Max final here at Sarno. P3 from the Czech Republic and Holland race. It's Teresa Babakova. P2 in the final as well after a very hard-fought battle all the way through. P2, Macaulay Bishop. And that means P1 not only winning his first final of 2025, but with it the championship as well. From the UK Sport, it's Sean Butcher. And now representing KL Sport and to take the team trophy as well, Ash Orchard. And now we get to present the trophies. P3 to Teresa Babakova. The P2 trophy to Macaulay Bishop. And the winner's trophy to Sean Butcher. And of course the team's trophy to be lifted by KR Sports, Ash Orchard. Now of course the national anthem. to the national anthem. A big congratulations to the top 3 here for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy here at Sarno. Of course, Teresa Babakova, Macaulay Bishop and Sean Butcher take victory in the race. Of course, they'll get their photos here on the podium. Then we'll be able to read out the championship results and give out those grand final tickets as well. So when the drivers are ready, of course, they can set themselves off the podium, and then we'll be able to continue with the rest of the ceremony. What a road it's been. Of course, 2 of them that finished P1 and P2 in that race, finished P1 and P2 in the championship as well. So that's quite handy that they're already here, already got themselves a trophy. Just waiting now for final confirmation and things before we can get everyone onto the podium. I think we're all good to go. So, your 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy here at Sarno. It's rounded off. P3 in the championship, Tees Van Vick. P2 in the championship, Macaulay Bishop. And your 2025 Senior Rotax Challenge Euro Trophy winner, Sean Butcher. And now we get to give the trophies. The P3 trophy to Tees Van Vick. The P2 trophy to Macaulay Bishop. And the championship trophy to be lifted by Sean Butcher. And now the tickets to the grand final in Bahrain. The 3rd ticket to be given out goes to the 3rd place driver, Tees Van Vick. The 2nd ticket to be given out will go to the driver that finished P2 in the championship, Macaulay Bishop. And our championship winner, Sean Butcher, will be given his grand final ticket to go and compete on the Bahrain. So when the drivers are off the podium, or actually I'll walk in front anyway. So sorry if I'm photobombing anyone, I've been told to stand in front of the camera. Anyway, 2025 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy has come to a close. It's been a fantastic weekend here at Sarno. An absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action. Of course, all the way back at round 1 in Vakasdorf, through to the Czech Republic and Karting Genk a week ago. Sarno played host to an absolutely cracking finale for our DD2, DD2 Masters, our Minimax, our Juniors and our Senior Rotax as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action. My name has been Zach Sweeney. A huge thank you to each and every single one of the staff here at WSK, and we'll see you in 2026.